tonight? How about my little guys in back? How you guys doing tonight? So I got a really cool gig. I get to travel all over the world for muscle and fitness, bodybuilding and fitness competitions across the globe. And it's been really cool. I've had a chance to interview multiple Mr. Olympia champions. But in all my years of doing this, one thing I haven't had the opportunity to do is actually interview any WWE superstars.
Please welcome Kevin Thorne and Gangrel.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here tonight. I'm so excited. I'm a lifelong fan of WWE. Kevin Thorne, I'm going to start. I just want to have a few moments of your time.
Oh my nuts!
I've got some pretty good footage.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Audio test. Audio test for y'all, because we are a good 20 seconds behind.
Looks good on
Good
the board.
20
I know I have
seconds
to double check that, as you know, during the lives.
Yep, audio test. Where y'all at? Where y'all at?
Gonna make it? This is distracting. Let's put this
Oh, it looks like Diamond Dave was giving the bird.
Keep testing.
All right.
don't need to.
Yeah, Diamond Dave's going to get us looking better in frame, as he always does. You know how he does that stuff. How y'all doing up there? Or out there. Out there.
Out there. I'm sure
Hey,
there's,
out there, hey.
there's somebody there north of us.
Hey, we're always surprisingly, you know,
Upper Michigan.
those twisters, they came.
We were supposed to have twisters today and 60-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail, and we got a light drizzle, enough to be healthy for the plants, and that was about it. Good thing.
Diamond Dave was super excited. If you saw our twisters reaction, you know he loves himself a good storm. Him and I once he got me in the car. Hey, we're gonna go looking for a tornado. Does you think that's a good idea, Dave? Yeah, let's
Absolutely.
No, dude, people
Ford Escape.
if you've got some sort of Glenn Powell anchoring Dodge Ram or tank, maybe.
That's one
Sounds
thing.
great.
Sounds
Okay.
great. Yeah, Karen has that.
Yeah, but to just go chasing in a traditional passenger vehicle, you're taking your life in your hands.
Chairs are comfy.
OTAC Minor? Oak, you inspired me to drop 58 pounds since October.
Good on you.
Can we get an acknowledge me for
Hell
OTAC
yes.
Manor? All right. Right
You
on,
inspire
dude.
me for finding it for you.
Answer found it.
Acknowledge.
There
Got
it is.
Roman Reigns in now.
There we go. That's the old Expendables joke.
Who are these other
Ryan
guys on
Arnold.
Answer and Diamond Dave's channel?
Wow.
Oh, Nikolai still
Nikolai's
a little
still-
upset
still
about.
throwing down the heat.
Nikolai.
Oh
Nikolai.
You.
Oh, yeah, folks. Oh, yeah.
But what a week it's been, folks. Man.
As far as the storm, western Wisconsin definitely
Yes.
got it.
Yeah.
A decent portion of southern central got some good touchdowns, I think. And then, lo and behold, eastern side of the state didn't get shit where we are. So
My brother and sister-in-law
figure.
that live in Middleton.
Is it like such a
Madison.
bad thing?
He's
Like,
like,
a
"Oh,
little bit of hail.
none of our shit got damaged. Damn it.
did I say get damaged? Nope. I just said nothing happened. I want to see a twister, so that's probably going to be on one of our challenge videos. Is we
Or drive
go
to
down
Oklahoma.
and get with the
Fucking that's
chasers.
news to me. One of our
Well, you guys don't have to go answer, and I will go.
Go ahead. Go.
Hold it in one of your guys' quarter-ton trucks.
Can you do
So
us
that
a
way-
favor before you go? Can you just get us a list of all the passwords?
Everything we need because
No, we'll go with
that
the
might be the end.
professionals. The professionals take you. It's a tour. They go until you get
He
a couple.
did not specify
I
that
still
ahead of time.
pass. Yeah.
Easy.
Oh, come on, that'll be easy.
Tell you what, I'll do it with a professional.
Anyone?
set
Hey,
of
is there
binoculars.
anyone currently in the like Kansas or Oklahoma area that can contest to what I was saying here? That they actually these storm chasers take on tour groups and take you for one hell of a ride. If you feel it, chase it.
Feel it.
He says this
Stay
that
the
like
fuck
once
away.
a week. Oh, hey, that was Glenn's
If you see,
phrase, right?
if you see something,
Am I
say
the only
it.
one who remembers all the devastation from that movie and the people getting taken out, or was it all just rainbows and unicorns chasing tornadoes?
God, I saw I saw a PSA somewhere recently, and it actually said, "If you see something, say something." And I started laughing because
You're thinking about the boys.
God, what was it for?
on The Boys.
I know it was from The Boys, but I was in like
the
something
puppets.
where it was like there was like a legitimate. If you see something,
Airport?
say something. I think you know what? I think it was at
Had
an
to be an airport.
I think it was when I was at my airport. If you see, yeah, you know what?
It's certainly
airport security. If you see something, say something. I'm like,
It's certainly
say something.
it certainly wasn't the security at the NFL draft that we went to. Hey, how's it going? Go ahead, right through.
Oh, except for the
worries.
6
Except
snipers
for
that
the
were.
snipers on the road.
But I mean, they said it was going to be airport level security for us to get in, and they're just like, go ahead,
well, hey.
go right through.
Appleton Airport level.
Well, there is that. That's always nice. You can just cruise right in like 15 minutes early.
Hey, you got to use the back of the hand. Yeah.
Back of the hand. Are you good? Go ahead. Oh, I love flying out of Appleton. It's the best.
It's
How early should we get there? What time does the flight leave? 10 o'clock. 9:50.
9:50 ought to do it.
ought to do it.
Especially if you got TSA pre.
Yeah. Well, 9:48. You might have to park a little ways away.
Oh,
We have to clear.
I went and got cleared too.
That's
It's like,
awesome.
Doesn't do you anything in Appleton, but at the other
Well,
airports.
Chicago. Well, hey, Chicago and
Look at these
Atlanta.
Look at these peasants with their TSA pre. Just walk right through with my clear. I saw somebody posted something. There was something the other day, and it was talking about if you use Clear or TSA at the airports now, they scan your face, and one of the comments was, "Wait until they find out about driver's licenses." They've got a picture of your face, so wait until they find.
Now you got to have the real ID thing. They made that a big
it's
deal.
all new.
Yep, got to have it.
So, folks, we do know that there is a couple of super chats here. We will get to them here in just a few moments. Well, actually, there's just a couple, so maybe we can get these out of the way, and then we're going to start with everything here. Ryan Crowley with a membership.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge you, Ryan.
To the bad metaverse.
Zoe, BM Live is the perfect way to end the day. So happy, love y'all. Thank you very much, Zoe. We
Love y'all,
appreciate your
too.
support over here and on the member pages. So we appreciate the support. Anthony Velasquez.
Velasquez.
Damn it. Sorry, Anthony. What's up, guys? How was your experience at the NFL? Hey, thank you. Just, we got to, here, we'll mute him. What's up, guys? How was your experience at the NFL draft? Must be crazy to be around so many fans at the NFL teams. Go ahead, answer, please.
I was just saying something nice to Quinn. Just tell him how nice he looks in his white shirt.
My favorite experience of the NFL draft was, so what they did is they went through and they announced, I don't know if you guys saw this on TV. So they went and they did like a little announcement, hype video for all 32 teams. Now, being in Green Bay, the Green Bay fans booed the Bears, the Lions, and the Vikings, of course, our divisional rivals. Yeah, but of course, as you know, there was fans from all over. So there was some pretty loud boos for those. But I have never heard boos as loud as I heard when they announced that I'm the Dallas Cowboys. And for that minute, 200,000 people came together. Actually, more because they had the stadium full too. Boo!
Yeah.
It was a
loud.
beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I guess the best part, well, I guess asking how the experience was, I thought it was interesting in that the food was not laid out well at all because there was so many like food trucks and whatnot that they didn't sell anything. Like people stocked up on stuff. They were there and near the stadium, but nobody found their stuff. So there was news stories about businesses coming back with all this food that they didn't sell and they couldn't get rid of because nobody knew where their stuff was. And the lines for the food that was inside the draft was, I would almost say prohibitively long, where like you look at the line, you're like, it's 200 yards. I'm not waiting, an hour and a half for a hot dog. So that was kind of a miss, I think. And then the bathroom layout was crazy. There was like 2 spots, and then that was it. You're so used to going to.
If you're up by the stage, there was 2 spots.
But you're so used to going to concerts and festivals and outdoor events, and you can't look without seeing something like that. So it was a real weird.
So what they did, which is interesting, and I've never seen this before at an outdoor event, is they had porto toilets that actually flushed, and I think that was key because they had to be positioned where they could be hooked up to the machines that they flush to. Because as anybody knows who's been to any sort of festival and you're expecting 200,000 people, which is a pretty massive outdoor event, it gets pretty bad if the porta
they don't
the
keep
old
up
Randy
on
Quaid
it.
and the shitter is full. It gets real bad real quick.
I went Friday and Saturday, and I had like 0 problems with the bathrooms, like that everybody was saying.
And how was the food line? So
The food line, the one barbecue spot that we were eyeing up the first time there, they were sold out by Saturday. We were there by about noon,
But did
1
you
o'clock.
see-
They were done.
Did you see any of the food trucks at all that were supposedly there?
I know
we didn't see
there was
any
a few around Lambeau because like when we went, we took that whatever way we went all the way around it, and we saw plenty of food trucks. We just didn't go to them because we knew there was food inside. We wanted to get inside so we could find our spots because it was interesting where the 2 entries were, right? Because where we parked that night, that was a long walk, whereas Saturday we stayed at Oneida and they dropped us off right at entry number 2, not the one we went in, but the other one.
Sure.
And so it was a straight shot right in. And the thing is, like, you go into the porta potties, there would be lines packed up with the first like 10, 20 porta potties and then no one for the next 30. So it's like, okay, I'll walk 10 more steps
down.
Yeah.
and I get right in and right out.
Yeah. But, overall, for
and
me.
we do have a vlog. Not to cut you off, but we do have a vlog. That'll eventually come here. Took me a little bit because of the other stuff. We prioritized the other stuff, but a vlog will come to YouTube here. It's a quick 15-minute. So
It was fun talking to every fan of every team that I would see if they weren't from in town and ask them their experience, and they loved it. They thought it was awesome.
Yeah, overall, it was fun. It was cool to see all the different fans. So, yeah, overall, thumbs up for me.
Yeah. The biggest thing that I was impressed with is in any Packers game, usually there's between 5 and 10 arrests for fights. Look, Lambeau Field is known as one of the most cordial stadiums in all of sports. So the arrests are relatively low. But from what I heard, like the entire weekend, there was like 2 or 3 arrests the whole weekend with 200,000 people all consuming a lot of alcohol. And it just shows as soon as you take that like competitive my team versus your team like spirit out of the gathering, it's like, wow, it's just
NFL fans
actually,
at that point.
Give me any outdoor gathering where you have hundreds of thousands of people and there's, very, very few problems other than your typical somebody spilled a beer on somebody.
Oh, that's always a classic.
Yeah, but yeah. So that was a good time. Like I said, look for that vlog that Diamond Dave will be getting.
be our
out.
first vlog too.
Yeah.
It was
And
a
more
lot
to
of
come.
fun.
We got some ideas for a few others.
Well, we could tell them about that one. F1 is. We hope to make a vlog out of that because I've never been to any F1. I don't think.
Oh, down Road America, right? Yeah.
No,
Actual F1.
Yeah, we'd have to go to Austin, Texas. Would probably be the
closest.
closest one that we can do. So yeah, want to do F1. Also, if any of you are airplane enthusiasts, the EAA is in Oshkosh here, just down the road, and that's kind of a really big deal in the aeronautics industry. All sorts aviation, yeah, all sorts of classic planes and new planes, people flying in with all their stuff. They got a great museum. I've never been to it, so it'll be a real treat.
It is the largest fly-in / aviation event basically in the world. And it's 20 minutes from where we live. And it is an unbelievable experience. People come from all over the globe. A lot of people bring their own planes that they fly in, celebrities every year. It is such an incredible event. A lot of military planes, a lot of old warbirds and stuff like that, experimental stuff. It's such an incredible weekend. And that one they do a great job with events for the family, the layouts, food, all sorts of stuff. It can get hot, third weekend in July in Wisconsin, but that's, hot is a relative word. So But
Yeah, and we'd love to take a flight in a plane and video it for all of you. But I think only one of us is going to fit in some of those old World War II style planes.
no. I'm fit.
We'll make it fit.
We'll make it work.
We'll make it
Think
work.
you're going to make
All
yourself.
right, Charles Logan Becerra with a super chat. Props to Answer for holding down the arcade channel. You know it. I saw one guy real quick said props to me finishing Uncharted 2, so I did that
Tomorrow.
Tuesday. So tomorrow is Uncharted 3 on the old arcade channel, 12 Central Standard Time as per usual.
You can take this one too.
And then Marie's Rams girls, thank you so much for being a member for 14 months. So good to see all 4 of you together again, especially since you, Quinn, really missed you and seeing your handsome face, big squeeze hugs, and much love.
Oh,
Well, look
see
at that.
That's for me.
Hey, well, you know what? She still comes on the arcade live and still supports me and my gaming. She's a gem.
That's right. Well, the arcade's a lot of fun.
So Quinn, why don't you hit an intro?
Well, since we're all here, we've kind of got all the business stuff out of the way.
some.
Somebody call a doctor because bad medicine is back. Over there is Diamond Dave Damone. This is the Appleton Oak. That's the answer. I'm Mason Quinn. Folks, thank you so much for joining us here on a Thursday, or maybe it's a Friday where you're watching from. But we appreciate it. We're going to go live here, have some fun, talk about some of the recent things that we've watched here on the channel, some of the things that we may have coming up, trailers, etc., for movies that everybody is hyped for. So let's have a good time.
Yep, like we said before, right now, get a cadence of 1 to 2 lives per month, kind of like a live podcast with you guys to kind of talk about stuff we just recently watched, or even kind of going a little bit back further in the catalog. Because like we said before, sometimes we only get the one review and then we can't get to all the comments, but we see some comments. So just kind of further elaborate on some of the episodes or movies that we've seen. And then as we are going to try, actually, hopefully we don't get kicked off, so we may save it for a little bit later on. We'll try to do a live Superman trailer reaction with y'all, because we haven't seen it yet. So we'll try to get that going as well. And then kind of wherever else the little waves of this podcast, live podcast with all of you kind of take us. So we do see there's some other super chats. We will definitely be getting to every super chat before this live shuts down, assuming Mother Nature and the weak storm that she's presenting to us right now doesn't do anything. But
Mother Nature was all talk today.
Current weather outside is drizzling.
Well, it's interesting you bring up Superman, Dave, because I know that's been kind of polarizing a little bit. With some folks aren't digging the new Superman, some folks like it, some folks didn't like the dog. I mean, for me,
what?
I'm not the biggest Superman fan. I haven't seen really any of the Christopher Reeve movies since I was a kid. I just never really was big into Superman, or really not all that big into superheroes. So I'm kind of neutral to it. I liked the Henry Cavill Superman movies. Those were fine. And from what I remember, the Christopher Reeve ones were a lot of fun. Strangely enough, the one that I remember the most is the one with Richard Pryor.
Oh, the best one.
That's the best one, isn't it? Let me know.
It looks like whatever dreams you had of extreme weather here where we're at, Diamond Dave, have passed. And looking at the old radar here, it looks like we're in the clear to say.
We're hoping to grab the camera and get a live shot of outside
would have
during
been
this.
sweet.
That would have been fun.
That actually would have been pretty cool.
That would have been cool. Because what they were telling us, folks, now we're like ping ponging big time, but with the weather, they were telling us prepare for 60 plus mile an hour wind, up to golf ball size hail in our, they generalized Wisconsin, but that's what we were preparing for because our local news was saying all this stuff. But we do know parts of Wisconsin definitely got hail, definitely got some touchdowns from tornadoes. So hopefully all is well with those folks and not too much damage. But I'm just talking specifically for our area. Jack happened.
Yeah, I believe my brother and sister-in-law in Middleton, they got some hail, which is outside of Madison.
And there was a touchdown just outside of, in between Beaver. No, it was around the Beaver Dam area. I'll say that. I can't remember what town it was that they were getting called for an actual touchdown. Because
I thought you sent us that in a text.
Tornado warnings are essentially whenever they see rotations on their radar. Then they can.
Yeah, you're telling us rapids.
Yeah, so then they can actually confirm touchdowns afterwards. But if they see a rotation on the radar, they're going to call a warning to get people alerted as fast as they can so they can take shelter right away. So sometimes when you hear warnings, it's not an actual touchdown. Sometimes, but then they do try to confirm, is it a touchdown? Do you guys have eyes on a touchdown of a tornado? So
You know, in Illinois, they just have everybody go to the Bears Stadium because there's never any touchdowns there.
God, careful with that joke. It's an antique.
That's up there with
that,
the
I was just
toothbrush.
gonna say that joke is like exhausted.
Yeah,
I mean,
but just real quick, because I am genuinely interested in all the talk about Superman, because I watched the trailer, I thought it was cool. I don't
teaser
really
trailer?
Yeah, the teaser trailer that we did. So I don't really have an
I was gonna
opinion.
say we're about to watch the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an opinion really one way or the other as to, it's always controversial when there's a new Superman, the suit and that sort of thing. I guess for me, it would be the equivalent of when there's a new James Bond. Who's the new James Bond going to be? Is he going to be a blonde or is he going to be a brunette? Like he is in the books. What kind of car
Ever
are they
been a
going to
red?
have? So no, I know. Although I think what's his name? The guy who played Winners. Who's the actor that played Winners in Band of Brothers? He's married to.
God, we even looked it up too.
He was married to Paul.
He was married to Aunt Paul in
I'm-
Peaky Blinders.
Name is drawing a blank.
But anyways, I think he might have been considered at one point. The folks in the chat probably know what I'm talking about. But nonetheless, so I'm not really too heavily invested one way or the other. I'm just looking to have some fun with the movie. So we'll see.
I mean, there's so much pressure there with Superman, right? I mean, when we talk about superheroes and iconic superheroes, like, look, there's the Marvel guys, but I think, and opinions vary, but I think most people, Batman and you have Superman for me are kind of, and I know those are both DC, so again, people have their own opinions, but those for me are kind of peak superhero, and so I think there's so much pressure on them, and of course, regardless of how you feel about the Christopher Reeve Superman, he was iconic. The Brandon Roth, and I know people
only had
like
one.
Smallville and stuff like that. I never really got into that. Smallville. But, people generally liked Henry Cavill. I can't imagine why Henry Cavill's Superman was so popular. But I feel like there's just so much pressure to deliver a quality Superman. And it's like, you're going to have some people who love it, some people who are indifferent, some people who are casual fans.
Can't believe
who
you
just want an entertaining film.
Can't believe you left out Dean Cain in that list.
Of Superman.
What was that
Adventures of Lois and Clark.
Adventures of Lois and Clark.
Or Lois and Clark of New Adventures of Superman.
Yeah,
Lois,
well,
yeah, there we
and
go.
for me, just being kind of a casual
that as a
fan of Superman, to me, the problem is always, well, how do you make a compelling story with Superman? Because he's essentially impervious to everything. He's like the king superhero.
He was, until we saw the trailer here.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying.
Somebody
They have
whooped
to.
his ass.
They always have to come up with a creative way to have him.
Well, yeah, there was, Dawn of Justice with, God, I can't remember his name now. The big baddie, because in the comics he was the first one to take out Superman because they hit each other as hard as they possibly could and both knocked each other out.
Okay.
And because they said that also that Superman pulls his punches because there was like a Bizarro Superman where it was the same creature, he just came down, did his laser vision and just nuked his brains.
Pulled a Homelander.
And that was it. And that was it. That was the end of him. But yeah, he was the main villain that they had. A Doomsday. That's what it was.
Doomsday,
Yeah,
okay.
Doomsday. That's who they created. That he was the first one to actually take out Superman, but he had a faint heartbeat.
You remember Christopher Reeve getting accosted in the diner and seeing him bleed, and it was like, that was traumatic.
I don't remember that. Like, so, dude, I haven't seen the Superman movie since I was single digits.
I like the first one where he's in the alley and he goes, "Oh no, don't shoot!" And the guy does shoot, and then all of a sudden they get up and walk away. He goes like this, has the ball in his hand, catches it, throws it to the
that
side.
diner scene. I think that was Superman 2 with the diner.
Well, because he
scene.
gave up his powers.
Yeah, gave up his powers and came in and got a bloody nose. Imagine that. That was traumatic.
How do you give up his powers?
He went into
Fortress
the
of Solitude.
Fortress of Solitude.
Oh, see, it shows you what I remember, folks. Like I said, I
wanted,
remember him having to rescue Richard Pryor. That's about it.
He wanted to live a normal life with Lois, and so he went and gave it all up.
That was
Found out
kind
he-
of a premise of
found out
one of
he
the
could be
Smallville
punched in the nose and bleed.
Of
Wasn't
the
good.
latest Superman series, they went into the whole multiverse, and so they actually went to the Smallville universe, and like so, God, what's his name from 2.5 Men? John Cryer. He played Lex Luthor.
Charlie Sheen.
No, it wasn't Charlie Sheen, but John Cryer plays Lex Luthor, and he tries to get him with the kryptonite, and he's like, throws it. He's like, "What? You gave up your powers?" He's like, "Can't say I missed these conversations." He gave them up so that way he could have Lois and have a kid. He's like, "You have a kid?"
Yeah, didn't they talk about the whole problem of Superman trying to have a kid on Mallrats or something?
It's been discussed very heavily.
I just remember it from Mallrats.
Well, you know, you can kind of look at Homelander, how he was born, that you could almost say that's what could happen with a super baby.
Well, I think the debate was a
little different, a little more graphic.
It was more about the
Kind
act of becoming pregnant than the
Actually, oh my,
delivery.
you would have loved that on Smallville. So Lana Lang was his girlfriend.
Lana Lang?
Lana Lang, yeah. That was his high school sweetheart.
Okay.
So she got superpowers, and they knew that each other had them. And there was a scene where they're not showing anything, but all you're hearing is bang, bang.
So basically, like the honeymoon in Twilight is what you're saying.
All right, we're gonna listen to the trailer after I told you guys that.
I said
story.
later, but we'll try it now. Don't be surprised, folks, if I have to kind of turn it down here and there, because I don't know if it's going to take down the stream or not because of the music that they have in here. But we'll try it. Why not? Fuck it.
For us.
Good old, we'll try it here. And hopefully you guys hear sound. If not, you're just going to hear us then, because I'm hoping that this gives you guys something here. All right.
Well, let's see.
Here we go. Let's try it out. This is a first-time watch of the Superman trailer, the official trailer. Let's see if it works for y'all. Let us. We're a good 20 seconds behind again, folks. So let us know if you can hear the audio. If not, well, you just at least get our reaction to the trailer. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Well, that was interesting, folks. It seems like a lot of the same footage was there.
Yeah.
From the previous one, they just added in that little bit of dialogue with in the beginning there. So either way,
Yeah, we got the couple of
I'm
fights.
still going to see it.
Yeah.
We're still seeing it for the channel. So I'm curious.
So who are those people that he's fighting? Is that like Zod and his crew just with reimagined, or?
We got to actually lean on you folks for Mason Quinn's questions on that one for sure.
Yeah, or are these all new villains that we're seeing? Because like at the end there, it looks like Superman was coming down on his back right there, where I said somebody kicked his ass. Go back and look at it. He's falling there.
He's coming back down because he shot up. Look, he's.
Oh, that is his face. Okay, it looked like he was on his back going like this.
Because of the way
it was fast, Oak.
This guy.
Yeah, it's a little too fast.
Well, I don't know
for
why you got
Mason
the chat so small over there either.
Well, unfortunately,
because
this extended
otherwise-
screen controls
I know,
both
I
Mason
know.
Quinn. Come on, guy. Come on, guy.
But yeah, I mean,
Hey, remember, we could always move that screen closer.
well, and I think from a casting standpoint, that looks like Superman to me. Like that could be, to me, that could be Christopher Reeve's son. Quite honestly, the way this actor looks, I don't know who the actor is. I don't recall ever seeing him in anything else, but dude looks like Superman to me. So it works.
Yeah, as far as
I'm
looking
the tech
like
guy over here trying to.
I'm just like Superman. It's an interesting thing because when we saw him in Twisters, like, oh, that's the guy who's playing Superman. I'm like,
Oh, that's what he was the jerk in Twisters.
This is going to be Superman. But as I've said previously, if this is your first time joining Alive, I remember we have a lot of moments in our life. The where were you moments, and usually they're pretty heavy historical moments. I have my where were you when you found out that Henry Cavill was going to be the new Superman? I was on my couch at the old Fox River Mills Apartments and got the latest Men's Health that showed Henry with his long brown hair and quite thin face. And it's like, this guy,
He just came off Stardust.
this is going to be the new Superman. This is the guy you picked for Superman. And boy, I could not have been more wrong. Cut his hair, put him on the Marvel diet, give him a little bit of a chest rug.
Hey,
Perfect.
people probably thought Christopher Reeves was the wrong pick. when they picked him to be Superman. People thought maybe Dean Cain was wrong, maybe Brandon Ruth was wrong.
I don't know if they
always
think Christopher Reeve was wrong. Guy was like, what, like 6'5" and handsome with shoulders like this wide?
He had to put on a lot of muscle. No,
he was tiny before.
Christopher Reeve was like the OG Marvel diet, except
that's
not quite as Marvel-y as they do today.
Wow, yeah, but he was still a big dude.
But he was a big dude.
It's not like he's 5'8" or something. But it's good to see what I was talking about, Superman taking a little bit of a beating in this trailer. And I guess, that kind of answers my question because, we did see it when Crypto was pulling him through the snow in the trailer that we did. That, obviously somebody gave Superman a beating. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes here. Is it something where he has to realize his power a little bit and maybe grow into it? Who knows? Kind of like an Invincible type deal where he gets a little bit stronger.
Exactly. Like someone put in there too. People thought Michael Keaton was wrong for Batman. My buddy at first was like, really? Mr. Mom is going to be Batman?
Guy, that was half the world.
Yeah.
And then they saw the movie like, God damn, I can't see anybody else as Batman.
Somebody said apparently the guy who looks like Juggernaut is the Hammer of Boravia.
So these are going to be a lot of new people for us.
Like a wrestling name, the Boravian Hammer.
Well, what's great is that James Gunn, I feel like, and I could be wrong on this, but just an observation, I feel like he does a good job of taking characters that just non-comic folks don't know about, and then tries to present them on screen. Because I know we were all, what is this, Starfish for Suicide Squad?
Yeah.
And during that whole process, we were like, what is this? And then folks were telling us, hey, yep, that is a comic character. And they just some folks gave us some pretty good details to catch us up on.
Just gotta hope
it
you
started
have
at Guardians of the Galaxy.
You gotta hope you have
a bunch
a
of
real
people really didn't know about.
You gotta hope you have a real nerdy friend with an encyclopedia.
Yeah, but mine's Marvel, not
It's
DC.
Marvel, not DC.
Same thing, right?
I just meant in general somebody who's got a comic encyclopedia.
Well, and when I saw the big monster in here and I said, oh, that's a James Gunn type thing, what I meant by that is it had his style and his kind of his signature on it that we're used to seeing when he does stuff like that. It had his look, however he may have brought that comic monster to life. It definitely felt like James Gunn for sure.
Mm-hmm. This isn't like Kingsman where the man maketh the suit.
Well, I like the story too here so far of Lois kind of giving him some hard-hitting questions in the beginning there, and him kind of getting defensive a little bit. I thought that was, at least for me, different. Because I don't, like I said, I'm not the biggest Superman fan, but of course I watch just because of the DC and tie-ins that it could lead back to Batman somehow. But I thought that was pretty interesting too. At least for me, that's kind of a first to see on that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. She brings up an interesting. Well, one, she's asking the difficult questions, which people want to know. So, I mean, if you're going to say yes to an interview with a reporter and you don't have a sit down about what's acceptable and what's not, that's bound to happen. Two, the him getting in between a battle is an interesting thing because, of course, if he's living in the U.S. but he's technically not a human being, or I don't know what his how that all works out with Superman in this universe.
He's an alien.
But the thing is like, hey, you can stop a war, but we still have decisions. Every country has their own process of who's making those decisions and what sort of rules of engagement you have. Rules of engagement.
I just saved the day.
I am the rule of engagement,
Yeah.
Well, and it kind of plays on the whole the Superman with Henry Cavill, where he has the cuffs on and he's like, okay, and he just snaps them.
Yeah,
it's all a formality.
They're doing it because he's respectful. Superman's respectful.
Yeah,
We talked about that in pop culture and the media, how he's a legal alien, but yet he represents America. Well, but because I'm pretty sure like they did it with other comics and stuff like that. What if Superman he fell down in Russia, and he got taken over, and someone over there raised him, or Indonesia, or like any of these other countries. But no, he fell into Kansas.
Then you just have David Harbour play him if he landed.
David Harbour he is such a gem.
So I mean, you could do it, but. Yeah, folks, there it was. I don't know if anybody else had anything on Superman here.
That's why a lot of people said Superman was lame too. Someone said he does it because it's the right thing to do, and that's the thing is he always did the right thing. It's like, come on, just snap Lex's head and neck. He's the one that keeps trying to get after you and kill you with kryptonite. Just take him out and end it all.
Well, that's why you have Homelander. He scratches that itch for you, Answer. Does all those things you want evil Superman to
Mr.
do.
Goody Two Shoes
Idiot
Superman.
Homelander, so nonetheless.
Oh, he can't let Zod kill this family, so I'll take him out. Yeah, what about the 19 buildings you guys took out?
No casualties there. 19
None.
buildings
Not a
fell
one.
down.
Not a one.
Yeah, the collateral damage is something. Well, that's why I like the one. What Thor movie was it where they fought out in the desert and like nobody was around?
No, I was gonna say Hancock, where they're like with Will Smith. They're like, you have to atone for what you've done because look at all the damage you did to stop one criminal. Whoa, I got.
I'll just get my checkbook out and call it a day.
Or the other guys. He caused all the damage to catch just for a little robbery.
Well, aim for the bushes.
Oh god, that was great.
But
It's funny how you know that one line but haven't seen the movie.
which one?
The other guys.
Other guys?
I thought you've seen it.
I think weren't you over when we watched it one time? Answer. I mean, I don't remember what happens because is it Wahlberg and Farrell and then Rock and Sam Jackson are the other ones.
Well,
right?
at the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Bob. That's Bob.
God, that was
Gator.
It's not one of those that he sticks in the old hard drive that you remember.
Well,
Yes,
the only
yes,
reason Rambo sticks in your hard drive is because you watch it at least once a week.
the tuna lion speech. That was epic.
Do not recall that.
Oh man. So what's next on El Agenda? What else
Well, I
we
think
got here,
Mason
pal?
Quinn should talk about Severance.
Oh,
Severance. What a show that turned out to be.
look who's now a fan.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. As you folks know, or maybe you don't know, on Patreon, we're on season 2, episode
Just
1.
dropped today.
Yeah, that just dropped today on Patreon. So, yeah, I mean, look, I read all the comments, about Severance, and I'm not going to say it was 50-50 with folks who were like, it was kind of slow, but then I got into it. It was probably more 60-40, 70-30 of folks who kind of shared my feeling of like, look, if I'm watching this show on my own, there's no way that I'm giving it a chance. And the way I explained that, and I don't know how it came across, was like, for me, if they're going to do a slow burn and they're going to give me breadcrumbs, the breadcrumbs have to sustain me. And I'm going to go back to Alice in Borderland of a show where we had no idea what was going on, but every episode was just like, I can't wait to watch this. This is going to be awesome. And you don't even really find out what's going on in Alice in Borderland till like the last minute of the final episode of that season. That was it, first season, second season. I don't even remember. I just know it was the finish. But so with Severance, it was like, I get what they're trying to do, and the acting is great. The camera shots are really innovative and everything, but that's not enough to keep my attention. And I know, some folks were maybe like, oh, it's a TikTok generation. Nobody's in there for the slow burn of the series. And like, look, I've been there for some slow burns and can appreciate it. But it was just a show where it just didn't grab me right away until that finale. And if you go on our Patreon, you'll see it where I'm like, the same way that I thought Moon Knight and She-Hulk and there was one more where I thought they were totally ruined as a series by their finale. It just trashed it. For me, the finale of season 1 of Severance brought everything in and really made it a show that I wanted to watch. And season 2 has a completely different vibe from it now that they've been able to set everything up. But I can't imagine the frustration of having to wait, 2-3 years for season 2 to drop after you watch season 1?
3 years.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
That's because the
writer strike.
well, that yeah.
And
essentially.
was that during the disease too?
Yep.
That we can't talk about on YouTube because we have to be second graders and we can't say what it really was. But yes, I mean, I can see where some folks might take the wrong way. Obviously, people get passionate about shows that they love, and that's great. I respect that. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's just not a show that I would have got into until the very end. And then, even then, you get that great cliffhanger where you're like, I watched 8-9 episodes, and 7 of them were maybe 5 of them were kind of meh, and maybe a handful of them were good. And then you tell me I got to wait 3 years to get back into it. I mean, man, that can be a hard sell. So that was always kind of the angle that I took at it, if that makes any sense.
Real quick before you guys start going, Daddy Dutch Gamer, we got your good old fun package here of goodies. So we are going to taste
Hopefully
test
get one
also
more
while we do this
eventually.
with all y'all. And kind of do what we did last time with Sally sending some stuff over. So
Look at all that.
And
Look
so,
at all these.
And so, since his name is Dutch Daddy Gamer, is that can I assume that's the country of origin for all these snacks?
he's in the comments. DDG, please message in the. You don't have to send a super chat, but just send in a
Specify where
message.
This is all from. I mean,
Where
Well,
this
that would
is-
wouldn't they have like a born on date?
think
You think?
think he was. Well, he could be Dutch.
This says
I'm-
Holland.
I'm a quarter
This is
Dutch.
Holland.
Yeah, that's where Dutch people are from. Thanks, buddy. But no,
I was just.
I know, but I know I'm a quarter Dutch, and look, a lot of people, will go by their nationality. So, I'm part Dutch on
Yeah.
Are you stealing that from Blazing Saddles?
Grandpa Peter's side. Apparently, Grandma Peters, well, Grandma Golden at the time, her parents, full-blooded Irish, were not excited about Grandpa Peters being Dutch. Oh, that was quite the scandal. Apparently,
correct,
back in
Quinn.
the day.
All Dutch.
Okay, all Dutch stuff. All right, cool. Very cool.
No,
Sorry, I,
think
just
you-
saw the TDS article. I need to send you guys some Severance merch, and please enjoy each item equally.
Do you live in Holland?
This is-
or
guys,
is
this
it
is,
Dutch
these
your
are-
nationality, but you're somewhere else?
These
I
are
think that's-
carrot cake. So
Here's what we're
Carrot
trying. I know
balls?
we're interrupting the Severance chat, but this is what we're trying. Oh, yeah, I can't get that on
oh,
camera,
yeah,
but
you
yeah,
can
you
get
can
that.
get that. Yep. Put her up.
Okay,
So
there
this
you
is carrot cake flavored.
go.
So
Okay, well,
each
let's see how it goes.
each one has there's a whole variety at apparently 50. So there's 50 different flavors. This is the first one we're trying. Well, at least Oak Quinn and I are doing carrot cake.
This tastes like it has booze in it.
I hope it does. That'd be fun.
It tastes like delicious carrot.
Something
cake.
banana.
I was told hopefully we'll get a nice care package of booze someday.
I like the banana one.
I'm sure you can mail
two into my mind.
booze. Yeah, it's really good. I got a carrot cake.
You can order booze online.
You can't mail it from individual to individual because one person doesn't have a liquor license. You fucking jackwagon.
You don't have to tell them what's in it.
Illegally, you can't.
There you go.
Hey, guy,
Somebody just
around
made the
everything.
list.
we're on YouTube, guy. I mean, there's ways I've heard
We don't
of
condone
people
that kind of behavior.
We don't condone
We
it. I'm just saying
don't
there's ways
condone
on this YouTube
of
channel.
putting other things in the box to mask the sound of swishing liquid if you're mailing alcohol.
Yeah. By the way, we'll do this one and we'll get more into Severance. I just want to get this one out of the way. This is Klein double stopping. This looks like black licorice, which I'm not a fan of.
Henning Coke Stroop.
But I warn you, the gray silver one. I warn you for the gray silver one too.
Oh,
Why was the gray silver one?
Nasi Goreng?
I don't know. Let's try it. You guys get a silver one?
Nectu.
Here, why don't you try a silver
No,
one?
this is like a blue. I warn you for that one. Here you go, Quinn. Try this.
I'll
Oh,
give
he
it a
said
shot.
he warns us for that.
Well, I did tell him.
Yep.
This is like a purplish blue. Mine. What do I got with purplish?
Ours is, I grabbed the
Silver.
same as yours. Pancake Stroop.
It's the people's strudel.
So silver one I'm supposed to watch out for.
Yeah, the silver one he warned us on.
yeah,
so.
this one's real good. Two for two.
Yeah, that one is
Dude,
good.
I don't like the smell of it. Is it fucking garlic?
What?
Yeah.
Fuck that. I ain't doing
garlic.
garlic.
It's garlic chocolate?
Yeah.
Is it real weird?
Does it taste like garlic?
Smell it.
Oh, nope.
Yeah.
Not doing it.
It's in my mouth.
I'm not doing garlic. Absolutely not.
It's like a
You're probably-
chocolatey, garlic
Just go
one.
outside and spit. There's nothing in the trash.
Oh, okay. I'll just put it in this napkin that the oak gave me because he's a nice guy.
Ha! Ha! You
did warn me.
DDG.
Why would
Fuck garlic.
I ate it.
Hey, as long as
tastes
you
like a
folks,
chocolatey
just
garlic
because
bread.
I'm saying fuck garlic, as long as you like
I
garlic,
mean, I like
that's
garlic
all that matters.
bread. It's just a weird mix
Garlic
of
bread.
chocolate.
Yeah, but that sometimes it's too strong.
Garlic pizza.
And
That
it's
was just a whiff.
No,
of
thank
that.
you.
It's wrong.
No.
I'm gonna need
Thank
some.
you.
I'm gonna need some rumple mints or something over here.
Passing the good ones over. I slipped the answer a little something before the live started. Hey, be a filter for me, will you?
All
Well, I
right.
had a Limoncello Spritz is what this one is.
This pretty much smells like
Ugh.
black licorice.
I'll try some black licorice.
I
don't
hate
like
black licorice, but I'll give it a try for you, DDG.
I hate black licorice.
And then we should probably swing it back to.
I also do not like black licorice.
Oh, that is strong. Black
Oh, that
licorice.
is salty as shit.
I only like
it.
it when it's mixed with Red Bull.
What the fuck?
That is aggressive.
And Red Bull.
Because
This
Jaeger.
yeah, not Jaeger. Sambuca.
Oh, okay.
That is-
Sambuca bombs.
That is strong black
hey,
licorice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
That
can't
is-
get garlic over that.
Oh my God, we're eating a salt block.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's like you're a deer.
It's a salt
Oh,
lick.
the further you get into it, the worse it
Oh
gets.
my God. This is so bad.
Oh, it's getting more aggressive.
Stevia's in it.
Oh, that's what took out Lydia on Breaking Bad. The stevia.
Oh, wow.
wasn't actually
Well,
stevia.
technically, I mean,
Oh, wow. No,
This is not my bag.
This is not American black licorice. Oh, my God.
Hold that up.
Did you skip yours?
No, it's
I was talking to Answer and watching your guys' reaction. Oh, I was about to get into Severance.
It's
No,
bad.
it's like the doofus does for our heat challenges. He always
oh,
well, his is right there
Oh.
in front of his phone.
that is so bad. That is so bad.
That's so bad.
not all winners.
Oh. Oh.
No, see, you smell the bag. It doesn't smell that
Jesus,
bad.
I can't
but
chew
Oh.
it. But I'm sucking the juices, which sucks even more.
here, have yourself one of these.
Oh yeah,
bad one. That's a bad one. So
my
back to
God.
Severance.
Yeah, back to Severance.
Oh, the other thing that I wanted to say with Severance is I got frustrated with
good
it
chocolate
as well because it seemed to me like they were doing weird stuff just for the sake of being weird. And it kind of reminded me, and I don't know if any of you folks had it, but did you ever remember hanging out with those friends of yours who would like do weird stuff just to be weird and it didn't have any rhyme or reason or purpose? I felt like there was some of that going on with Severance, like when they had Patricia Arquette's character doing the singing, or they had the goats that popped in there for like no apparent reason. And I was like, okay, you keep introducing all this stuff to me. When's some kind of payoff going to be there, or are you just being weird for the sake of being
obtuse.
weird? Being obtuse. Make yourself in the shape of it.
Call me.
Oh, no, never do that to you.
Another month in the hole.
These are delicious.
All right, back to
Oh my God.
back to a snack now.
We had to clean our palate. I mean, that was,
That's why we got water.
dude, DDG, that was dirty. That was some dirty stuff.
He was
now-
probably hoping we'd end with that.
See, now this is
Oh
delicious.
my God.
This is like a it tastes like a s'more. Is that the flavor it was going for?
Anything tastes better after what we just
Pass me
fucking
another
ate.
one of these. Pass me another one of them.
Oh, like this. You might need a fork for that.
All right, back to Severance, though. Easy with the mic there. Back to Severance, 1x5. And, folks, we do see all the Super Chats. We are 100% going to get to these Super Chats before this stream ends. All of them, 100%. But now seeing in the reveal on 1x7, and we are on 2x1 on Patreon, so we are a little bit ahead, but we just dropped 1x7. That reveal of
Miss Casey.
Miss Casey at the end there of the
Gemma.
picture. Like you folks weren't kidding. 1x7 basically, boom, slingshots into another dimension, essentially there. So I was really big on and pumped to see that finally he put it together. And then it feels like we can't talk too much because some of you haven't seen our YouTube cut yet, but it'll be coming next week, obviously. But
Super thin coffee
either way.
wafers.
Either way, Jim Ross doesn't know it's
Yeah.
Oh shit!
What do you say?
Jim Ross had
Oh,
prostate
geez.
cancer. He's going to go in for surgery in the next 2 weeks.
Colon
Or
cancer. It's
colon cancer.
Well,
Well, hopefully we understand what stage it is. But anyway, we're thinking about you, Jim Ross. Now seeing that 'cause we did interview Jim Ross.
yeah, we got
way back.
we got
in the
an
day.
excellent opportunity to
Yeah.
interview him, and he was sweet. He was
Yeah.
a sweetheart.
Yeah, he was a good guy. With Severance, though, I've been intrigued because of the whole process of since episode 1, with how we're checking you out, and you don't know anything about your personal life. You're only here for work, and your personal life knows nothing about your work. I thought that was an interesting concept of a TV show to give us that, while giving us 6,000 layers to try to cruise through. So. I've been intrigued since basically episode 1 of it, and then when 2x1 does come, man, My head was spinning on 2x1, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's made this guy a fan of Ben Stiller's work behind the camera.
Well, yeah, man.
Oh, whatever. You even praised his shots in because he did the last 2 episodes of season 1 and I believe the first episode of season 2.
Yeah, well, he learned everything about filmmaking from working with Schwarzenegger in Raw Deal. Did you know he was a villain in Raw Deal in the background?
No, what's funny is I think you always tell me that and I always forget
Yeah, I
that
was
because
missing it.
because I've never seen Raw Deal.
Look at that. Missing out.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, so yeah, for me, so if anybody's concerned or worried or whatever that I'm not going to enjoy Severance, I am having a fun time with it now. It took a little bit to get there. Like there's a handful of shows out there where it's like, hey, you just gotta power through the first 4 or 5, and then you're good.
It's like when you don't know how to
in
make
fairness,
a campfire. You got
in fairness, I know there's some folks in the comments of the Severance reaction saying, how do you even say this is a slow burn? But there's a lot of folks that feel the same way. It took them, episode 3, episode 4, episode 5, episode 6, and then 7 was the real hook, line, and sinker for some of the folks that were doubting it up there. So it depends on what episode, but there are other folks out there that were like, man, I'm trying to get through this, but
Well, I think part of the
that
issue
wasn't
with
this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the issue with me was like in the first episode, they kind of laid everything, not everything, they didn't lay everything out. They laid down kind of the concept of what was going on. And it's like, okay, the employees are test subjects and they're being used for some corporation's nefarious things. And once you know that, or once you think that might be it, they don't add a whole lot else. Like we still haven't seen Mark meet up with the woman in the school. We haven't got to that storyline where she was the one working with Petey and that whole storyline. So, there's still a lot of meat on the bone for sure. But it's like, like I said, for me, once I kind of, in that first episode, I had that idea and that, kind of proved out to be the point. But yeah, nonetheless, a lot of fun. I know these guys like to razz me for it a little bit, but it's good to know that I'm not alone out there.
Like I liked it from the first episode. It was really intriguing on how you could go to your workday and like have a separate life than your outside life, and then from there him just getting a different getting Petey and everything else and intertwined with that, and then even when we got to the end of the first season, it was like now we got to like even Irving his storyline through the whole thing with falling in love inside and everything else, and then he wanted to burn the place down because someone, I can't remember who it is, I just quickly saw it for the comments on today's episode that you posted on YouTube today, was like, if you look at it sort of like a cultish way of things, like how Irving was that he's the true believer and he follows everything to a T until the end when he's the first one to say, that's it, we're burning this place to the ground. So I thought it was just really well done. And then obviously the actors and actresses that they have in the show help make it too, because Milchek, I think the actor that plays Milchek, or Milkshake. He just crushes it with his smile is like condescendingness and just always him blatantly lying to everyone involved. Yeah, I've had that one. That was pretty good.
Now this one I just ate from the egg basket here was a spritz.
Okay.
Lemon spritz.
Something like
Ooh,
that.
that sounds like a good one.
It's right,
It's right in front of your ass.
See, I gave that to you because I like to share.
Mr. Unselfish here gave it to you right away.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm here for you.
That's what we're here
You
for.
also had to give me half of that garlic abomination.
I just told you to smell it.
Here you go, smell it.
Just give it a little smell. That's all you got to do.
What Oak doesn't know is that I unwrapped that one.
Yeah,
and
well, I
then
mean,
wrapped the silver one.
We're neighbors with Canada, so
Yeah.
sometimes we could be considered Canadian, eh?
Well, when I was on vacation, I think this was like 5 years ago. I was in South Dakota, and somebody asked me if I was from Canada. We were actually in Wyoming at Devil's Tower, and somebody asked me if I was from Canada. I was like, "Really? Is it that bad?" I kind of figured I sounded normal.
When we were in the Mediterranean Sea cruise, someone asked me that, and I was like, "Yep, I'm from Canada."
Beauty, eh?
Speaking of, has everyone seen the Old Guard, the first one?
With Charlize? Yeah, I saw the first
Guard?
season.
Okay, so when the second one comes out,
I've not seen it.
I've been asked on a couple of work trips if I'm from Canada as well, and when you're from the Wisconsin, there's obviously areas of Wisconsin where people have pretty heavy accents.
Oh no.
Northern.
A lot of us
God,
feel,
no.
a lot of us feel as though we're all Tom Brokaw and
Stroop
have
waffles.
perfect,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
American dialect until somebody asks you from Canada? Like, oh, really?
Oh,
Come on, Canada.
guys,
By the way, this is zesty and delicious. This lemon flavored one.
just wait till you have this.
This is pretty good, but
Oh.
Daddy did, Daddy, DDG.
You all right over there?
DDG did tell me that we should probably check the expiration on one of them.
Yeah.
Which one was it? I hope it wasn't the waffle ones, because this waffle,
It's delicious.
the Stroop waffle is fantastic.
We have similar stuff to these over here.
Where?
I thought it was going
what?
to be crispy.
These?
Yeah, where?
Dude, fucking Shields in any nutrition store sells them. These are so in the United States.
So they suck. Is what
These
you're saying.
no, they're good. So these exact same things are sold in the United States to like Ironman and distance people as like endurance food. Yeah, they're called yeah. But yeah, these are sold the exact
Oh,
same thing.
13 grams of sucres.
That's not bad.
No.
Good thing I'm not getting my blood work done tomorrow.
Yeah, folks.
All right.
Definitely buy this one, folks, if
Oh.
you're overseas.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That black licorice junk, that Klein, don't touch.
just wing it across the studio.
Don't need it.
Can't have it. Can't have it.
We're eating Dutch snacks.
Yep.
Yeah,
From,
Dutch
Holland.
Daddy Gamer.
Dutch Daddy Gamer sent us a whole snack box. Better than what did we do back in the day? The
Yeah. What was that company called?
I don't even know if it's around
Treats.
anymore.
Treat snacks.
Treat box,
Something.
something
I
like
can't
that,
remember.
because they would send you treats from all
over
around
the
the
world.
globe. And we had some that were really good, and some that were on the same level as this. All right, getting into the super
Not yet.
Tremendous.
Real quick, too. What's everyone's thoughts on The Last of Us so far? I'm kind of curious to see where everyone's gauge is at, because it feels like if you didn't play the game, you're taking the ride. You may not fully enjoy it as much as season one, but you're taking the ride. If you are a gamer, there's probably a certain portion of the gamer community that feels like, at least in our comments, it kind of, I wish they didn't do that, wish they didn't do that. But I'm curious to see what some of y'all's folks' thoughts are, because I thought the 2x5 here with Ellie saying, I know. I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
they
that
did
was-
have the conversation,
yeah, that
which
was
triggered the
trailer.
trailer of what she said in the trailer. So it's like Joel obviously clearly told her.
Yeah,
so.
because when we saw that in the trailer, we were all kind of, I think, waiting for it. And then once Joel, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, once Joel got taken out,
Spoiler.
once Joel got taken out, we're like, he never got to tell her. And then we had that reveal that she already knew. So, yeah, I mean, as somebody who hasn't played the game, like, look, I'm just taking the ride. I mean, with any show, I think you're going to run into things where it's like, at what level do you just take the ride versus being like, well, that wouldn't happen. You couldn't do that. Or, you know, maybe that wasn't in the game. And it's just like, well, the folks who made the game are behind the show. So it's, I would think
they
it's-
involved like one of the main writers.
yeah,
in
so
the
I mean,
show.
I would think it's kind of their
season 2.
vision that they wanted to do. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm just here to take the ride. I mean, it's a limited series. There's only 2 episodes left.
2 left of this season.
Yeah, so I mean, who knows how they're going to end up? What kind of cliffhanger they're going to do, or if they even do a cliffhanger. But
But people that are fans of the game, they know that, like, you know, Nick Offerman's character in the first season, he doesn't die in the game, in the first game. So like, I was, you know, once they took out Pedro, I was like, well, they could have went the route and had Pedro stick around a little bit longer, make a little bit of changes, because hey, we see it in comic book movies all the time. They change some stuff up. They take liberties, you know, as far as the director and stuff like that. Some of you have been nice and said that it was actually Tommy that went out first, and then Ellie came out and came to rescue him. So they just wanted to make some changes, and you know, I'm enjoying the ride so far. I love the show. Yeah, it kind of sucks that Pedro's gone, because I just love Pedro. He's such an amazing actor, and just he's an enigma, if you will. 'Cause he's just anything he's in, he just brings a smile on my face. So I'm enjoying the ride so far. Oak, any thoughts?
on,
Just catching some of the comments. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, you know, there's for me, there's some pretty giant gaps in the realism of the plot for me.
If you're referring to a lot of people actually proved you wrong on that one on the journey to Seattle. A lot of folks were saying it's a 13-day, which would be like a 4-day, or it ends up being like a 4-day horse trip, is what some of these folks were saying. I'd have to go back and pull it up, but I was just referring to one little thing that since you triggered it for me.
Well, I mean, for me, the biggest one was I think it was in
I mean, I was referring to other stuff. Even the fact that the two of them went, you know, the last episode, the two of them went in, and what did they have? What did they have with them for firearms? It's like, what are you going to go in? You're going to go in and play Rambo with a couple of pistols, and what else did they have?
Remember,
with them?
Dina did say like, "Hey, this is a really bad idea."
Yeah, Dina, you know, and it was they went in and so look, there's some things that they did with the story where it's like if they've been living in that world for that long, they would have handled this in a different manner, which bothered me a little bit. I did, you know, the first time that Ellie was in. That we saw Ellie and Dina, I think it was episode 1, where they went looking and they were down in the they fell through
grocery store or something.
They fell through and she's down there and she's running around and it's like and people think that's a small thing, like, oh, you're just being picky. No. If you were running around and you thought there was immediate danger, you know, TV loves doing the rack and the slide on pistols, which they do it so unnecessarily at some moments, which is like, you don't need to do it there. But they did the whole. They're trying very hard, and I get it, to make Ellie look like this gangster badass, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu thing in the beginning, which that was terribly unrealistic as well. But that bothered me. Like, so making noise is bad, and you'd want to have around in the chamber for defensive purposes, but she's just there. It's like, wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only two issues that I had with The Last of Us so far was before they went into that building, when they were out there on patrol, they had John Marston and Arthur Morgan with them on the horse, and those guys didn't say shit. Those guys looked like they've been living in Wyoming their whole life, and they weren't the ones calling the shots. You had our crew from Red Dead Redemption there, and then the other thing, and I know that it deals with the infected, the fact that they can't see, but when they were sneaking into some of the buildings and they're using flashlights, I mean, you might as well
no
hold
spoiler
up.
talk, folks. Yeah, we're just talking about a few episodes that we've seen
if
up until 2.5. If you played the games, no spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers, but
we don't want to be spoiled on what happens in the game.
You know, they're going into buildings using their flashlights and everything. It's like you might as well hold up a neon sign telling everybody where you are, because you're essentially giving away your location.
Well, somebody had commented that they racked the shotgun to let them know, and it's like, no, the point isn't racking it. Look, that's not. Look, it was 100% for TV. They love doing the chick, but the point is, you wouldn't put yourself in a dangerous situation where there's high stress and you have to rack a shotgun. Anybody who's racked a shotgun under any sort of high stress situation knows that if you don't do it fully, you can get jams, you can get other issues. In a dangerous situation like that, for somebody who's experienced with a firearm, there would have been a round in the chamber. And you don't rack a shotgun if there's already a round in the chamber, because you're ejecting the other one. So they did it for the sake of making Ellie look like a badass, which for me, they're really pushing on the audience a little bit. And they're throwing some things in there. I think, like, thinking, it won't be a big deal to the audience. But to the show's credit, it's been such a good show overall that you've reached this massive audience. So it's almost like saying, well, our audience wouldn't know. Okay, well, your audience now, because you've done a good job with the story, your audience is everybody. So that has to be considered. Oh, do you think people will... And look, this isn't to say that The Last of Us is the only one who does that, but again, look, I'll argue all day with people on the trip out there, and there was a lot of I did a deep dive on that. People were like,
we weren't alone on that.
They're like, that territory has bears, it has wolves, it has everything. We saw a gazillion clickers hanging out in Wyoming, so it's fair to assume that they would have been everywhere. They didn't have enough food packed to make it more than a couple of days. there was people who said, yes, you could make it there by horse, but depending on the speed of the horse, how much you slept, were they having a fire for food, where were they camping out? There's a million variables. And I was wrong, and these guys were right. They did do a kind of a montage.
Of sorts.
But I thought you could have had an episode, and Answer brought it up, like, hey, how much time do we want to spend on them getting there? Yeah. I thought it would have been fair if they would have spent one episode on that trip, because I think you could have done
story in
some
the game
really,
isn't about them getting there. It's about what happens
right. But I
when they
think
get
you
there.
could have. But what I think you could have also done is you could have developed more of that connection between Ellie and Dina. You could have shown more turmoil. You could have shown them growing closer together, and you could have taken that. Now they gave you the tent scene, so that's kind of they're going together. They gave us the montage, but I feel like
so much of what happened happened off screen with those two.
Well,
so
yeah,
we didn't
well,
even see
well,
it.
yeah,
I
everything
wouldn't wanna
happened off
do that.
screen between them the previous 3 years that in between the first season and second.
Yeah, but as the viewer, I don't know that. I haven't
pretty
seen
much
it.
they pretty much laid out
travel
the
is-
Well,
first
yeah, I
3
mean,
episodes.
well, I mean, you can say it, but it's one thing to say, "Hey, we're doing this," versus showing me. Showing is always more impactful. Is what I'm getting at.
So you wanted a quick montage of the previous 3 years of them getting closer together?
No, for the trip. I'm saying if you're not going to show me the last 3 years and the time jump and everything that happened and their friendship and how it did whatever, Dina with Jesse and then not. If you're not going to give me that, well, then give me a little bit more into their relationship, which they did later on. We had the nice scene with the guitar and everything, but it seems like that would have been a really good chance to show them kind of growing and working together, trying to overcome the obstacles of traveling out west. Because you got to remember, a horse isn't going to run 20 miles an hour over rough terrain. The thing's maybe going at just a walk, which is maybe 3-4 miles an hour.
Well,
Because if you do push a horse that hard, carrying two and gear, the thing is going to tip over. I mean, it's not a car.
Well,
We're thinking about this as we're going through a hypothetical apocalyptic
yeah.
event.
Well, anyway,
you say hypothetical.
to bring up a point here, Working Man, which will come soon to YouTube, we got any of those, anything that fucking Sly writes, we get plopped right in. And you don't complain about that. So to me, it's just one of those things like
you can't possibly compare a Jason Statham movie
Jason
where you
Statham.
know what you're getting, regardless of
You know
the
what you're
movie, you
getting
know
in
it's
here.
going to be, versus something like The Last of Us, where there's so
No,
many
the point-
different things
The
that they
point
can do.
here is we got dropped in on the Working Man, on a working site. And then it's just, okay, what? And then the boss.
Oh, by the way,
what's his
he was a
name?
Green Beret.
What's his name? The boss.
Michael Pena?
Michael Pena, thank you. We saw him for 3 minutes, but they acted like they had they've known each other for 35 years in the two of those scenes that they shared, which was a minute. So it's just like all film and TV pick and choose.
But the
those
point of
moments,
the
is my point
film
here.
wasn't to build a relationship between Jason Statham
Well,
and
how
Michael
did
Pena.
Michael Pena
The
know
point-
that much backstory on Jason fucking Statham?
guys, I missed
Because-
Working Man for the record.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did miss it. Yeah.
This is one of those things where
didn't
you're
miss
not
much.
going to get spoiled, even if we
Yeah.
spoil you, because you could look at the trailer and be like, all right, I know A, B, C, D, E, F, G of this, and you're going to be like, yeah, I was right.
Well, you would know that if you watched any Jason Statham trailer and
Not
then went to
all.
watch this one,
Not
then
all.
you would pretty
But
much
again,
know.
the point is all these writers, all these directors, TV, movies, they do what you're saying here multiple times throughout the whole thing, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, it can be a pain in the ass in The Last of Us. It can be a pain in the ass in a movie or another TV show. But I do understand where you're coming from, but it happens in almost every piece of
Yeah,
entertainment.
but I just think it depends on the entertainment. Like the whole point of The Last of Us is, the human interaction, the love that Dina and Ellie have for one another. In Working Man, Jason Statham's just going around kicking ass. It's like comparing a hot dog to a five-course meal at a fancy
I'm you
restaurant.
with that in Working Man. I want to know how he knew all that information. They just, well, I need you to do this because I know you did this once. Or did you really know my whole history? Because in a job interview, Mason Quinn, I would be willing to bet, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, if a ex-military soldier is taking a job interview, he's not going to say, well, I joined this date, and on year 2, I did this. Year 5, I offed
Well,
X amount of
he
people.
wouldn't have to do that.
Year 7, I was a sniper and offed off these and X, Y, Z.
Well,
so how did Pena know?
Because Pena knows he's like ex-SAS or ex-Green Beret. That's really all you need to know. And you're like, who could help me out? The private detective down the street
So
eating
now
donuts, or
now
the
as the
SAS?
audience, I should assume that his character already knows everything by that. Not everyone knows those rankings.
Look, as far as the argument going on, in the chat, guys, just please keep it civil. But look, understand that people are going to have their opinions on The Last of Us, and they're going to have their opinions about
Working Man.
About Working Man. They're going to have their opinions. But look, Ellie's character it's for me. They're forcing her into being a badass. That look for me. Look, and I'll be transparent here. The first scene where she was doing the jujitsu, they're showing that she can fight, which is cool. I think everybody should be trained in that, and especially in this world, I think it is in the post-apocalyptic world. I think it's incredibly important for everybody, especially a female, to be able to protect themselves. So I love that they showed Ellie doing the jujitsu. The jujitsu is also a martial arts where you can be significantly smaller than somebody and still defend yourself. So I liked that they showed that. That being said, they gave us the largest, strongest guy we've probably ever seen on The Last of Us. And she was like, come on, don't hold your punches, don't hold your punches. A man that size punches a 19-year-old girl in the face and he probably breaks her nose or collapses her orbital bone. You don't need to try to.
Guys hit like wusses.
There are. That is very true. There's some bodybuilders who get into boxing and post videos, and it is the most cringe thing you've ever seen.
You watch them do the punching machine at the local pub.
It's bad.
Oh,
but
look,
so when they were
100.
trying to sell her, telling a guy who probably weighed 250 and a 19-year-old female who was literally half his size, saying don't pull your punches, he would have broken your face. And it's forced badassery. Have them get up off the ground, have them shake hands, have them be like, great training session, your progress is coming great. Again, I think it's incredible that that everybody learns martial arts and self-defense. That was very forced. And anybody, look, there's a million videos on the internet of people who are smaller of all genders trying to be badasses and bad things happen. My point is they're trying to push Ellie as being this badass. And I think it's not resonating with a lot of people because they're like, it just doesn't need to happen. Look, it's a great show, but again, everybody can have their own opinions on stuff. Just be cool to each other in the chats. Just opinions are great. We love different opinions. That's a big part of the channel. And look, the reaction space, all across YouTube is what it is because people have different opinions. Imagine if every reactor was like, yes, we think the same thing as every other reaction channel, and we have the same opinion.
Yep.
That would get rid of the channel. But just be cool to each other in the
just be civil.
Yep.
I mean, we can have.
I agree with Nikolai.
Have
Just wanted Ellie to be Steven Seagal.
Oh my God! Did you guys see? Oh, a buddy of mine sent a buddy of mine. Actually, one of my bosses at the Arnold sent me a Steven Seagal thing. I'm like, are you chatting up with the guys from my channel?
Give me a hard time.
It was bad. It was
They're
bad.
super sugary, or they at least taste like it. But
Yeah, that one wasn't too bad. They're like sprinkles of sorts.
So if I eat this, can I go solve a bunch of crimes because it has so much sugar? It's going to stimulate
What
my
is
brain,
this?
and I'll sit funny in a chair. Like
Guys, these are
definitely.
decorations for this. Is this like eating like sprinkles? These are
that's why I ate
They're
it.
sprinkles.
yeah, you're supposed to put them on toast. Apparently,
We're just eating them by the handful.
Yeah. I mean, he told me to check the date on there, and the date is good.
My heart is
2026.
pumping quite fast. I don't know why.
These are way better than the sprinkles we have here because they dissolve quickly
Yeah.
and you get the sweetness without having to crunch on them.
Exactly.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of L and Death Note, we will be doing the live action adaptation of Death Note at some point.
I'm leery because of
Yep.
call it Avatar: The Last Airbender syndrome when it comes to live action after having such a great animated show to watch. Because us three, we thoroughly enjoyed it. I know, Dave, I think every time you checked in on it, whether editing or even watching it, you said you enjoyed it as well. But so I'm leery about how it's going to be as a live action.
Yeah.
As long as they don't do Ryoku dirty, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
He better be eating apples.
Oh, I can't do that.
Oh my God, he's about to blow out both his knees, guys.
I'm flexible.
Say that to my head when he gave me a concussion.
I didn't stretch up good enough.
Stretch. But folks, though, with the Death Note live adaptation,
notes about your
aren't there multiple versions? Like Netflix had one, and then wasn't there some Japanese ones?
I thought
specifically?
I thought folks
Like
said there
two
was
of them?
two versions. One, yeah, I see. Oh, hold on. Okay, I got to get this thing out of the way so you folks can see.
Yeah, that's his knees.
Those are his knees right there. It's hard to see. 'Cause
There,
it's
now
all
the
in
folks
black.
can see. So now you got to do that for another at least 15 seconds.
Always bet on black.
But yeah, I thought some of the
Okay,
folks...
yeah. So there is
Yeah.
a Japanese live action and not the Netflix one. Yeah. Well, you folks let us know which one you want.
Yeah,
us
we'll
to
have
do.
a poll or something.
Well, the one we're going to do is on Netflix because at least Patreon members were saying don't touch the Netflix movie they said don't touch any of the movies for Death Note, but the easiest one for us to access is the Death Note on
Netflix.
That is how he sits on the toilet at the other studio, Nikolai.
Hey, they say
But-
this position.
Well, I mean,
Supposedly.
look,
That's what I heard.
I know a lot of folks were saying, to avoid Death Note.
Yeah,
But God, I just
Netflix one is awful. I had to turn it off.
Oh, see
man.
that's what we're so worried for. But you know what? We'll suffer through it for
I
you guys.
loved that show so friggin' much. It's like I want more of that universe. And I know some of you folks had some recommendations of some other animes that were similar to Death Note. Was it Code Geass? I think was one that a lot of you recommended.
That was Oak's knees.
So if you have some more recommendations of some anime that's like that, I mean, even if we don't have time to get to it on the channel, I would be very interested in seeing it.
Equals Gollum on Cal Kent. Well, yeah, he was going to go as Harry Squatter if we went to
gas, huh?
went to there.
Which, by the way, the Gollum movie, what, 2026?
2027.
2027 it is?
Yeah, I sent you guys the screenshot.
Who pays attention to
We
that?
get so
Guy
much
acts like I have a photographic memory.
It was just 2 days ago.
Exactly. That was 2 days too long, Dave.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know about you guys, but when you tell me something's, well, I mean, it is 2 years out, but I mean, 2027, it's just like, maybe just wait a year before we tell the folks that it's coming. I mean, yeah, we want to get them hyped for it, but I don't know.
We don't get hype.
Well, what they want,
Stay hyped.
they want you to go back and start consuming the old
I remember
content.
that guy's wrestling name.
Get kind of have a resurgence.
You don't go back and watch the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit stuff here and there. Just pop it in.
No, I don't.
See your guy Luke Evans just kicking ass in the Hobbit.
Luke Evans is he's one of my favorite actors.
He was pretty good in there.
Yeah, Luke Evans is.
I saw him in the Dracula movie.
He was in the
I
Dracula
saw that
movies,
one.
of course, your favorite movies. Luke Evans is a badass.
Okay, so Hunter versus Hunter, Code Geass. Yeah, like I said, just keep the recommendations coming and we'll check those out.
Evans, actor, and he's a singer as well. Oh, yeah, Fast Sex.
Yeah, and
Why
Fast
did you just say that?
I want to make you think.
Oh my God!
Statham's brother.
Yeah.
God, you moron!
Shaw.
Oh my God! You could have said that.
Well, I thought you knew frame of reference there.
You get no more treats.
I don't want to give you the easy ones.
No, I'm gonna force this in your mouth. The licorice. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it.
Oh God, we should do some sort. Now we should take those licorices and do some sort of game where if you lose, you have to eat one.
Oh,
Yes, we'll save
Hang
those
on to
because
those.
hang on to those because those are going to come in handy
I
for
will
challenges.
hang on to them, folks.
you will have safekeeping.
Safekeeping.
So we hitting it up.
yeah,
now?
you can
So-
take Kaylee's here.
Kaylee with the super chat. Thank you so much for that. Back to the old TSA story time. A funny TSA story. I came back from Disney with a weighted Mickey plush, and the TSA folks had to pat it down and check for things that go boom. Awkward as hell.
I can imagine. But
No,
did
man.
they have to use the back of their hands to
To
check
check it out?
out the Disney Mickey weighted
As you
plush?
say that, immediately thinks of old school.
Well, these are hard candy.
Yeah, this is a
Probably should've
Hoppies.
held on to this one.
Hoppies. I hope I'm pronouncing
It's
that
kind
right.
of like a root beer float, only a little bit better.
Root beer hard candy?
Like a caramel.
It's good.
Oh, this is good. This
good
is
stuff.
good.
Oh, it's like a coffee. Now, of course,
Traditional Holland's recipe.
Coffee.
the sound of the hard candy banging against our teeth will hopefully not come through the microphones too bad.
Well,
But
you hear Diamond Dave sometimes with his cough drops.
he catches a little bit of heat in that in the comments for his hard
Well, he
candy.
wants his singing voice to be perfect,
Slowly
guys.
feed each other. We'll tell you what. The next one that comes out, we'll have a.
Do it now.
I'll answer. Feed Mason Quinn.
Well, no, we're
I'm
just
already
gonna do
here.
the-
I've already been fed. I fed myself. I'm a big boy.
Oh,
I can
thanks,
feed
Pothead.
myself.
Real quick, he did shout out Bad Medicine Arcade, aka the answer.
Well,
Well, you know,
All right, can we get Diamond Dave? Can we go to this next one? Is that the? Oh,
That's the question.
that's for answer. That one's you.
yeah.
Gideonite Productions. Will you guys be playing Cyberpunk 2077 this year? I don't know about this year. I can definitely look into it. We can see
It's
where we
on
have
the
it.
list.
Because right now the Uncharted series will be consuming the lives, and Spider-Man 2 will be coming soon as far as pre-records. And yeah, I'll definitely look into it. They've since gotten everything all patched up and everything, I believe, because they had a lot of problems at launch with Keanu and stuff like that. But I heard that they had all the patches done, and that's one of the reasons why somebody said, or one of the rumors why they're waiting so long for GTA 6. They don't want to.
Yeah, you don't
They don't want
wanna
to
have that
release a
happen.
feeble product that it takes like 9 patches.
Yeah, well, even as somebody who's not like a hardcore gamer or whatever, that's the one thing that I know about Cyberpunk is that
It started off a little
it like
bit.
shit the bed and people were pissed about it.
Oh,
'cause
and
it had so
Idris
much
is in it.
potential.
Idris is in it. Okay, I knew Keanu obviously because he was like
okay.
the face of it. I didn't know Elbow was in it.
Well, that's Black Superman from Hobbs and Shaw.
He was awesome. God,
he was
awesome. man.
great in that.
He's great. Now.
He was
great in everything.
that.
Did you
We
guys
need to watch Losers.
Well, nonetheless,
You guys, yeah,
that's
because
another-
have you guys seen Losers
Yes,
with Idris Elba? And
Jeffrey Dean. Mm-hmm. Have you guys
Actually-
seen Losers?
Yes, is that it's just a movie, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did see that a while.
him,
You
Chris
haven't seen it?
Evans.
Well, we'll have to put that one on the list because that's actually really good.
I watched it every time it was on HBO back in the day when it came out.
Good stuff. there.
It was a dumpster fire, but I heard they totally did a 180 on it, and now people love it. Good. That's what we're hoping.
Sometimes you just need time to do it right.
Look at that. I'll play it at the right time then.
True Darkness. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, y'all. Have you guys considered the show From?
It's on the list.
It is on the
It is on the list, so at some point it'll happen.
That's is that an Apple TV exclusive?
I think it was Amazon Prime.
I don't know.
Could be wrong on
Let
that.
us know in the comments if you know.
All right.
Kulas, member for 20 months. Thank you so much for that.
Acknowledge
What
me.
did-
No.
That was an acknowledgement? Okay.
Yep.
We couldn't hear it on our end, so I didn't want to start doing
He didn't
whatever
want
to
to
it.
hand out
Yeah.
a bad acknowledgement.
I don't want to. Yeah, no bad acknowledgments here. Just finished watching your reaction on Death Note whilst having my breakfast. Just wondering if you guys reacted to any sports anime in the future. Well,
If it gets recommended,
yeah, give us some recommendations. We'd definitely
investigate.
look into that. That'd be a lot of fun as well.
Investigate.
You've seen us on this channel so far. We've had such a smorgasbord of different movies and TV shows that we watched, and we've had a lot of good ones that we never expected.
Harrison Berry, yeah, rewind a good 15, 20 minutes, and you'll see the first reaction in this stream here.
Last one we did, yeah.
Superman.
Oh, yeah, some people are just telling him. All right.
That was the one I just did. Was
Yep.
Kulis.
All right.
Kyle Garu just joined Patreon 2 to 3 months ago. Been really enjoying my first rewatch with you guys. First watch of Ted Lasso. We acknowledge you for being a Patreon.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, Ted Lasso is an amazing show. It is so much. It's
There's
got
a
a great
lot of depth to that show.
lot of humor and a lot of sad parts as well that just makes the show really, really well rounded for me.
I always like when we, because when we watch Ted Lasso, as we're doing kind of our review on it, these guys will go on to the Wikipedia or to the IMDb and then the Wikipedia just to have cast of characters, etc. And then you always see that people give the ratings, and it seems like some of the episodes of Ted Lasso are real polarized. Like people either love it or they not enjoying it at all, to put it nicely. And some of them, and it threw me off on some of the last ones he did, where folks were mad that they weren't showing enough football in the show.
Yeah,
and to me, it doesn't have that vibe of the show, because it feels, I mean, not to disparage it, but it feels like a small budget show. Like it doesn't feel like they would have this big grand stage and have the games and give you like a like an Any Given Sunday type vibe, or a vibe like the program has with American sports, where it's this big grand deal and the game is incredibly important. Because to me, it's more about the people. The fact
Yeah,
that
it's
they're-
more than just
Yeah,
football.
it's-
It's the show and the people involved. and what they go through in life. And yeah, so it's about football, but about so much more.
Yeah, as far as the writing goes, look, Ted Lasso is one of the best shows that I've watched in a long time, and I love the fact that they have the fun of sports, but it's about people and relationships and struggles and victories and all sorts of different things, and they've done such an amazing job with that. And we have seen those comments like, "Oh, they need to focus more on like it's not a sports. It's really not a sports film." Or some people are like, "Yeah, this is supposed to be a comedy. We don't want these heavy topics." And it's like, for me, that's the really beautiful thing about this show is it's all over the place, and it does. Ooh, not good.
Look at him trying to sell it. But no, finish your thought there, Oaks. I did.
It does
want to piggyback
everything.
off
It
that.
does everything well.
Let's just say you may have a different taste profile than the old Diamond Dave.
Different palette.
Tiger nudies.
Good.
Tiger nudies.
I like them. What about you, Quinn?
Bacon casma.
It says bacon, but it's like peanuts.
Yeah, it's like a peanut.
Well, it's the shell around it's supposed to be like bacon.
Like I said,
As Oak has 35 and is still
you may
deciding.
like it a little bit
Gavigan's
different than
Yeah.
moi.
Wasn't even that good.
But I'll have 10 more.
I'll have 10 more.
But yeah,
Oh, you
I've
just
seen all-
Tiger nudies are legit.
See?
All right, right on.
just saying you might have a different palate. But yeah, I've seen all 3 seasons. There's sometimes Andrew or Quinn will bring something up in the scene that just happened, and I'm like, God, what episode was that again? So I do have to kind of rewatch again, but excited that we are getting to season 4 because I was kind of on the fence of like, I know a lot of folks were like, oh no, there's a season 4 coming because they want it that bad, but then Jason and the team kind of sort of like, yeah, we're done, and maybe they were really done.
And then Apple said, till you're 90.
So you're 90. Well, I mean, they played that off really good and knew season 4 was going to get greenlit, and they just kind of wanted to build a drama, or
Yeah.
Jason was really in that moment under the impression like we are done. There's no more to go. Maybe 1 or 2 things. I mean, you folks probably know a little bit better, but
Well, and I knew
that's kind of how it came off to
going
me.
to go back on the Scrubs reboot as well. I didn't know if he was going to, how much time he would have to give to the project.
Guys, I'm just going to cut in for a second here. No, we did not discuss Russia and Ukraine on this channel, nor do we discuss other politics, because that's not what we're here for a couple of reasons. One, movies and television shows for us, as well as so many other people, are a way to escape and have fun and watch fictional or maybe sometimes some true stories as entertainment. Number 2, we're YouTubers. We're not politicians, we're not political analysts, and we're certainly not global political analysts. For us to step up with our YouTube channel about movies and TV shows and start talking about those things is out of our wheelhouse. And I understand people want everybody with a platform. Well, you have a platform. You need to talk about this because you have a platform. There's a difference between having a platform and being educated on something and using your platform in a manner that is going to benefit other people. We're a movie and a TV reaction show. So no, we absolutely did not talk about the Ukraine and Russia. We're not talking about any politics on this channel. If we have a movie that we watch that has political tones, we'll talk about it in the context of that movie. So no, we're not going to discuss those things. And don't come at us like, oh, you guys are ignoring things globally, because we're certainly not. We just don't talk about politics on this channel.
And look, there's a lot of other channels that do that too, and we aren't. Our focus is trying to make sure we give a lot into the channel of what we're doing, of what folks are requesting. So for us to take time and try to really deep dive into a lot of these politics, it's not what this channel's for.
Yeah,
So
it's not a superficial thing you can jump
Yeah.
into and give an educated comment on something that might happen. I mean, that you could take months, years of study to know what's
Pothead,
going on.
AKA, don't want to lose subscribers. I'll tell you what, dude, we lose subscribers every single
day.
fucking day. So don't say, oh, you're going to lose subscribers. Dude, we lose them every day. We lose Patreon members every day. It's a give and take, dude.
And honestly,
If
look,
you don't like it, then unsubscribe and don't watch.
no, look, the thing about losing subscribers, look, everybody can say, okay, you're vanilla because you don't want to lose or gain subscribers. And it's like, not really.
No.
We're just, look, we know what we are. We watch movies and TV shows and we try to pull lessons where they exist and have some fun and laugh. And honestly, guys, at the end of the day, do you want to go on? It's for me, when I see sports, I love watching sports. I love my football, baseball during playoffs, basketball during playoffs. And honestly, I just want to watch sports. And when I see athletes and stuff like, oh, you have a platform, I have to do this. And I'm like, but I just want to watch some sports. And that's how we feel here. And look, one could make an argument that if we took some side and we took a strong stance, we could gain a lot more subscribers. Look, if we went way to the right and everything we did was rah, rah, right, oh, well, now people on that side, they're going to love us. And we might lose some people over here. If we just
Lose
went
them all the time.
way to the left, we get more people on that side. We're not neutral because we're not trying to lose subscribers, and we're not neutral because we're trying to be vanilla. We're neutral on political stuff because we are a movie and a TV channel.
Yeah.
And that's why we're neutral on political stuff, because that's outside of our wheelhouse. I'm sure each of us have our own individual thoughts on all sorts of stuff. We're people and we have opinions, but that's not what we bring to you. We talk about movies and TV shows and video games and that sort of stuff.
And this is the last thing, and then we're moving on from this subject. Pothead, don't be salty, Dave. Well, dude, you're speaking out of ignorance. You have no idea what this channel goes through or other reaction channels go through. We've been pretty strong-willed on, hey, we are trying to help give a lot of people an escape through our channel, because guess what? Politics is everywhere on social. Everywhere on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikToks, whatever other platforms. We want to at least give the ability for people to check in on this stuff. If they like it, great. Check out for a couple minutes because they might be going through something that day, or just, hey, want to see what the dudes say about this film that really interests me. We aren't politics. So, again, I'm not being salty. I'm just being straight with you. You have no idea what this channel goes through or others. We lose them every single day. We don't, there's nothing about being neutral about it. So, on to the next thing.
Anyhow.
All right.
Back to
There we
some
go.
good stuff.
So yeah, if you're
back
escaping
to
us,
it,
you don't need
folks.
that. So just like my wife just put it, a quote from Ted Lasso: "Be a goldfish."
Goldfish.
All right, Samela Salsa with the super chat. Thank you so much for that. My boyfriend and I love watching you guys. Shout out to me for indoctrinating him into the BM universe. Huge love from Sam and Caleb. Well, thank you so much
Thank you
for
for that, Sam,
and thank you for indoctrinating.
Hi to Caleb, too. for
Yes,
sure.
you are now official baddie. Official.
That's the LA night.
I'm not getting it in my ear.
Oh, actually, Marina Ramgirl too. Back to it.
All right. Faye, thank you for the super chat. New-ish viewer here. Love the channel and watching the reactions has gotten me through some really bad days. Keep doing what you're doing, guys. Big heart. And that's what we like hearing. And the
Perfect timing.
Yeah, exactly.
The hey, you guys are like the big brothers or the uncles or the dads or whatever. I like Big Brother. It makes me feel less old, but hey, I'm 45, so I could definitely be some of your dads and certainly uncles. But that's the stuff that we like hearing. You know, we love putting together this content. We've said it a million times before when we started this channel. We never thought that was an impact that we would have on people, but it's something that we love hearing, and it never gets old hearing that somebody might have had a rough day and watching us four goofballs, talk about a movie or a television show, kind of brought some light into your day.
We're
So
watching a couple
thank you
on
for
another
sharing.
channel.
that.
Watch some horrible gameplay.
Well, I mean,
if the shoe fits.
if me struggling, dying 26 times on Uncharted gets Faye through her day there, as I'm going through the first board there, well, then so be it. I'll do that.
There you go. You're willing to sacrifice yourself.
I'll give that a shot. If that's if they enjoy that.
All right. Remy D with a super chat. Love the way you guys react to Last of Us. You don't constantly ramble over the show, force reacting to things every 5 seconds. Staying silent during key moments of tension and dialogue makes for a more authentic experience. Yeah, we learned long ago to not talk over dialogue, and sometimes we still have to, whether in our own heads or whatever, just to push the brakes on our speaking parts so that way we can be in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, well, and Remy, the other thing too is, we don't want to miss anything too. I mean, if there's some dialogue going on and, we might be talking about something and then all of a sudden some more dialogue starts, and, we don't want to miss it or skip something because as we've seen in so many shows, whether it's TV shows or movies, look, they don't just put things on screen for no reason. They're not doing it just as filler typically. So the things you're seeing, the dialogue that's there, it matters. So yeah, we've really had to work on getting our points out, jumping in, dropping in our points, and then getting out before the dialogue starts again. And that was a learning curve for us when we started. I'm sure you can go back to some of our earlier reactions and see that. But yeah, it's a process.
Yeah, and I think you'll see the amount that we talk and kind of our reactions are going to change a little bit depending on the type of film. And Last of Us has some incredibly heavy subject matter, and so sometimes you're just sitting there watching and really soaking it all in, trying to process, really trying to hang on to every word, seeing what sort of expressions are getting, stuff going on in the background. Yeah, you get some slapstick humor like white chicks or something, and we're laughing the whole
Santa
time.
Claus
and
2.
Ribbing each other. This guy watching the reindeer and Santa Claus 2. I've never seen him laugh like that before.
I so thought you were faking that, but you're like, no, I don't know why. I'm just laughing so hard.
I should turn that into a short.
Legs are out
that
like
reindeer
that.
was
You're like, it was great.
I should turn that into a
Oh,
short.
it's outstanding.
Thanks, Remy.
Yeah, thank you,
sprinkles
Remy.
are
Yes.
Oh, yeah, hold that up.
Those
I
are
didn't-
so
I didn't hold it up,
chocolatey.
Oak. Why don't
So
you hold it
it's
up?
the same
melt.
as this, but they're the milk chocolate.
but they melt. We don't have melty sprinkles here in the U.S. We have sprinkles you put on ice cream cones and stuff. These are melty sprinkles. And do you put them on just toast? Is that a thing? You just put it on a piece of toast? Help us out.
I don't know. I'd
Let us
rather
know.
put it on a cupcake or something, but I
us know,
guess
Dutch.
Oh, yeah, is that what you do? Just butter
They
and toast
show it
and
on
put
just a
on
piece of
there?
I guess if I was back in my college days, when food was scarce, I would probably put this on a slice of Wonder Bread and call it a day. And,
When my dad was a child, they would do they have a slice of bread, put milk on it, and then sugar on top of it, and it was called cat's milk. He's like, well, when you didn't have a lot of money, you had to find ways to feed yourself. Back to the super chats. Mix with a super chat. Thank you so much for that. Oh, is that a little leaf next to it? Been watching your channel for years. I rewatch often when at work. Hey, smart. Good work. Love it. Y'all have no clue how much your reactions have helped me. Thank you. Truly, Mix.
Well, we
thank you
appreciate
as
that.
well. We appreciate you. And hey, we're happy to help you get through those shitty days at work.
yeah, again, thank you for that mix. And, again, kind of the same thing that we got to with Faye. It's something we didn't expect to happen, but it's certainly a happy accident that things worked out the way they did. And we can have the reach that we do.
All right. V, thank you with the super chat.
Well, hold on. Dutch, don't even need to toast it per se. You
Oh.
can just regular bread too, which is actually more common.
Okay.
But if
So
you
they
put
just
it on toasted and you folded it and then
would melt.
Yeah, see,
Melt
that's what
a
I
little
would do. I
bit.
would take the bread, then I would fold it and make like a little taco out of it. So it'd be like, it
then
would be
deep
like,
fry it and put a little powdered sugar.
Yeah,
and some
we're
syrup.
talking.
but like
I'm
you'd
curious.
be mixing something Dutch with something south of the border. You get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Might
I'm
be all
curious
right.
here. How many folks actually put sprinkles on just plain bread?
Yeah.
If there's anyone that does it in the comments, you don't have to super chat.
Yeah, you
but I'm just
Yeah, we get a
I'm
shit ton of
curious.
super chats. I do.
yeah, I'm curious if anyone does actually put sprinkles on bread, because to me that just seems too clashy. But
Yeah,
again, my food palate is not like everybody else.
Well, I mean,
Yours
I
is out
guess
the
like a
window.
cupcake is essentially a sweet flavored bread, and if you put enough of this
what a
Right,
muffin.
on
but
bread,
I'm just talking like
Yeah.
you're stripping away some key components, right? Which is the frosting
Yeah.
and the sweetness of said bread. But again, just regular bread with sprinkles. I'm curious if anyone just does that component.
I would put that on some melted
I see. I
bread.
would think if I was going to do it, I would have to mash the sprinkles into the bread a little bit because you take one bite, and they'll fall all over.
Yeah,
it.
you
anyone-
put Nutella on bread, then it's the same concept.
That's
We have some bread, dude. We have
just
some,
sprinkles
We don't have any
and
bread,
bread.
anywhere
Well, we
near.
Do you have the
technically
bread
do.
in the studio?
Yeah, we do. We have bread right here, actually.
It's like rye bread. What are we having? We having a fish fry over here?
Here we
Going down
go.
to the Eagles for
Having
fish.
Here's the
having
bread.
fish and chips. Oh, Eagles.
Here's the bread. All right, well, I'll open this up. But
All right.
again, I was just curious, folks, if anyone, right here, sugar and cinnamon on buttered bread. Yeah, I've seen
Oh,
that.
I've
but
heard
not
of it, and
sprinkled.
I've had that. That's actually really
sprinkles
good.
on
delicacy
bread
here in the
with
States.
I thought they
butter,
were tortilla
fairy
shells.
bread, served at kids' birthday in Australia. So,
Oh, okay.
hello, Australia.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Never tried fairy bread, but heard of it.
Okay.
Not plain bread. Okay, well, it's okay. So yeah, somebody's putting something on to help it. But again, I was asking if it was
Yeah.
just plain. Which,
Yeah, the butter would definitely keep things in
Fried
place.
bread is delicious when you have it with a fish fry.
God, butter is such just a wonderful thing. isn't
Butter
it?
is just
I mean,
great.
it does so many
Some
different
dropped on the
things.
floor yesterday. I was like, I was gonna grab it, but the dog got to it, and she had herself a nice fine meal.
It's like that.
There you go. Oh, is that the end? That's why.
That is the end piece. Yes.
Good. That's why I gave it to Oak.
Oak. If you're picky.
All right, let's see.
No.
Oh, I almost would love.
Yeah, do the sprinkles.
Ooh,
Quinn.
it
I'm gonna do
smells
the
good, though.
sprinkles.
Smells fantastic.
It smells like spice.
Does it
like
taste-
I've had spice.
I hope it
cake.
doesn't taste bad because it smells great.
No, it's
I
good.
personally have not tried Vegemite, but we are going to order that for
Yeah.
the
What
challenges.
is Vegemite?
I haven't had
You put cinnamon
Vegemite.
sugar on your scrambled eggs. All right, so now I will have like the syrup, leftover syrup from my like either French toast or pancakes. I'll mix that in with my scrambled eggs, but I won't go out on my way to do that.
This is interesting.
Jinkies.
Jinkies
You owe me a
slice.
Coke.
Anybody want sprinkles?
Is that
Well,
For their bread?
No, this is actually pretty good enough by itself. How is the sprinkles?
It
though?
does taste to me like a less sweet spice cake. Well, usually spice
Check
cake
the
has
expiration
frosting.
date on that one. Too late.
yeah, it's We're too late
The
on
sprinkles add to it. It works for me. Hey, Duck
Hey,
Gamer, I
that.
might
We're
have
good
just
till October.
created something.
We're good
in
till
your country.
October.
Yeah, it tastes like a spice cake to me. My mom used to make back
I
in the
need
day.
something to drink here pretty soon. I have to go.
There's
grab-
water out there.
Because
Grab some
I can
water.
smell like pumpkin or allspice.
It's the pumpkin and spices. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
All-
Thank you.
'cause
That's what it
allspice.
is.
Is that like the Allspark from the first trend?
Oh,
No, because like my mom, before she passed, we had an old recipe of spice cake, and so you used some pumpkin spice and then allspice and something else, and that was main ingredients that gave it a flavor like this. But then we'd put, as in America, then we'd put over, frosting over the top.
Oh, and butter.
Well, the butter was in the frosting.
Exactly.
All right.
interesting. Thank you, Mix, for your
the
very
soup
kind
chat.
words, and just
Yes.
know we appreciate you. Whoopsies.
Oak, you can get that.
I would love to see you guys
shut
play
up,
something like Mario Party or Overcooked, where there isn't a commitment and it's just good vibes with the chat. Look.
Oh, yeah.
If we look, I definitely be back. Look, our schedules. We had discussed this with the gaming channel. It's difficult, but look, if we want to have a little Mario Kart tournament, I'll jump on in for that. Is there a difference in like when you say Mario Party? I'm guessing that's like a Mario Kart
It's
party.
Yeah, you play as all the characters, and you play like party games or quick games, and you try to get around the board.
That sounds like fun.
Overcooked
like
is
it.
you have to make food, but it's a video game. Then you make food, and
Didn't somebody recommend that to us?
Yeah,
we
like
had
when
to,
we first
and we had
started.
to. I remember we looked it up, and it was pretty crazy.
You should see me watching the Great British Bake Off talking shit when they over. Ah, God, come on! It's one of my favorite pastimes. Talking shit.
then you saw it
for
on
people
Ted
who
Lasso
are-
and popped even harder.
who are 10 times more skilled than me than the same thing.
There was a show that I saw kind of along that same line, although not at all about food, but it's called something the Chateau. And what these people do is they go into these like big estates and chateaus in all over Europe, and they have to rehab them. These big, massive like Saltburn level buildings.
Oh,
that they have
well,
to-
now
they
you have
to
my
redo.
curiosity.
And I just thought that'd be right up your alley with your level and your protractor. You like to make sure things are correct.
Hey, I've got some
Eventually.
problems here, fellas. Some structural
You
issues.
have some water issues here.
Great British Bake Off and Forged in Fire. All these guys making all these cool metal creations, and I'll tell you, guy, that blade's you quenched it
gonna
too
work.
soon, guy. The metal's gonna be brittle. Meanwhile, I don't know what the fuck
Armchair
I'm talking about.
quarterbacking. Yep.
So
All right. Well, V, thank you for that. But yeah, I think we'll try something along those lines. Maybe it might not be that, or maybe it will be.
We'll
Either
have
way,
to
we'll
have like
figure
a,
something out.
we'll have to have a bad medicine trophy to give to the overall winner of the day.
I get to
Haley.
be Bowser.
Thank you for the super.
Appreciate your nuanced discussions and perspectives while reviewing Last of Us. Really interesting, but sad to see how alike Abby, Ellie, and Joel really are. Grief/trauma turn them all into monsters, which I think is what would happen in a post-apocalyptic world. All of us are dead. He had a great quote. The guy that created the virus, he said that. He's like, even if it was stopped, it would still ruin the world because you would see how bad humanity truly is.
Yeah.
Because remember, like when they're asymptomatic, they were still going to take them out and this and that. So I thought that was a great line from that show, and I think that you can add that into this. And I mean, you guys always speak about that as well on Walking Dead. So
Yeah, well, and that's kind of the interesting thing, Kaylee, that at least I got out of it when Abby did what she did. Because I hadn't played the video game, I mean, I don't have the attachment to the characters that so many of the other people did. But it's like, yeah, you can see the different perspectives of each character. And if you would have been along for the ride with this character or that group, and you would see things differently. And yeah, it's just like in The Last of Us, it's like you said it best. I mean, everybody's kind of turned into a monster at some level. It's kind of the idea when you have the post-apocalyptic movies. There's one, The Road, that I've watched, I think, once, and that was enough for me. It definitely shows people turning into monsters, and it's a lot of its perspective.
It is. I mean, that's what's great about the apocalyptic TV or movie, because the second that day one happens, it's just how do you survive? And you're not going to have all the best choices in the world to make. It's going to be hard ones. It's going to be incredibly bad ones, but then there's going to be some good ones in there too, depending on what the situation is. But to me, that's why apocalypse films, TV, depending on what they are, of course, will always be at least at a minimum intriguing for depending on the characters and whatnot.
It seems so often in the apocalypse shows that are done right, like there's no solutions. There's only like trade-offs. You know, it's like, okay, this one's not good and this isn't good either, but I'm going to trade doing this because it's maybe not quite as bad as this, or what could happen down the road if I do that. So I like how it's not always so cut and dry, and there's a definite black and white, yes or no, correct, incorrect answer for it.
And real quick, Alex Yanni, that quote that was from All of Us Are Dead. The guy that ended up making the virus, that's what he said. He's like, and to paraphrase it real quick, is like, even if you stop the virus, you already destroyed mankind, because you saw what humanity turns into in this type of event.
Yeah, we've got
it brings out the worst in people, which is like something that could be just as bad as in some people's eyes, just as bad as the virus itself.
All of Us Are Dead is dropping on Saturday too. We've got one for that.
Yep, tomorrow's Tombstone, and then Saturday is All of Us Are Dead.
Yep.
And then, of course, Death Note on Sunday.
Wow, so excited to watch Tombstone with these guys.
Well, of course that jumped.
Well, jumped away. I'll grab this one. I've been kind of quiet here lately.
Well, at least we'll know which one it is, because
That's
it's
the red
one.
Yep.
Thank you, TDS.
On a quest. Thank you for that. What's up, family? First time here on Alive. Watch you all the time.
Got you.
Oak, you're like my brother from another mother, 1979. And no, this is not 4K, but it's still something.
All right, let's move on.
No, you're good.
Hey, that's right.
We would not expect you to do that.
From your standpoint, you got the big red box, so that's all that matters,
there you go.
right?
That's all that matters.
You can flex that if you
I believe that's
Definitely
the
flex that.
Argentinian peso. A brother from another mother, 79. There it is. I'm not sure that that's possible technically. Well, wait, from another
Irish
mother.
twins?
Wait a minute. That is pop. Yeah, you know what? Never mind.
Pops ever spend any time down there? Never know.
I just got back from my work trip, hon.
Well, all right then, brother.
You owe him a birthday card or two.
Oh, welcome to your first live. We have a, lot of
thank you
fun
for
with
being
these.
here.
A lot of fun with these. There it is.
Acknowledge me.
Which, by the way, how bad do we need Roman Reigns back in the main event? I'm just going to go ahead.
Dude, okay, so real quick, since you brought up wrestling.
Here we go.
Just real tidbit quick. With John Cena, like, I don't like what they do because it's making it, and what I mean here by what I don't like what they're doing is they're making it super obvious going into a pay-per-view match with whomever he's working is the night before or the week before he's taking a finisher. And it's just like, okay, so obviously they wanted the babyface to get the upper hand here. So now we're going to cruise in, and John's going to win by the skin of his teeth, so to speak. Yeah. And then that's how that's going to be. So I wish WWE would kind of change that up a little bit. I know quite a bit lately. John gets his shine on the mic, and then the babyface gets John with a finisher. Yeah. We've been seeing that quite a bit, but I'm kind of hoping they kind of scale that back a little bit because not that it's going to be unpredictable because obviously we know he's done in December, so he's going to lose at some point. But just kind of make
our truth.
At least attempt to make it not so predictable.
But they've been doing that as a lead-in for years. Like you can.
I understand that. I'm just saying we know an end date for John.
Yeah,
that's what.
I just mean in terms of like the lead up before the PLEs with either the good guy or the bad guy getting beat up.
100%,
and it's always been pretty predictable. Like
100%.
Okay, he got beat up.
Again, no, it's with the whole. It's with John. That's why I'm bringing it up now. Is because like with John, we probably should be shuffling the deck just a little bit outside of our norm.
Well, he wants to face his guys before the end of the year,
and he'll make it to the next WrestleMania.
No, he's not.
No, he's done in December.
Well,
he's done in December. All right, TDS, thank you so much. Donkey Punch Prime. Yeah. With Pitt's F1 movie coming out, where's 2013 Rush with Hemsworth and Brawl?
Haven't seen
Daniel
it.
Bruhl.
I haven't seen Rush with Hemsworth. I do know it's on the list, but really looking forward to F1.
You and I have seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it multiple times.
It's
I
really
enjoyed it. Answer's seen it as well, and well, I don't want to speak for you, but I guess I just did.
Well, but I also said it into your ear so lovingly that I enjoyed it.
That's why we're such a good team.
Boom.
These guys. But yeah, that's a great movie, Donkey Punch Prime. And yeah, I'm super pumped for the F1 movie. With the Top Gun Maverick team being attached to it, with the buy-in they have from all of F1, look, they're letting them, or they let them film stuff at the races, while they were there running races. I mean, it's amazing to me how much they let the movie kind of encroach in the world of F1 while they were running the races and running their business, essentially. So I think it's going to be great. It's great seeing a lot of the names attached to it. Lewis Hamilton, of course, is attached to it. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think what they did in Maverick is going to work really well with the world of racing. And just hopefully it creates more fans.
Faye, when Faye, when we get
put your message in here and we'll read it quick.
Yeah, Faye, when we get to your super chat, we'll see that it's empty, but just throw a question in here and we're good. We don't have to go through that, but we'll make sure.
We can't. I'm not aware of how to refund.
We'll make sure to catch it in here.
I know you're saying that you wanted to have a message in there, so just go ahead and throw your question in the comments, and then if we don't see it, hopefully one of the mods will just do a copy and they can paste it in when we get to it.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Yep.
All right,
Dennis Conroy.
Did you guys have anything else on F1?
No, I talked.
Okay.
Dennis Conroy, thank you for the super chat. We just got the $1 with an empty message. If you're running into the same issue, let us know. Drop a message in there.
Thank you, Dennis.
Kaylee with another super chat. Kaylee, hyped for the A24 film Materialist coming out in June. Dakota Johnson has to choose between Chris Evans and Pedro Pascal. I will be front row. I haven't heard of it, but
you were Dakota Johnson.
You sold me with A24.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
A24
of course,
does good stuff.
Of course, that's a really solid cast. So that's one where you see the cast in A24 and you're like, okay, that'll be a good one.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Sold. Did you see the trailer? No, I'm pretty sold. You know what it's about? No, pretty sold.
Yeah, I mean, between A24 and Neon Pictures, you can pretty much guess it's going to be something either very different and good or just something that's very much out of the stereotypical Hollywood norms. That's definitely going to be a blast.
All right, Dana. So thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, boys, just finished watching your Severance reaction. Felt the same with Oak and Diamond Dave did. Was hoping for answers, but now I just have more questions. I really hope y'all will be reacting to Sinners. Best movie of the year.
For Sinners.
Severance.
I cannot wait to watch that.
Severance has been absolutely incredible.
I think Dana was referring to our 2x1 reaction that was posted today because you and I were talking about how spent we were trying to overstimulate ourselves.
Yeah, it's a lot, right? I mean, there's so much with that show where if you've got an active brain like mine, I'm trying to figure out so much. Well, you know what I'm saying. An active brain. If you have an active brain,
she uses 14%.
Where you're
talking about
overthinking.
Oak.
But you know what I mean. But yeah, as far as Sinners in the theaters, everybody's going crazy over it. So
it is happening.
So
reaction coming as soon as we can. Anyway,
Faye, don't be hard on yourself. Whatever happened.
Yeah,
it's
no
all
worries.
good. We'll take care of you. So don't worry about it.
You
Don't
should see me working with tech.
Yeah, I was going to say, you think this guy would ever send a super chat? Doubtful.
I don't even want to tell him what he Googled the other day.
Up next.
How to start my phone?
Oh, the AI one?
Okay. Since you brought it up,
bring it up.
Quick.
As somebody who works in social media and marketing and stuff like that, ChatGPT, is a wonderful tool.
Wonderful?
A wonderful tool.
Can't even talk anymore.
can't
He's
talk-
using it so
he
much.
can't even talk without
such a crutch.
ChatGPT.
It's such a crutch for him.
It's this guy, but this guy,
Tiny Oak over there.
this guy was trying to look something up, so he just went to Google.
No, I was mocking you guys.
Typed in his question and then said ChatGPT in the
Again.
Google search bar.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, that's what you were doing. It was something about Ford engines. We were trying to figure
'cause
out.
we
We were figuring
talking
out
about
engine
the
reliability
about the
and
amount
stuff.
of tech being put
And
in
he
the cars.
said like something Ford ChatGPT because you wanted Google to give you ChatGPT's answer.
Oh, that's what it was. I asked them what was Ford's most reliable engine, and they said it was the 3.5 Eco
But you
Boost.
typed. That's
What a
not what was
joke.
funny. The
It's a
thing is, you
grenade.
typed in the Google search bar.
Yeah.
You typed what's Ford's
ChatGPT.
most reliable engine. ChatGPT in the search bar. That's like
I was looking for the answer.
it's like my stepdad did Google. What is this? Search for on internet, please. It's like, bro, that isn't
These
how that
are
works.
amazing.
Those are good.
Yeah,
Those are good.
Cafe
MSQ
Noir.
with a super chat.
Like noir.
I will get this because you sent it also on the arcade channel. You said a good movie and game recommendations are Project Almanac 2015 and A Way Out. He'll write them down again. I have them written down at the other studio.
You like
but
writing things down.
Thank you so much for the
I'm
super
down.
chat, MSQ. In this case, on both channels. I appreciate it.
I go.
Cal Kent.
Mason Super Quinn. That's probably what it stands for.
Doubtful.
I doubt. Please don't come in the chat and say it as
All the
Cal
all
Kent
the,
with a
all the
super chat.
Masonites out there.
Shut up. Off to another maths test. One more month. Anywho, recommending A Beautiful Mind for the that big ass number nth time. Do it. Love y'all. I have not seen it, so I wouldn't mind.
That would be
I've seen-
27,372,839 time.
Yep. I've seen A Beautiful Mind. It was a good movie. Yeah.
1/8.
I don't want to say anything more than that. If
I
we
haven't
eventually
seen
get
it.
to it.
No,
so,
it's
yeah.
with Russell Crowe, right?
Yeah, Russell Crowe.
That was his first
shit,
one
this is
right
like
after
a pie.
Gladiator, right?
Might have been, or no? Did he do Master and Commander after Gladiator?
I thought it was his first
I think he did Master and Commander
'Cause I
because that
remember-
movie had all the hype because it's like, oh, it's going to be Maximus on the water, and I never saw Master and Commander, so I don't know how it was.
Because
But
I just remember seeing after doing Maximus, the Oscar winner,
Yeah.
Russell Crowe is now going to attack. He's going to do a great job at Beautiful Mind, and I heard good things.
yeah, I just remember a guy that I was working with in college
just in time.
when I was painting houses. He told me, he's like, yeah, I went and saw Master and Commander. I thought I was getting Gladiator. He's like, but it wasn't that great. So
Now is it on par with Gladiator 2?
that movie never happened.
What movie? Oh yeah, it's just called 2.
Never happened.
That's all it's
I don't-
called.
It's something.
Something too. I don't know what it was.
It's Gladiator.
Hits, but
Thanks, Cal.
Thank you, Cal, for the super chat.
Thank you.
Anthony Velasquez with the super chat. My thoughts on The Last of Us. I will always prefer the game version of the characters. Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson will always be Joel and Ellie to me, but the show has been solid. And yeah, I get that there's a lot of people that love the game just because of the job Troy Baker and then Ashley Johnson did, which, you know what Ashley Johnson is, right?
We do. Well, I do.
Mr. Johnson's daughter.
Oh, God.
Could be.
Well,
Yes, I don't know who.
Brian Johnson's daughter from AC/DC.
Dude,
Could be.
This shows you how bad his memory is because in 1/9, or I'll just say the very last 1/8, very last episode of The Last of Us on HBO Max was we saw Ashley in the beginning. That's why I pointed out to you that was the voice of Ellie in the game.
Because I believe they had everybody that was involved at some
Yeah, they had
point
Troy
involved.
in season 1. They had Ashley season 1. They had
But also, she was on.
yeah. They basically had everybody.
Look at these guys. I think Answer typed in who is Ashley Johnson ChatGPT on Google over here to try to get his answer.
No, because I know her though from Growing Pains as being the young we don't have a young child anymore because Jeremy grew up, so they're like, we need another young child so we can boost that, just like how Raven was introduced in
Well, they brought in Leonardo DiCaprio on.
for a little bit, but he was already a teenager. He was already Jeremy's
Oh,
age,
was he?
and Kirk Cameron was mentoring him.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right. I have not a lot, but I have a little bit of
look
growing
at you with that steel trap memory
little
of
growing
Answer,
pains.
folks.
Thank you, Anthony.
Little growing pains
Thank
knowledge.
you, Anthony. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty common thing that Anthony's saying. There are a lot of folks have that opinion.
No.
And that's the thing is like if you see the game first, you fall in love with it, and they crush it if you play the game. So limited time 8K with a super chat. Thank you so much. Made Ellie not a murder machine or animal killer.
Well, spoilers, I guess, sort of.
I'm wondering if that's
spoiler?
I'm assuming that's what
hope
she
that's
is.
not spoiler.
I'm assuming that's what she is in the game, and so that's what she's not doing on the show. So that's where it's a little bit.
Yeah, well, and it's kind of along the same lines with Abby, right? Like everybody, and like I don't think this is a big secret for us. Like everybody said, Abby in the game was just like completely jacked, like looked like a bodybuilder basically, and of course, Caitlin Denver.
Yep,
or
Caitlin.
Devers. I think
Devers.
That's playing her. Obviously, doesn't have that physique, but is an incredible actress. So it's like, well, pick your.
Yeah,
poison
you gotta.
kind of.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
If you wanted to put Ronda Rousey in the role, like, yeah, she can't act, but she might look it.
Yeah, right. You know, we saw how that worked in one of the Fast and Furious movies, didn't we?
let's
What was
just
your
give her
favorite one?
line.
Yeah.
Thanks, Limited. Kaylee is back. Thank you, Kaylee. Abby's no better. Did to Ellie what Joel did to her, but worse. Joel just shot her dad, quick and painless. Abby forced Ellie to watch her torture him. Yep. That's a fact that we saw on the TV show here. So
Yeah.
again, in this world, nobody is good. No. You're just trying to survive, and I mean, you can definitely have your favorites because of the perspectives that we're following here, for sure. Not saying you shouldn't, but again, if you just take a moment to see her side, Ellie's side, and then you can kind of figure out your own opinion of where your allegiance lies or doesn't lie. You just want to see the madness just take place.
What did you do? Everybody's done something.
Look,
what did you do?
Done something.
Some opinions that I read, which I'm not going to completely disagree with, said you can't really compare the two things because the doctor, what he was doing with
glorified
Ellie,
veterinarian.
what the doctor, we can call it that, what the doctor was doing with Ellie was something that they made very clear was going to benefit all of mankind.
Potentially, right? Because there was no.
So the
100%.
doctor's intentions with Ellie was not anything of malice. It wasn't anything of violence. It wasn't anything like that. It was a sacrifice to benefit the greater good. So that's what the doctor had planned with Ellie. And he had a small scalpel in his hand. He wasn't so people like, well, he was armed. Like, was he though? and Joel came in and without questions, pop. The doctor was not in a position to, debates as far, I guess I don't know exactly if Ellie knew exactly how that was going to play out. Some people said yes, she knew what was going on there. But in any regard, an interesting discussion I saw people have was that the doctor was just going in, was going to do the procedure. Joel came in and then, took out the doctor to save Ellie.
As well as everyone else.
As well as 20 other people in there. So what Abby did was, look, Abby taking out Joel was significantly less bad than what Joel did because she had more of a justifiable reason. Joel could have handled that in a couple different ways. I mean, one could even argue that if he wanted to stop the doctor from doing what he could have done, he could have just kneecapped him or shot him in the thigh, shot him in the hand. Joel could have handled that in a bunch of different ways. The doctor didn't necessarily need to be taken out. Now, did he need to take out people to get to the doctor? Yes, because had he not taken out the people in the hall, how do you get to the doctor? How do you stop that? But everybody that was in that particular operating room at the time could have been handled non-lethally.
Well, and the other thing that is kind of interesting you could look at is we feel the way we do about it because it's Ellie. If it would have just been some red shirt who we didn't know and we weren't attached to, be like, oh, what's one more body on the pile at this point? Just go ahead, have another one, and try it out, see if it works.
And also the players that play the game and they spent how many hours playing as Joel,
right.
and you're attached to Joel and being Joel. When he gets taken out, it's the worst thing ever.
Well,
it just
especially
is.
with the TV show, if you're just a newbie that knows nothing about the game, they give you Joel and Ellie. So
exactly.
Again,
and it's Pedro.
Again, not knowing anything about part two, I was super shocked that episode 2 was he's gone. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, I did never expect that because I thought he was like a main. I would have thought main character plot armor. I'm like, oh, he's
Norman Reedus.
He's Norman Reedus. He's Rick Grimes. I mean,
Well-
they can't just be gone. I mean, of course, Rick absent but not gone. Big difference
You
there.
guys have watched Walking Dead. Sometimes main characters got to go bye-bye.
Well, it's
Sometimes.
main character versus ABC character is two different things. But again, it's just interesting how the perspectives again in an apocalypse TV or movie show you can choose and take and run with. So
Yep. Remy D with the super chat. Good to see you again. Every infected scene in The Last of Us season 2 is a chef's kiss. They have been doing a fantastic job showing the infected, especially the smart infected. I forget what they're called. Stalkers, maybe
smart ones, I think you guys were saying.
smart ones or stalkers or something.
What
But
I think Ellie was saying there.
yeah,
anyway.
but nonetheless, yeah, the makeup or special effects or prosthetics or whatever they're using is really great, and we're seeing so many more of them this season compared to the first season, which is a lot of fun too. So, yeah, we're gonna have to see how the rest of it plays out. Only 2 more episodes.
Yeah, and shout out to their makeup team and their design team and everything like that too, because they have been just crushing it. So Stalkers.
Well, the
There it
way
is.
that they were all
Chatty.
in the like avalanche under the snow, that scene was
Yeah, that was cool.
That was Mackenzie O'Reilly with a super chat. Thank you so much.
really?
Hey, Kings.
Whoa, that's way too proper. We should be like, hey,
I
dudes.
prefer the jester.
Well,
Does
then,
watching
Thank you, Queen.
does watching stuff only on Patreon hurt the YouTube algorithm? Absolutely enjoying your Ted Lasso / Hairspray reactions.
Hairspray just went up on Wednesday. Today's Thursday.
Yep.
Wednesday. Yesterday was Hairspray up on the member pages.
No.
Does Patreon hurt the YouTube algorithm? Nope. As many of you know, probably here, we do throw all of our stuff up there first, and then once in a while for TV shows like The Last of Us, Arcane, more so it's TV shows. We try to do a decent turnaround on there. But it's just all a matter of like how can we do it, because we do plan it, because we show everyone on YouTube, everyone on Patreon. We have the month planned out. So trying to do some quick turnarounds sometimes is a little hard to do, at least for us, because of our current setup that we do. But can it be done once in a while? Yep. Like right now, what we're doing with The Walking Dead and Last of Us. Things filter through me, folks, in order for it to get out to all of you. And I'll tell you what, right now, doing that process with our current setup and current schedule, man, that's hard. So that's why we can't do that all the time, every time. Like the Real Rejects, their setup's different than ours, and some other YouTubers too, or other reaction folks. They just have a different setup than what we do. So, but that does put a lot of pressure on me when we do like The Walking Dead and Last of Us, and I have to do.
They're
that
both on
turnaround.
Sunday.
And they're both on Sunday. That makes it extremely tough. Because again, I still have my day job and this too, and this demands quite a bit of time as well, an astronomical amount of time. So, to shorten up that now, does it hurt? Not what I've seen. So, hopefully that gives a little insight for at least us. I know, and when I say us, it's because every YouTuber, whether it's a reactor or just a vlogger or whatever, all that's different. YouTube is definitely finicky when it comes to stuff with their creators on the platform that the creators definitely do make with all of you. So,
Yep. And Hairspray was a good time, as you've probably seen if you saw it on Patreon. That was something
Just seeing
else.
Christopher Walken sing and dance was enough for me.
Francesca, thank you for the super chat. Love you guys. Speaking on behalf of all my peeps at the arcade, I think we'd love to see another Telltale game, putting in my recommendation for Tales from the Borderlands.
I think that one is actually on the list. isn't
Yeah,
it?
I think it
That's
might
fine.
be.
We'll
Yeah.
write it down.
I'll write it down. I
write
like
it
Write
down.
things down. Good. No. And then if it's just me, I get to make all the decisions.
Answers at the helm.
Evil run.
Thank you, Francesca.
Be a short
you.
game. Thank you.
Willis, what you talking about for the super chat? Thank you so much for that. Will you all play The Last of Us after this season?
Just us two.
Just us.
Just us two. Now he has played it. I feel like we have to keep saying this. He has played it when The first season came out of Last of Us, which was what, 2-3 years ago.
I already had it downloaded, but yeah, I really.
And then I have seen cutscenes, and we did some of the stuff for the season 1 where we showed these guys cutscenes, but I haven't actually played and immersed myself in it, so that would be a first time there. And then Answer and I will talk about possibly doing something for part 2. We're not sure yet because we don't want to get spoiled too much. So
I'm just gonna play it. No, I'm kidding.
Come on, it's my turn. I'm not going to give the controller to Diamond Dave.
Rigoberto Chavez Jr., thank you so much for the super chat. Glad to see how the channel has grown. Would you guys watch Star Wars content if interested? And or just wrapped up and you guys would love it. Oh, Andor. I was thinking and/or.
So-
I thought they were going to say and or in another movie or something.
Slash.
This
that's
guy.
supposed to be in there.
Supposed
Yeah, this
to be.
guy has not seen
Wow,
any.
he did it wrong, not me.
I guess they'll never know. Diamond Dave.
This guy has not seen any Star Wars except for like the first 5 minutes of The Mandalorian, and I stopped because I'm like, I'm not going to understand anything since I don't know anything about Star Wars. Now, when I say that, am I aware of some mainstream characters? Absolutely, but have I sat
Who's
there?
Darth Vader?
Well, who's this guy? I've never heard of him.
That'd be great. He comes out street, Darth Vader. Who's this guy? What's this music
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
So what's with the heavy breathing?
Yep.
Yeah,
And
so-
I've only seen the first 6 Star Wars. So of course the original 3 and then the prequels. That's all I've seen out of Star Wars. No series, nothing else beyond that. So
See, like right here, right? Everyone would freak out on Kai Raff. Anyway, I'm not gonna lie. I have not seen any Jaws. I've not seen Jaws. Right. So, folks, some folks would have that like. Now, after being in this for a while now, like I still haven't seen Good Will Hunting. I just know what
another
you
classic.
quoted a million goddamn times. And I still don't know what it means. The Green Mile. I haven't seen that. I know folks can be like, liar. It's like, nope. Back when I was growing up, that did not interest me at all, and it still did interest me to check it out. But since a lot of people are pushing that, I see it. We're eventually going to be doing it for the channel too at some point.
yeah,
so.
well, I mean, there's a surprising number of people I think out there who haven't seen Jaws, and as the movie gets older,
It might get
somebody
it might
said
keep
50
getting pushed
50
back.
it's going to keep getting
50.
pushed. I mean,
Years this year. Holy
you know, look, you can, as big as a action star as Arnold Schwarzenegger is, you could go into a middle school or even a high school these days, ask a lot of kids if they know who Arnold is, and a lot of them would say no. So, I mean, it's not an apples
governor?
to apples comparison, but it's on that level of just because something is popular doesn't necessarily mean a lot of people have seen it.
I saw, what was it, some lake down in Arizona or whatever. They had a big projection screen and they were playing.
yeah.
You sit on your floaties or whatever in your boats and watch Jaws. Hey, you know that there's not sharks in that lake, but still. And I think there's some pools in Vegas that do it too, just for fun. You're sitting on a floaty.
That would be
and
fun.
again, you know that in a pool in Vegas, you're not going to get bit by a shark, but it would just be that sensation of your feet hanging in the water.
Till you have,
Look
till
right
you
there,
have
another
someone.
person. I've never seen Terminator, so like it kind of doesn't surprise me that folks haven't really seen bangers.
Yeah.
But just because a lot of people have and they have that reaction, like you're a liar, you've seen it. It's like no.
You just need to
haven't.
see Terminator so you can get to Terminator 2.
Yeah,
So
basically
you
just
kinda
watch
have an idea.
Terminator and Terminator 2, and you can call it quits right
Yeah,
there
you
if you
can
want.
call it a day.
Yeah.
Unless you like Christian Bale, then watch that one and then stop.
I like Terminator 1 the best, but that's just
Really,
me.
one?
Yeah,
I
I
prefer
liked it.
two.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't skip Kindergarten Cop. That's right.
Well,
Do not
yeah.
skip.
Well, come on. It's not the
Yeah, do not skip Kindergarten Cop.
And Remy, no, Deep Blue Sea is not better than Jaws. Clorox Beach G with the super chat. Thank you so much. My Australian TSA story. Anytime you enter Australia, even if you are an Aussie citizen and you have too much dirt or soil on your shoes, you have to scrub them or have them incinerated.
Really?
Australia's customs strictest in the world. That is great. That's awesome.
interesting. I did not know that.
They did
I
a rib
claim
on that on
ignorance.
Simpsons.
That's interesting.
I did know that because when I flew to Australia in 2014 and covered the Australian Grand Prix down there, then flew to Auckland, New Zealand. And they do the same thing in New Zealand because they're worried about invasive species. And there was a guy that was somewhere at the airport, and he had mud on his shoes, and they were asking, where were you? Why do you have mud on your shoes? And I'm like, wow, these guys are, and I'm like, what's that about? And they're like, oh, because if they have seeds or anything, they have very serious concerns about invasive species when you're on an island. So they're very particular.
They must be afraid something you're going to bring in is going to do something to all those animals that want to kill you in Australia, all the snakes and spiders and scorpions
I was
and everything
in
else.
An airport there with
we wouldn't want that.
Somebody had mud on their boots. Where you been? I'm like, wow, this is
Get rid of the puff adder.
They won't let you bring meats or nuts and stuff like that.
yeah.
There's certain foods you can't bring in. Yeah, they're pretty strict there.
Yeah,
so, and
just
rightfully
to
so.
clarify, I saw someone ask if I haven't seen. Did I say I haven't seen Terminator? I have seen Terminator 1 and 2. It's been a while since I've seen Terminator, but I have seen them.
I was gonna say you were just reiterating what
Yeah.
somebody said to prove his point that you can go a while without even seeing
Terminator 3 is a big commercial for Hydroxycut.
Is that what it is?
They got the big semi that's in the scene.
Was there really?
Yeah.
I forgot about
That's
that.
great.
I mean, who are we to talk about product placement?
Wow, I mean, clearly.
Wow.
Dana Sal with another super chat. What is your sleeper movie pick? A movie you think is a 5 out of 5, but so few people know about it. Mine is The Last Duel with Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Adam Driver. Great movie, but bombed at the box office. Would love to see y'all react to it. Oh, what is that?
So I know one off.
that?
This is one, and I feel like I could, if you gave me 5 minutes, I could make a list. But for me, I feel like Driver with Ryan Gosling is really slept on. It is on the list for these guys to watch it because, dude, that movie was just phenomenal. So hopefully when we get to it, these guys will enjoy it just as much as I did. But to me, I don't know the box office number on that. I don't think it did that great, if I remember correctly, at the box office. But that to me is a 5 out of 5.
Yeah. Sorry, answer.
I
Go ahead.
thought we were going down the line. For me, it's Last Action Hero. It bombed at the box office,
it's
but
true.
I mean, obviously, when it came out, it was what, 94, 93?
94.
Yeah.
So I was 9, so of course I thought it was one of the best movies ever, and I still really enjoy it to this day. It's
got a good soundtrack.
That too. It's just got everything is just awesome about it, and I love all the Easter eggs, especially now if you go back past just even the little things like Terminator 2 is with Stallone instead of the Schwarzenegger. Like I thought that was huge for the day, but that's usually my nice little sleeper that I think is a 5 out of 5, but was a total dud. It was his first failure.
Yeah, for me, my 5 out of 5, and I tell this one to everybody, is Layer Cake with a young Daniel Craig, Sienna Miller, and every other British actor who plays a baddie. Layer Cake for me is an absolute 5 out of 5. Matthew Vaughn's behind it, who did The Kingsman. I think this is one of his first ones he did, so I absolutely love Layer Cake. To me, it's a perfect movie.
I still need to see that one.
Yeah, same here.
I don't feel like it ever got that popular, but Men of Honor with Cuba Gooding Jr. and
haven't seen it.
Robert De Niro for me was also one of my favorites. Still to this day, one of my favorites. Based on a true story, they took some liberties with some characters and some storylines and stuff like that, but that was a phenomenal movie. Loved it.
See you, Jeff. Thank you for the membership.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Layer Cake does have Dumbledore in it. Yeah, that's right. You'd love it.
No, not double doors. Dumbledore.
Oh, I thought like a double door scene.
Oh, no.
It's just a scene.
This guy.
It sounded like he said double door, not Dumbledore. Where was the M?
Well,
Go to
anyone
the
that has a
tape.
Dumbledore, it's a 5 out of me.
All right. Before we
so.
get on here, I think we got another black licorice one.
I don't know if that's gonna be.
I think it is, but last one here, and I think we ran through the gambit. DDG. Well, okay, sorry, there's one more left, so we'll save that for sure last in case this is really bad, because it's black licorice.
Oh, what
You don't
company
know.
is it from?
Is it from the Willy Wallaby?
Oh, that's black licorice. I just don't know if it's that salty.
the Willy Wallaby Company.
Oh man, is this
seems more-
DDG? Dutch, are you still here?
this
All right, he
seems
said
more like gum.
this one is sweet instead of salty. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoop, where'd it go? There it goes.
Where's the sweetness? There's no saltiness. Or where the hell's
This
the
is
sweetness?
literally America black licorice,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is just ugh.
No, don't you dare pull a Quinn down there.
I don't think it's nearly as bad as what
It's
you
not
guys
as bad
read.
as that other one. Yeah, the
You
other
didn't
one
even
was.
have the other one, so you can't even compare.
Yeah, this
I
is
said the way you
basically
reacted.
this is
way
basically like
tamer.
American black liquor.
Yeah, this one's way
that
tamer.
stuff is the devil's spawn.
Yeah.
Logan Becerra says it does have barn doors. Though.
Yeah.
So there you go.
We do have one more. It looks like a little pie. But we'll get to it here. Answer once you go ahead and read.
Francesca, well, all right. Another super chat from Francesca. Love you guys. Hard again. I'm hoping we get a chance for you guys to watch Jendi Tartovsky's, I'd say, animated prehistoric TV show called Primal, and then a little little dinosaur emoji. Well, we'll write that.
Wasn't Primal? Didn't they? No, that's Primal Fear. I'm thinking of with Richard Gere and Edward Norton.
Some asshole on Instagram is going through and remaking a bunch of Jurassic Park scenes with realistic sized velociraptors, and the internet has feelings about it. Turns out Steven Spielberg, that Steven Spielberg's full of shit.
Did he exaggerate?
The velociraptors are basically like angry turkeys for the most part. And in the fucking movie, they got him as tall, looking through the doors and shit, 6 feet tall with a huge thing. Yeah. They had the claws, yes. Velociraptors, basically about the size of a large turkey. That was the velociraptor.
Are you still gonna mess with it though?
Well, fuck no, they got the claws.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're not nearly as scary as
intimidating?
like up against the glass, like the
breathing.
nose,
Fear the claw.
the nose breathing and opening the fucking doors and shit. There's also talks about the T-Rex roar not potentially being like what they showed us in Jurassic Park.
sounds
Sorry that in 1994 they didn't have the technology to know what a T-Rex sounded
It
like.
probably sounded like a rooster.
Oh, we didn't find their vocal cords yet next to their skeleton.
There's a lot we're learning about dinosaurs. As I've said before on this channel, if
You
you're
have a
new,
4-year-old,
You
yes.
got a 4-year-old. You are at peak dinosaur knowledge in your entire life. Peak.
Peak.
All right. Rogue
Francesca.
ostriches. Thank you for the super chat. I've recommended
Jurassic slattered up.
Shoresy before. I got to say, as I watched Ted Lasso with you guys, I find a lot of similarities between them. Hope you check it out. Mason Quinn, you like making lists down?
Again, I should reiterate, like we investigate. We can't guarantee or promise because we do a bunch of different things with polls on the members for the members, and of course we do some picking here and there. But yeah,
Like when Quinn won on Working Man.
selfishly.
Well, selfishly, I openly came out and said I wanted Working Man, and it started off as a 5, and it could only go down, and turns out it didn't.
No, it went down. Even though I gave it a 5 too, just for you.
All right, Marie Ramgirl with the super chat. Thank you so much for that. May I suggest Danganronpa, the anime to watch for the channel. It's really short, 13 episodes, high school deathmatch mystery. If you love the story and characters of Death Note, you'll love this one. Well, that is what I asked for, more stuff like Death
You'll
Note,
like
so
that.
I'll write that down.
You boys are about to like this little pie here.
Dang. And
I'll write it down.
Danganronpa.
Thanks, Marie.
Thank you for
that.
Danganronpa. Mike Jensen, thank you for the super chat. Will you be doing Poltergeist or Apollo 13?
I have not seen
You're going to
Apollo
be doing
13.
Poltergeist or Apollo 13? Oak might need a little hand holding. Look, I've seen the original Poltergeist, and the original Poltergeist is basically the equivalent of the original Friday the 13th, the original Nightmare on Elm Street, where when you were a kid and you remember watching it, you thought it was the scariest thing, and now you go back and watch it, and it's kind of like,
Hey, I took
all
out
right.
Johnny Depp.
Dude, that first Nightmare on Elm Street is not scary. And the first Poltergeist is creepy in its own regard, but it's so cheesy, it's like funny creepy. But I would love to watch it for the
I have
you
not
guys
seen Apollo
it?
13. There's a few space movies that I still need to see.
What about Poltergeist?
Poltergeist, I've only seen the main scene.
Oh, this is good.
Where I don't even know if it's a main scene, but she's, I think, floating out of the bed.
okay.
That's all I've seen
Puking?
from it. So I have actually not seen the whole
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I
spoiling
get
me. I don't know about the
I get
beginning.
Poltergeist and funny enough, Exorcist mixed up sometimes because
Oh.
Oh,
I've
wait, am I
seen
thinking
them,
Exorcist?
I
then?
think I think you might be.
because if I haven't seen them, I
Whoops.
haven't seen them forever, so I don't exactly remember which is which all the time.
Well, then,
Oh,
if I'm thinking Exorcist, then I definitely haven't seen Poltergeist.
because Poltergeist is the one where it's got the little blonde haired girl in front of the TV doing the
They're here.
That's
That's what the
Oh,
is
yeah,
that-
I have not seen it then.
New
Okay.
Poltergeist. Just,
Yeah, I have
it's
not
so-
seen that.
It's so bad.
Yeah, Poltergeist has Craig T. Nelson.
It's guys, it's hilarious.
I have not
though.
seen it at all.
Yeah,
It's hilarious.
That,
So
that's
yeah,
not
we can
nearly as
put that
scary
on.
as
We'll have to
Exorcist.
investigate that one too.
Hey, Faye, what you can do is if you just, I see you commenting back and forth with some of the moderators. If you just type in your comment right now in the comments, as opposed, I see you're going back and forth.
Yeah,
with
we'll try
Mia.
to catch it too.
Yeah, so if you just, I'm watching for it. So Faye, if you just write your comment in the comments right now, then we can just get to that, and then when we find your super chat a little bit later, we can do that, and I'll write it down. So I see you kind of going back and forth, but yeah, you can just write your comment in the comments here, and I'll write it down, and I'll make sure that we get to it for you. You'll be all set.
Thanks, Mike, for the super.
Marie Amgirl, it was he's coming up off the bed that I said, not she.
that's right.
Yeah, well, I was like, he's coming.
He's coming
up off
off
the bed.
the
I had just said that tiniest little pause, and
No, it was
a full, like,
straightforward.
2
It was
beats.
straightforward. It was he's coming off the bed, and we're what?
the delivery was something else.
I mean, off the bed, or
when we were watching Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
Yeah. Clorox Bleach G with a super chat. Also, people always say you are uncles, but I think O can answer our dads, since uncles and Diamond Dave and Mason Quinn are mom's side uncles. I don't know why it's just the vibe.
Well, I'll take it.
What a chat.
I'll take it. I guess I'm a mum
We're
and
the
an uncle.
mom's side uncles.
I'll take it.
Well,
I'll take that as a compliment.
Diamond
that's
Dave,
what
I
I'm
guess
saying.
we just have to know our place.
Ah, we just got it. Well, we laid down the laws. What happens?
That's awesome. I love it.
That's what that says. We lay down the law, Mason Quinn, and these two just have to fall in line once in a while.
I just have the fun.
You're not my uncle. You can't tell me what to do.
wait a minute, do we read that? Or our dad's side uncles?
Yeah,
Mom-
we're dad's
mom's-
side uncles and their mom's side uncles.
Okay.
We all know how it goes. The mom says no, and dad's, well, what'd your mom say? She said
no. Wasn't that
No,
always great?
I read it as uncles on your dad's side, and you're the uncles on the mom's side.
Oh,
On the
okay, I can
mom's
see
side of
that.
the family.
I was
side uncles.
I was
I
thinking
was
it
thinking
too,
like
too.
we were. I was thinking like we were the side chicks.
Like
the
my
dad.
uncles, like my uncles on my dad's side of the family.
That's
like
what I
my
thought.
uncles on the dad's side of my family would be my dad brothers, Tom and Joe.
brothers.
My uncles, dad brothers. Whereas my uncles on the mom's side of the family is my mom's brother.
I like I said, I thought we were the ones that the moms were out philandering with. That was me and Diamond Dave. So I read that totally wrong.
yes, you did.
Oh, I thought we were-
Mason Quinn is the
side uncle. That's like a side chick.
Oh my God.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
Oh, we can't all be smart.
That's
Well,
interesting.
thank you,
Well,
Clorox,
Clorox.
Bleach G. That was a
Well,
great
you will
one.
all take it as a very fine compliment.
yep.
Oh, I think so.
Acknowledge
God
that.
damn it. All right, yep.
Mason Quinn side uncle.
Letha May. Fellas, I was here. I think Answer knows about my daughter being gravely ill. Oh, very sorry to hear that. I hope everything's not too terribly bad, but I had to go. Thanks for always helping me smile because I definitely need it. Well, Letha, you're in our thoughts. Hopefully everything is going to make a turnaround here if she's gravely ill at the moment. So hopefully there's going to be a huge turnaround coming here.
Yeah, thank you, Letha. We always appreciate it when you're in, moderating and everything like that. You've been a rock star forever, and so sending all the best vibes and wishes and everything that we can your way. For your daughter, I know you've been going through a lot in the last year or two, whatever. So we're right here with you.
Adriana Marie, aka AD. Hey, y'all, just want to drop in and say hi. I just moved and life's been hectic, but y'all keep me uplifted, so thank you. Well, good. Congratulations
Thank you.
on the move. Hopefully it's for a bigger and better future, and good luck with it. And hey,
Hey, I'm not
we're
gonna
happy
lie.
to be here and make it uplift.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I hope you made a lot of your friends do all the moving, 'cause moving sucks.
Moving is the worst.
Moving sucks.
I mean, Adriana,
I hope
couple beers
you
and
are
a pizza.
okay, and no injuries were had. Because man, I know when you just even pick up a light box, sometimes ooh,
Oh yeah.
throw that back down and.
Yeah, I mean, Adriana, you don't have to drop another super chat, but I just got to know when you were moving, how much of your stuff did you look at and just say, you know,
one match.
I could just throw a match
One
on
match.
it and I wouldn't have to worry about it ever again. Yeah, you take the couple of things that are special, but like, do I really need this? Do I really want to move it? But
I really need that magnet I got for free at Walmart.
yeah, moving is not the most awesome thing in the world, definitely.
No. But thank you.
But you
Thank
seem to have enjoyed it, so hope life's been hectic, but hopefully it's all good.
Yeah, and thank you for allowing us to have a small part in your day to be a bright spot. So much appreciated.
And then Ryan
Oh, damn it.
Avila.
Hold on, I'm in the wrong box. There we go.
All right. Ryan Avila, you guys have quickly become my go-to reaction channel. I highly recommend Shrinking. It's got Ted Lasso vibes, and Roy is actually a writer on it. Well, that Roy Kent
and I
is
know-
everywhere.
He's
I know
here.
Shrinking
He's
has,
he's every fucking where I can't.
And Shrinking has our guy Jason Segel in it, and then also Harrison
Ford.
Buckner?
Harrison Ford.
I thought he pronounced it as Segel because he didn't want to be.
No, I'm just I'm laughing.
Like-
I'm just
like
laughing at something from earlier on in the day that. Sorry.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Stuff.
No, your guys. That you know what? We'll talk about it later.
So try pronouncing that one answer.
Ayanus.
Elonis Burlakos.
There we go.
Burlakos.
What are our thoughts? What are our thoughts about about the upcoming Harry Potter TV series? Would you consider rewatching and re-reacting to the HP movies before the series airs? That would be awesome if all of you would want a re-reaction of the
That
films,
would be
because
kind of
that
fun.
would be so much fun. Real quick, my 2 cents on the series. I'm actually excited for it because I don't know the books, so I'm getting a fresh set of eyes on the series, assuming that they stick to the books, and we'll kind of go from there. So I guess right now, just looking forward to it until I'm not, but hopefully it's good.
Yeah, I mean, this time we get a whole season for a book, so we get to get more in depth, and I think we'll enjoy it. I don't want to say more than the movies, but we'll get a lot of enjoyment out of it because we'll be able to get a deeper dive into it.
Yeah, I mean, anything Harry Potter, I think, is going to be, something that folks are going to like. It's held so near and dear to so many people's hearts. I mean, Harry Potter is just, it's so massive and so many people love it that, again, it's kind of the old adage of, well, it's more content. It's got to be great, right? Now, hopefully it is. Rings of Power Season 1. That didn't do us any favors. Oak and I reacted to that one. That's on the channel. Not something that I would go back and ever watch again.
Wait, which one?
The Rings of Power Season 1.
Oh, well, Season 2's on the list. A lot of folks said Season 2 was.
They said it was. I know a lot of folks say it was better. It's on the list.
We had to set the bar
It is.
below the first
Yeah.
season, so that way a second season would be good.
But nonetheless, look, I think Harry Potter is going to be fine. Look, HBO has a pretty good track
HBO
record.
Max.
Somebody won.
Yep. HBO has
Funny.
a pretty good track record of not screwing stuff up. So, hopefully it's all good and everybody can enjoy it because it is something that so many people love. Yeah.
I am hyped for it. Rewatch would be a lot of fun. I mean, because we're about 3 years removed from our Potter reactions, which, as many of you may or may not know, is kind of what really kind of launched our channel to the kind of the next level. We had been doing reactions for
Thanks to all of you.
We had been doing reactions for about a year before we did Potter, obviously totally outside of our wheelhouse. And, not only did it do very well for us, but it also kind of you know, like, hey, maybe some of these movies where we are the complete opposite of the target demographic that the film is made for might pop off. And as you guys that have been around for a while know, we do very well with, you know, Disney movies and rom-coms and some chick flicks and stuff like that.
Some
and
action ones.
Yeah, some action ones, you know, but it kind of that started with Potter. And so I'm excited for it. I love that they're doing one season per book. I think it's going to really allow a deep dive. Of course, Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson and Rupert Grint and all the characters from the original series are, you know, are legends, and they're always in so many people's mind going to be, you know, Harry Potter and Hermione, and, you know, but I think it's great that they're doing it for a new generation. And I think what's really special about it is that the thing I didn't realize about the films is that the people who were, you had two age groups who really were able to enjoy this, I think, in a different manner than a lot of other people would have. And that's people who were the same age as the actors when the films started and literally grew up with them, or parents who had kids the same age as the actor or in that similar range and got to kind of grow up with them as well. So obviously it's going to be a very grueling schedule, but, you know, if they come out over the course of, you know, 7 or 8 years, and we see these actors go through this period of 7 or 8 year growth, I think it's going to be really something really special. So it's got incredible potential. I hope HBO does a good job with it. They've done a really good job with almost everything. So I have very high hopes for it. Again, the stories,
Is John Lithgow official?
Yeah.
yeah, he's official.
official.
He's official.
Everyone
Okay.
that we've heard of so far that they mentioned
is official.
Okay. Oh, can't trust John.
Yeah. So
What?
I am excited about it.
He's always a villain.
All right.
Olivia message retracted. So darn, I really wish there was a way to kick money back for stuff like that. So hopefully YouTube did. So, of course it did that.
Turn of the Mac.
On us.
Return of the Mac. Oh, pass
Right
it
here.
right there. Need food.
Need
food. Thank you for the super chat. What are the chances we get a Cyberpunk Edge Runners reaction? We will jot it down.
Is that a
I think
spin-off
that's-
of
I don't know.
2077?
No, I believe
think,
that's an actual show.
Yeah, I think
or
that's
movie
a
or
show or
something.
movie.
I don't know if it intertwined with Cyberpunk 2077, but it might have.
Sounds
All
like
right,
a rip-off.
Faye,
we are here to your message retracted. So
I think I see what it is actually. Is it the where she said, Mitha, I wanted to ask how much it is to get a guarantee reaction?
No. So the first one was Lisa May. First, I wanted to say I found you guys actually through Love Simon
Oh, I think
and cried to Oak's comments on the movie. I was sobbing because my boyfriend didn't have as hard of a life. And then there was said, as a gay male, for me, my parents had put me in conversion therapy. I was inducted at age 14. I survived, but when my parents realized the facilities didn't work, they decided to disown me. So that was the first part of the message, and we'll get to the second part of the message in just a minute. First off, thank you for sharing that with us, and that's again, we're a movie in a TV reaction channel, and something that can be taken pretty light and rather superficially. So messages like this, as we said before, isn't really anything that we ever intended on, and so it means a lot that people that we don't know personally are willing to share stories like this with us. As far as our reaction to the film, I think hit us all very hard. But as I did say in the end, so as you know, if you watch the film, I have some very close friends and close family that are gay, and I know there is a broad spectrum of experiences that people have when they come out. And the movie was a really beautiful story about, yes, some awkwardness with the dad, but very accepting, very supportive, Of course, he had some, some ups and downs with his friends, but at the end of the day, they were very supportive, and we loved the film. But during my reaction, I did say that it was important to recognize that not everybody and a lot of people don't get that kind of support when they come out. And, and kind of my message was one of, you deserve to be happy and you deserve love. And, we have so much sympathy for people who don't have that family support and can't even understand how hard that is. Sounds like that resonated with you quite a bit, as I've spoken. My fiance's brother is gay, and his family was very accepting, but he had a hard time at school. And so there's so many different experiences you can have. Maybe you have friends at school that are nice about it, but your family doesn't accept it, or your family's great, but kids, especially in high school, kids can be assholes, right? So everybody's got different experiences, and I'm really glad that resonated with you. As far as conversion therapy, I know, try to be very respectful of all people's religions on here. And I know for certain belief systems, that's, kind of what their thought process is. And so without knowing too much, it sounds pretty rough on the surface. I would like to think maybe your parents thought they were doing what they felt was best for you at the time, although that's tough to say. And with the disowning thing, I guess the only thing I can say is I hope that down the road, for their sake, because as a parent, I can't imagine a world where my son is involved in my life, regardless of whatever decisions that he makes down the road. So I hope for your parents' sake that they can change their minds and they can mend some fences. I hope that down the road, if they reach out and try to cross that bridge, that you can find it in your heart to kind of mend those, because for better, worse, or otherwise, we only have one set of parents. But again, thank you for the message, and thank you for the positive words. And we hope that moving forward with you and your boyfriend and your circle of friends and your support system that you have now, you're able to live a happier life and really be who you were meant to be. So
and then, real quick, Faye also mentioned that the his boyfriend's folks took him in as their second son. So there's still some good people out there.
Yeah, and
that's awesome of them.
Yeah, and I think
cool.
They saw that their son loved someone, and they love them too.
And I think that's what it's it can be tough, because it's like I just wish my parents were that way, but you also realize, like, it's there's a lot of people out there with really big hearts that just want other people to be happy, and so again, it's got to be tough when it's not your family, but it's very heartwarming to know that somebody else was like, hey, we can be our son, cool, So again, thank you. The follow-up question that had to that was just whether we do any sort of like guaranteed reactions on Patreon with some sort of paid system, which Diamond Dave will handle that.
Yeah, so the quick version of it, there is essentially no guarantee. I know folks wanted some like tiers on, like, hey, if we do a tier for this, we're not ready for that at all. Right now, the system, I think, works for everybody is get in tons of recommendations. We kind of narrow some things down because we do have a website up for just Patreon right now, because we're trying to work on it for YouTube members so they can access it. But to give you an example, over there, I think we have crossed over 1,600 recommendations on our page, which ends up being like over 80 pages of recommendations right now. And that's not even guaranteed either, because we still give the polls out to Patreon and YouTube members. And then, of course, we do take recommendations on here too, and then throw them up on Patreon and YouTube members as well. So again, the quick version, even though I just went into a longer one, the quick version is no paid guarantee will work. So
yeah, and Nikolai, I'm just going to comment to your thing. I actually don't like that. I don't like that word, and not for the same reason that the word woke. I don't like the word woke, and not for the same reason that some people might say it. I don't like it because I think it should just like I would rather somebody just say, hey, you're being a good person or not, you know. And I think that word has gotten so politicized, and everything that I just said has absolutely nothing to do. And I'm not saying you meant it this way, but I think it's important that I clarify. And I just don't like being categorized like that because it's been politicized, and everything that I just said shouldn't have anything to do with left or right or any side of any fences. It's just like fucking be decent to each other. And that's why I don't like that word. And again, it's not like I don't like that word because of anything you see on the news or what people are arguing about on social media. It's because I don't, I think acceptance and wanting somebody else to be happy for who they are, I think that's just part of, I don't think that's being woke or unwoke or conservative or liberal or progressive or anything else. I just trying to, be decent to other people. So.
And then he also added, I saw too, that he recommended Bros, the comedy with, if you remember, Billy from the Street. Dave might remember him a little bit. His stand-up comedian. He would run down the street interviewing people.
Billy.
Yeah, Billy on the street. He wrote, and I think he directed it, but then he started it. I know at least he wrote it. And I've seen it with my wife. It's a very funny and entertaining movie. And then also Red, White, and Royal Blue. It's a gay drama. So we will definitely add those on the list and look into them as well. But
All right.
just know that, hey, we're here for you, and we love you, and thank you for being part of the Bad Metaverse.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Well, we'll go let Mason Quinn.
Yeah, I guess I'll jump
Go
into
for
this
it,
one
if you
then
want
to a little bit of a change of pace here. Foxy Profete Zim Bium. Can you react to Fury,
Where did that
please?
come from, guy who can't say names right? I think you nailed it.
I blacked out for a minute there.
During your 10-minute monologue, he had he read it 900 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Proceed. I was just
He
very
used the Will
impressed.
Ferrell line
Please.
from Old School.
Please don't let us hold you back. Please continue.
Well, I was waiting to continue. I know. I had to let
Well, I want to keep dragging it out. So
I can imagine. Can you react to Fury, please, with Pitt and Bernthal, and also Shia is in that one. I've seen Fury a number of times. It's, I think, one of the best World War II movies made. Thought it was fantastic. Hopefully I got your name somewhat close. Maybe not. If I didn't, just say that I did so that I can feel good about it with these guys.
Like, did Mason Quinn just cast a spell?
No, mine was
Nikolai.
Dutch Daddy Gamer.
Severed.
Oh, I like that.
Severed Quinn.
Because I like both of them.
Severed Quinn just
Switch.
guy can't see.
I have not seen Fury, but I would definitely love to see that.
Now
I've
say
heard a lot
Cero
of-
Miedo.
I'm pretty sure I saw Fury. I'd have to go. Because I saw Sakara,
incredible.
right?
Yeah,
And then you guys, I only saw it the one time, and then you guys were, Bernthal was in it. I was like, no, he wasn't. And you're like, yeah, it was. I'm like, oh shit, he was.
We saw that happen with Sakaro. Hey, it's John Bernthal,
Well,
everybody.
the
He's in
YouTube cut's
Sakaro.
coming next week to YouTube, so they should see that in there.
Yeah, and then John.
It's like Homer Simpson, like back in.
Ryan Avila, thank you so much for another super chat. You guys have quickly become one of my favorite
Did we
reaction
just, yeah, we
channels.
just saw this. Ryan, did you double it? Or did
You guys should check out Shrinking Ted Lasso Vibes with Roy Ryder in it.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yep, he doubled it. So he doubled our pleasure. We'll double the fun.
Ryan. We will. Oh yeah, you did a.
Hey,
Oh, Ryan.
It's not even.
Wish we could kick that one back
And
to
guess
you.
what? And guess what? He doubled the super chat amount.
Well, sorry, Ryan. Again,
Well,
wish
thank you, Ryan, for
wish
that.
YouTube would allow us to do like a quick send back to you. But all right, well, Shrinking. We'll investigate. Ted Lasso is already on, and Roy.
You did say my name the good way.
Thank you, Ryan. Again, appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. We'll put that towards a new camera for chasing tornadoes.
You even said it right.
Yeah.
Wow.
He said the name in a good way.
Yeah, look at that. You did say my name in the,
Can
the
you
good
get
way.
this one?
I did say it. Mark recently had a relapse, but you guys helped
Mark AJ.
moving on. Well, Mark AJ, yes, recently had a relapse, but you guys helped moving on. Hey, man, just look, honestly, what I'll say as somebody, who knows people who have, whether it's an addiction problem or whatever with stuff, whatever helps you to just get through that moment and to get through that that next day. It might be something you never expect. It might be a reaction channel. It might be, going to a park and feeding ducks or something like that. It might be some new type of music that you found out. So I'm really glad that, we could help in some way with that, because you never know what it's going to be that might help you move on from something. I'm sure everybody in the chat would have an example of something that they didn't think would help them, but it actually did. So glad we're there for you.
Yeah. Again, I'm always seeing this stuff. I never thought us four schmucks would be in this position to help some folks. So, more power to you. Take one day at a time, and let's see where that goes. So thank you for allowing us to be some kind of, glowing light in your life to help out with that. So.
And official Ahmed, hey, you guys have Naruto on your list. Greatest show. I know that one can prove tricky for.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is on the list, but no ETA of when we would get to it. Hope that helps.
Did we get another double super chat?
Nope.
No,
Is
that's
that one a little different?
That is.
a little bit different.
But he added to it.
Yeah.
He added to it.
Okay.
You get
okay.
Foxy
Get
Pro
severed again.
Fiates, Zev Bunum.
Where's the end?
Couldn't get it
Oh,
twice.
he got so
Close.
Back to
I
it.
got
Severed. Go get severed.
I got the important part there. Can you react to Fury with Bernthal, Brad Pitt, Shia LaBeouf? My life would be complete. LOL. Also, you guys are big Rocky fans. Reaction to the Creed universe. So I have only seen up to Rocky 5. I have not seen anything from Creed. I've not seen Rocky Balboa. So yeah, those could be fun down the road. And we just
Wait, you
mentioned
haven't
Fury.
seen Rocky Balboa, Mr. Sly?
No, I didn't. To me, Rocky was over after Rocky 5.
Actually, Rocky was
Tommy
over
the
after
Machine
Rocky
Gun.
3, but I digress.
I've only seen the first Creed, so I would.
Who
be-
gives a shit about Tommy and that Rocky 5?
Dude, you said it's over after Rocky 3?
Yeah, for me.
I think after 4.
All right, yeah, I'll give you 4.
Holy shit!
give
I was
you
about
4.
to say,
I'll give you
motherfucker
4.
forgot about Ivan Drago.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty epic. I mean,
Christmas Day.
Hearts
in
on,
Moscow?
Hearts on
Well,
Fire,
I'm
and
just
like
so
the other
over
training
it.
montages.
Soundtrack.
So over the montage.
They did
Constantly.
well with 6. I think a lot of people saw it because it's like, wow.
Yeah, that
All
has
right,
the
I
biggest
guess
speech in it.
I guess it has.
That's
one
why I'm
of the-
surprised
It has
you're-
one of the most famous movies.
see,
I don't believe you.
I look, unpopular opinion. I have seen the speech just from social media,
Of course,
YouTube, whatever.
yeah.
I wasn't that impressed with.
Well, because he hasn't seen the movie, so he doesn't.
Yeah, I guess
he
I don't have the frame of
Yeah,
reference for
yeah.
it, but I was like, this is the big thing. Like, okay, well,
Yeah, you got to see the film.
but I
But
guess
I
can see
haven't
it.
seen
Yeah.
Creed, the third one. I've seen.
I haven't seen the
1
third one
and
either.
2,
Yep,
But
same.
you know what? If anyone quizzed me on number 2, I wouldn't be able. I wouldn't win anything because I don't remember too much. But I know I saw it. And then Creed 3, I still need to see.
Second one, they bring back somebody.
Is it like Cobra Kai? They just keep bringing people back.
Well,
That's all I'm gonna say.
they bring back
well,
somebody.
No spoilers.
No, I'm glad you brought that. See, little things like that. Yeah, they bring back somebody.
All right.
All right.
Knight Sterling with a super chat. Thank
Sweet
you so
name. It sounds
much
like
for that.
Sounds like a superhero.
It does. Previously recommended welcome to Noxus for arcane-related content. Riot has since released a 2-minute cinematic called A Dark Gambit that connects to it.
Isn't that the next TV show that's coming to Netflix for the Arcane world? Am I thinking wrong?
Well, I think this might be already out, but the Dark Gambit.
No.
might be
Sorry, never mind. Keep going. Answer.
new. No, I finished.
All right. Well, we'll look into it.
Well,
We'll look into it.
We'll look into it. I mean, if anything arcane related, I think it would be amazing, and I think we'll love it. So.
Yep. Zoe S with the super.
Zoe!
Thank you, Zoe. The garlic chocolate reminded me of a challenge years ago. Chocolate roulette. Some were nice, but some had garlic, chili, onion, and ketchup.
Oh my God, onion!
Wow.
Zoe,
Absolutely disgusting.
Zoe, what kind of sadists are you hanging out with?
Zoe,
Why?
what frame of mind are you in?
why
Setting
would
us
they
It
up?
do
says
such a
reminded her of a challenge. Just it could have
Yeah,
been.
right
on-
down the
that's
chocolate
true.
roulette
Well,
challenge.
I hope you didn't do the challenge.
Yeah, I hope you weren't there.
I've seen Oreo dipping sauce roulette.
Yeah, and I've seen that.
Yeah.
Well, what they do is they roll it down the table, and then it can
Yeah,
fall
whatever
into
one. Yeah,
cups.
Oh, that
one of
one,
them was ketchup, and it was like all like it's like,
Oreos.
I'm
I love Oreos, and I love ketchup, but they need to stay the hell away from each other.
putting
Thank you, Zoe.
triangles
Thank
around
you.
that to differentiate that
Those
it's
are
a challenge.
separate universes.
Clue 96 with the super chat. Have you watched The Old Guard? Yeah, briefly we just commented on that. I
little bit
have
earlier on
I
in
have
this
seen I've seen the first season of Old Guard. Love
movie.
Or the movie. Sorry, not the season. Yeah, I've seen it. Believe me, really, I did. Love Charlize, so I'll see just about anything she's in. I could watch it again and probably be
you'd
just as
probably be good.
entertained.
Probably be good.
Seen it. I can't wait for number 2. I think the only one that in
I haven't
earlier
seen it.
stream was you two, right?
Never
So-
seen Old Guard. Who's on? Yeah, no.
Yep. So those will be coming as soon as they drop number 2.
You should take the next one.
Well, I shouldn't say as soon as they drop, but they will come.
Nay, thank you for the super chat. Did you hear a Rambo prequel is in the works? I did not hear that. So basically a Vietnam movie?
Yeah, there's been a lot of rumors about the world of Rambo, of them doing more stuff, doing
No.
prequels.
God, who would
Don't do
play
it. Dude, you know
Rambo?
who's writing it?
Stallone would, if it was a Rambo movie, it
it's
would
gonna-
have to be Stallone
Yeah.
writing
And
it.
Stallone's
Yeah.
gonna star in it. They're just gonna de-age him.
Maybe David Morrell can help out the author who originally wrote First Blood. Maybe he can get in there and help Sly out.
Well, basically, if it was a Rambo prequel, all it would have, it'd have to be the story about him being a Green Beret and in
Getting
Vietnam
captured
and basically the things that he went through, because we did see flashbacks and stuff like that, and getting a younger actor to play a young Stallone would be very interesting.
Just
but
please don't. If anyone, just don't have Sly write it. No offense to you, Sly, but please don't write it.
no offense, but
No
don't
offense.
do it.
No offense, but
Don't
Sly,
write. No, I'm
stay
saying
the
with
hell away.
Don't
With all
write
due
it.
respect.
With all
I mean,
due respect,
I know
don't
you're a
write it.
legend and everything.
I did say with all due respect.
I say he's not going to catch it.
doesn't-
With all due respect, that doesn't mean you can just say rude things. It
doesn't-
sure does. It's in
I
Geneva
said
Convention.
I said
with all due respect.
Apparently, that's funny.
Oh God.
It is,
Okay.
it is.
Just one man's opinion, Sly. You can take it or leave it.
Hey, you
Thank-
got him to
thank
change
you,
it
Nate.
back to HBO Max.
That was-
Your
that was
word has
amazing.
Nate
power.
says Stallone has nothing to do with it. Said he knows about it.
Okay, well, there you go.
Thank you, Nay. I'm just
Stealing
no.
an IP.
I'm just saying, just don't have Sly write it. He can be a part of it in any other way. Just don't have him write it.
Arnold is taking part in anything.
Arnold's going to play John Rambo. All right. Ghazi with the super chat. I am excited to see you guys react to Rango. Also,
On the list.
have you guys seen either of the Monster House or of the movies Monster House or Prisoners? Both great movies I recommend.
Rango is due this month at some point for Patreon, which means eventually it'll come to YouTube.
Yep. Monster House, I have not seen. Prisoners, I always have to ask Diamond Dave that that's Hugh Jackman and Gyllenhaal. I believe
keep
it
getting it
is.
confused. Now, you've seen a law-abiding citizen, right?
Is Denzel in that? No.
Gerard Butler,
Oh, Gerard? No.
Jamie Foxx.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Wait, so
But
didn't
Prisoners,
you say you saw
no,
Prisoners? Or
Prisoners
who am I-
I've seen.
Was that you?
I've
seen
only
Prisoners.
seen parts of Prisoners.
I've seen
Is that with
Prisoners.
Jackman and?
Hugh
Jackman and
Jake.
Gyllenhaal, right? Yeah, I have seen that one. Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
yeah.
that's what I thought.
Okay, thanks, Bananas. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I thought you just told me the other day, because it was Answer that said he hasn't seen
I have
Prisoners.
not seen it. I had to look it up because I was confusing between that and with with Bale and Jack.
Oh, Prestige.
Prestige, yeah.
They both start with PR. That's how I got.
Yeah, so Answer really hasn't.
No.
He hasn't seen a second of it, and Oak. Well,
He's
so
a schmuck.
so.
You set him a right spider.
But as far as Monster House, I'd never even heard of it.
No, I'm pretty sure it's an animated one, I think.
Well, we'll investigate.
Yeah, we'll investigate.
It's on the list.
We'll
It's
investigate.
on the list.
No, it's not on the list, but we'll
I'm
investigate.
writing it down.
It's on the list that gets investigated.
That's right. The list
go.
for the list.
The list for the list before it makes the list.
Connie Flores with the super chat. Thank you for that. See, now, what a nice super chat this is. Not like some of you guys in the chat getting after me for how I might feel about Severance or early episodes. So thank you, Connie. I just want to say thank you for making me smile.
No, Connie, thank you for making us smile.
What a splendid super chat that was. How nice of you.
Because we made
very
you smile
kind.
when we rip on you for how wrong you were.
No, I don't think so.
You are wrong.
No, I was totally right. A lot of folks agreed with me.
Just the ones that you looked at and read, huh? One?
Captain Confirmation bias.
It was in the comments.
All right, one of the best YouTube names ever. Johnny Five is alive with a
Your
super
mama
chat.
was a snowblower.
He loves
My
saying
favorite
that.
line.
I know. Movies I suggest if you haven't seen them yet: Can't Buy Me Love, 80s movie,
Haven't
and
seen
The
it.
Big Short. It made boring banking stuff entertaining. Because yeah, I've seen Big Short and the cast is phenomenal in it. They do a great job of trying to explain the crash.
the
So-
2008
And
crash.
Can't Buy Me Love, I may or may not have seen.
Have not seen Can't Buy Me Love. Know about Big Short, but I have not seen it.
Oh my!
Easy.
You either know if you saw him. I'm
I would
not
have to
mad
look.
at him.
It doesn't have like some of the Brat Pack in it, so that could be any number of 80s movies.
No, it doesn't have anybody from the Brat Pack in it.
You know how many members of the Brat Pack there really is?
It has Patrick Dempsey in it. He wasn't technically Brat Pack.
He hung out with him. He's like in all the pictures. He's
Yeah.
part of the documentary that they talk
It's got
about.
Seth Green in it.
A very young Seth Green.
It's got Seth Green in it.
Very young. Seth
Dude,
toddler.
Can't Buy Me Love is an awesome, awesome movie. It is a classic.
and he has to see Days of Thunder face off. So I can't
That's
take
true.
him serious.
I am excited to see The Big Short just because of the cast that's in there. So I hope we get to that sooner than later. I'm excited for The Big Short. That's one of those I want to see, along with what's it? It was Big Short, and then the other one came out around the same time about it. Not American Made. What the hell was it? Nonetheless, I forget, but there's two movies kind of in that genre that both had big ensemble star casts that I wanted to see, and Big Short was one of the two that I remember.
Go.
All right. Sarah, thank you for the super chat. Popping in with some recommendations. Bridge to Terabithia. Terabithia. And Room. Keep up the good work. I've heard good things about the Bridge to Terabithia movie. Room, I'm not familiar with.
The only reason why I'm familiar of knowing what The Room is because it's doing quite well on our Rex page, our recommendations page on the website. I believe it's a series with Brie Larson, if I remember the photo correctly. Could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Well, Nikolai said #1 for Room. Absolutely brilliant film.
Nice. I will write that
Film.
down. And
That's a film.
and folks, to remind, the other movie I was thinking about was American Hustle with Jennifer Lawrence. I haven't seen that one. So those
totally different.
That one I
movies.
they're
have.
two totally different, but they're big ensemble movies that came
great
out around
casts, yeah.
the
I've
same
seen
time,
American
maybe.
Hustle. That
So-
was
I have seen American Hustle.
That was like one of the 19 times that Jennifer Lawrence and Bradley Cooper worked together.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Can you read that answer?
You want Carol F? Well, I was waiting for you to scroll.
Yeah, Cure Life.
Thank you for the super chat. The demo of the Stanley Parable is free and good. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe is also good, and both works well with live stream. Curious. All right, we'll look into that as far as our possible gaming stuff.
I was gonna say okay.
Demo
Demo.
of-
Yep, game.
Yeah, so
Free and good. Hey, what about the geo guessing? Has anyone done that or find interest in us trying that once for the geolocation guessing? Let me know. Kinda curious on
Yeah,
that.
we'll go around and search for stuff using coordinates.
Well, it's
guys-
more like they just drop you into this photo, and it's Google Maps, I think, and then you just have to guess where in the world you are.
Oh,
That sounds like fun.
Oh, that's something different than I was thinking of geocaching, where people go and they search for the stuff.
I was hoping it was where in the world
I
is
just
Carmen
figured
San
he
Diego.
mispronounced it. You know, Dave. No offense. I can
No,
say anything I want.
GeoGuessr, yeah, right there. GeoGuessr would be fun. Rami Malek
GeoGuessr.
did it with the biggest one, the biggest YouTube channel that does it all the time. I forget the YouTube channel's name. Apologies on that, because I'd like to get that out there. But yeah, and Rami Malek did one on a live stream.
So add that to our challenges.
Right. All right.
All right,
Rick.
cool.
Oh, God.
There it
Blah,
goes.
blah, blah, blah.
There it goes.
Rick Hoonzig, thank you for the super chat. Would you guys react to Star Wars TV series / movies? We hit that up earlier.
Yeah, we hit that up earlier, but the very quick short version is yes, because I'll go through it again. I've only seen 5 minutes of The Mandalorian, nothing else of Star Wars. So definitely our run is probably coming up way sooner than later for Star Wars.
Party foul.
Mark AJ with a super chat. Again, thank you so much for that. Days Gone, Sam Witwer, hint. They're different now.
What a legend Sam Witwer is. That guy's awesome. I've seen a couple of things he's been in. Of course, most famous for us, he was the guy in the tank in Walking Dead, the soldier who was dead that Frank Darabont wanted to do like a whole episode on, but they decided not to. But he's had a bunch of stuff in the world of Star Wars. I guess he's done a bunch of the video game voiceovers. For Star Wars.
I know who he is too. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Now, thank you, Walking Dead, of course.
It was Doomsday in Smallville.
Yeah, he played. He was in The Mist also, and he played a vampire in. Was it Humans or Becoming Human? Help me out, folks. Where it was a vampire, a werewolf, and a ghost living in a house. I guess it was originally a BBC show, and then they brought it to Sci-Fi. I thought it was good. I watched it. You never know. All right.
Well, Dutch Daddy Gamer with a super
DDG, thank you again for all the treats.
Yeah, these have been
you
delicious.
very
For the
Can
most
we
part.
acknowledge Dutch Daddy Gamer?
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Acknowledge me.
Should actually do that. I thought we were going to say, which ones would we like? Yeah.
No.
All right, I'll read this one. Dutch Daddy Gamer, I always wonder, how much have you all seen in advance in regards to reactions? E.g., when you drop the monthly trailer, have you already seen what's in it, and it's just a matter of uploading, editing it?
Oh God, how nice would that be?
What? Okay. How much you've seen all in advance? Are you talking like our schedule? Because it's pretty. We keep it pretty close to the chest of when we give you guys dates on Patreon, YouTube members. We keep that pretty close to the chest. Once in a while, we do early or pre-records, because if it lands on the day of when we're trying to record, something comes up for one of us, or whether, whatever personal thing it may be, then we have to do a pre-record. Or if it's like doing a challenge schedule, then we'll have to do a couple pre-records just so we can still get it out on a day that we say it's going to come out. When you drop the monthly trailer, have you already seen what's in it? And it's just a matter of uploading and editing it. Okay, I think I answered the question. Yeah, no, we play the schedule pretty close to the chest. When we say something's coming Friday, it's usually the night before most of the time, because we want to keep it pretty fresh for the upload. Now, again, some will say that is an insane way to go about it, because you just never know with tech and all that stuff. So some nights we do 2 nights in before, but that's pretty much it. We don't try to get too much recorded way beforehand, because again, we just play to a schedule. So yes, once in a while we get some pre-records way in advance, but it's very slim. But we keep it close to the chest. So
Dangerous is Bad Medicine's middle name.
yeah, I hope I answered that for you.
All right. And let's see.
Sometimes we don't know what we're watching until we see the trailer.
And I really don't send these guys links much of what like you'd think I'd send these guys links of like, hey guys, look at this trailer, got it done. I'm editing that trailer for Patreon YouTube members pretty much up until that hour. I might send them like a 1 or 2, but they don't see everything anyway. So
Super Bear Jew must be an Inglorious Bastards fan. Never caught a stream. Crazy to see where you boys are now. Keep it up. Sending love from Canada.
Hey, thanks,
Love right back,
Hey.
neighbor.
Sending it up there, eh?
Thank
our
you
neighbor.
for that.
our neighbor
Got him.
up north.
He's got himself a baseball bat.
Butte
Yeah, have you
coming.
guys seen Inglorious Bastards?
No.
Oh, that's why.
haven't.
That's why you don't get the reference.
Yes, I've seen it.
I know the
I've only
premise.
seen it one time though.
Oh, what a great film.
I don't promise, because I've seen
One of the
trailer.
best villains ever.
I mean, I know of it, but I've only seen bits and pieces.
Can I have some milk? Oh, it's just terrifying.
And the only bits and pieces I've really seen, I think, if I'm thinking of the right one, was what's on Instagram and some of the YouTube clips. But if I think I'm thinking of the right thing.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not.
Hey, we had somebody in the comments from Boston. Tell me how good Eli Roth's Boston accent is in Inglourious Bastards. It's a little controversial. You don't have to do a super chat, but I'll look for it in the regular chats. Lauren McIntyre, I have suggested this movie before and will keep doing so until you guys watch it. Laughing face. Please react to Timeline 2003 with Paul Walker, Gerard Butler, Billy Connolly, and Michael Sheen. Nice. Big love from your neighbor to the south.
Well, hey, look at that.
And everybody.
That is a huge super.
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge it.
Absolutely.
What?
What?
What? What?
Probably better. Oh,
You run the gambit for big super chat.
And I'm
he's
surprised
ripping on my boss.
I'm surprised I've never heard of Timeline because, we all love Paul Walker and Gerard Butler and, Billy Connolly's comedic work is great as well.
He's
as some as well as the serious stuff too.
roles,
Yeah. So, yeah, that's crazy. I've never heard of that, but I did write it down.
All right.
M. How did you get away with just being M?
M.
Like on the
Early
ground floor
adopter.
of YouTube?
Early adopter. Well, there's nothing here. I don't know if we were supposed to have a super sticker or if it was supposed to have something, but thank you very much, M, for the super. Bananas, 12. What would you say is your favorite candy for each of you? I feel like I need to send some so you feel something other than hate for black licorice.
Well,
Man, this black licorice was absolutely
if it's
dreadful.
Sambuca,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I don't know. I would say, Mike, if I were to pick one, just a regular old Reese's Pieces. That's all I need.
So the little candies or the cup?
The cup.
Okay.
I only need one. I don't need both. Just one is good, and then I'm on to the next.
Okay.
Next thing.
Snickers.
So,
Gotta have the Snickers.
You know what I've been just destroying bags of lately is actually funny enough the Wiley's Wallaby red licorice.
That is good.
Not only do I love the taste of it, the texture of it, it's like you just want to chew on it. I've just been like every day when I
The bags of the
the
Wallaby
bags
licorice?
of the Wallaby licorice, I've been just crushing
Little
those.
ones?
Well, they're about that big around.
They have, you know why?
can be
They
addictive.
got them right at the register at the old Quick Trip.
No, I go to I
Festival.
go to festival and I get the king size bag. It's like
there's Festival, Menards, Farm and Fleet.
But they
Menards
don't
is
have it.
really
They
bad.
don't have it at Pick and Save. I walked up and down. I'm like, there's Twizzlers. Where's the good stuff?
manager?
Just go to, dude, go to Fleet Farm. They have a whole section dedicated to that.
Yeah, well, because
I love all those exotic
Unreal.
licorices.
yeah, they have
Oh, good.
all the different flavors. They have. I discovered the mixed fruit one, and fruit. I've been crushing I've been eating way too much of that stuff, but it's so good. And you look in the back, and it's like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All it's got is 90 calories and a little bit
That's
of
what I
sugar.
remember saying that to
Can't
you,
be
like,
bad, right?
Is this okay?
Next thing you know, you ate
Absolutely.
6 bags.
Yeah, it's just this is awesome. Oak, got a
Oak,
favorite candy?
Besides what's on the dais?
Favorite candy. Peanut butter M&Ms are pretty
Those
low.
are solid.
Yeah.
Peanut butter M&Ms.
I actually like peanut just a scotch more though.
They're all pretty good.
Thanks, Bananas.
I don't-
plain. Get that
I don't
the
like
hell
when they
out of here.
put M&Ms on my ice cream. It just turns into rocks, and then it hurts my teeth.
And it's true.
Hold on. Slow down for a second. What do you mean when you say I don't like it when they put M&Ms on your ice cream? Who is the they?
Well, if
In
you're
this
with
situation.
your nieces or your nephews and they have their ice cream, they're like, "Hey, here, try this." I'm like, "Okay, I'll try it." And it's
So you're like, damn you, nephew.
You made it
Why
sound
would
like-
you do this to my
no, it's
teeth?
not like they say you will eat this ice cream.
Hey, you go to Dairy Queen and walk up and say, I'll have ice cream, and they just hand you something. Oh, man, they put M&Ms in my ice cream.
I asked her plain vanilla.
Usually, when you're
get
getting
what you
ice
order.
cream, it's a situation where you can ask for
You can ask
with
for
or without
many
M&Ms.
things.
You know what? When they
Got
put
my
M&Ms
order
on
wrong
my
again.
ice cream, they put M&Ms on.
All right. Mateus LN, thank you for the super chat. Just say that watching movies with you guys is already part of my daily routine, and you should watch Cloverfield 2008. Such a banger. I have seen Cloverfield. It is actually pretty good. It is pretty well done as well.
So there's the whole series of the Cloverfield movies, right? Because I saw the one with John Goodman.
I saw the very first one, in which it was this one.
Okay. Because
Because
the Cloverfield
TJ
Lane
Miller's our
was
camera.
Cloverfield, the one where it was supposed to be like a
found
first
footage.
person
it's
found
yeah,
footage.
It's found footage, and TJ Miller is the camera guy.
Oh, I think I've seen bits and pieces of it.
I thought it was pretty well done, especially.
Yeah,
with how they rated the
I
show.
Has
what year
anyone
did,
seen
what year
there-
did Blair
There's
Witch
3
come out?
films, I think, right? 3 films of
I thought
Cloverfield
there
or
was
2?
3 of them, yeah.
Either way.
Answer will get on it.
Cloverfield universe explained.
Hooligan with the super chat. What a
3.
That's a sweet name
3.
too.
So I have not seen
There's
the second or the third one. Of
Yeah, there's Cloverfield, then
Cloverfield,
10
Cloverleaf.
10
Cloverfield.
Cloverfield Lane and the Cloverfield Paradise.
Okay, yeah, I've only seen the one with Goodman. He's pretty awesome in that. But
yeah.
Hooligan, again, sweet name. Need to react to Solo Leveling dubbed and the Blacklist. Isn't the Blacklist like 5,000 episodes? Like it's
been
up there
a
with
long
One
time.
Piece.
Well, it's NBC with James Spader, right? That's the
yeah.
one we're talking about.
I've heard it's fantastic. But,
Anytime you hear network television, you're like, so there's 22 episodes.
yeah,
That was back in the
First
day, though.
season.
Now everything's really changing for everything.
yeah. And
All right, we'll check those out. Hooligan, thank
got
you
'em
very
wrong.
much.
M.
M is back.
And as someone asked before, any relation to L? All right, y'all, new fan here. You don't need to watch it here, but don't sleep on Grimm TV show, a sci-fi-ish show based on the Brothers Grimm fairy tales. I watched the show 10 years later. Thank you. Oh, well, we'll look into it, and hey, maybe we'll just watch it on our own time. I do want to see the movie Brothers Grimm.
that's with Heath and Matt
Matt
Damon.
Damon,
Yeah.
I bet you that had to be a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, it's your favorite guy? Yeah.
Hooligan.
Hooligan. Letha, prayers out to your family. Y'all keep fighting. You said it.
Way to go, Hooligan.
You said it good there, Hooligan. I think we're all in the same boat on that one.
Yep.
We can all agree with that one.
And okay, so we're getting caught back up to our uncle discussion with Clorox Bleach G. Oak got it right. No MQ. You are not a side chick. Okay, well, I just misread the room on that one.
He wants to. He just wanted to be.
Well, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, thank you,
nonetheless.
Clorox.
Thank you.
Return of the
Yeah,
Mac.
boy, here
Oh,
we
yeah.
go.
You were excited for that
Turn
one.
up
and
the
the
Mac.
second you saw it when you accidentally went a little too far.
Yeah,
There we go.
Of course. Reference to Severance. Have you considered that as an Audi, you're essentially shortening your lifespan by a third since you're not conscious 8 hours a day?
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I think we talked about
I think
that.
we did talk about that.
You
well,
do,
either
but
way,
you
I
don't
don't
even
remember if
notice
it was
it,
on
though.
reaction or between us. But yeah, you're essentially, you're not. Yeah, you're taking 8 hours of your life away.
Yeah, basically.
Because I mean, you get there, you go in the elevator, and then you walk out of the elevator. Like, yeah, that was a good 8-hour shift. I just
Because then you got to take into place, okay, so 24 hours, right? Take 8 away. We'll say healthy sleeper gets another 8 right there. And it's like,
8.
oh, so there's only during the day that's left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
right.
I'm not working.
my innie is gonna have to suffer from my Audi's transaction.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a wild concept.
That sounds like a problem for any
Yeah, that
answer to
sounds
have
like
to
any-
worry about.
any answer has a lot.
It's the old
Yep.
Homer Simpson
Well,
thing.
that was also the Seinfeld joke.
Well, and that's what's great about Severance too, right? It's layered with so much that you can just think about and have discussions on. So like even just this right here, you can probably go really deep with some of it too, because like how much do you value like take a Mark situation where he just did not want to remember, but again, you are kind of going to remember. It's just literally it's a snap of a finger. So it's like you still have those other hours to potentially think about it. So did it really actually help? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know until Cold Harbor comes through.
Yeah, we got to
Figure out what
we got to
that
figure that out.
And then Katie with the super chat. Thank you for that. Blessings. I'd love y'all to watch The Good Place.
I've heard that that's a real funny
Is that
show.
with
That's
Ted Danson? Because
Ted Danson
Okay,
and,
so it's doing very well on the
oh,
recommendation.
yeah.
what's her name? She's Dax Shepard's wife.
Kristen Bell.
Yeah, Kristen Bell.
God, do you mean he's Kristen Bell's husband. She's the star in this relationship. Everybody knows
He's got
that.
the number one podcast.
Well, not number one, but he does a very
She was
good
Veronica
podcast.
Mars. Never saw it, but I know it's a big deal.
She was great in Bad Moms. Oh.
Mr. Know-It-All. Would you guys ever react to audio dramas? It's basically a movie without the without the video, full cast of characters and sound effects. Number one show is We're Alive. Well, that's interesting.
Didn't they do that with 1984? I thought like Tom Hardy was in there, and then a number of other big stars. I think did something like that. If it's the same.
Well, like I was on whether it was iHeartRadio or whatever, they'll read like a small snippet of it, and then whoever's starring in it will say, this is the show that we're in, and it's usually they have some good names in there for doing the reading.
Yeah, I don't know. It just depends on what folks are interested in.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say no, or I'll use the term never say never because you just never know. Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All.
Never can.
And
Katie.
then back again, Katie.
Yeah, if you rewatch Harry Potter, do the ones through Peacock and you get extended versions. There's extended versions?
I thought we did watch the extended versions.
I thought we did.
Well, you guys did them on HBO Max, I thought.
And I thought they had the extended.
Maybe at the time when it was only Max, they didn't give us
Maybe
the
they didn't
real
give us. Maybe they didn't take it to the
Love-
max.
Love 2 years later. Well, folks, we're reintroducing our old name.
I would
HBO
love-
Max.
I would love to be at the board meeting when they were like, "This Max thing just isn't working," and they were so hell bent
Well,
on
because
going
they knew
for
everybody
it.
was still calling it that too, and the one it's like, Jeffrey, I told you it wasn't gonna work.
Dude, seriously.
You're fired.
Why there's Cinemax? Like,
Right.
why would we? Well,
HBO
number one name.
Number one name.
One of the biggest
Most
names,
recognizable.
in TV movie. Oh, yeah, we're just going to drop it, and we're just going to call ourselves Max.
I don't remember any motels back in the day saying free Cinemax. It said,
We should.
HBO.
We're McDonald's. Let's drop the Mick and just call us Donald.
Donald.
Let's go to Donald's.
They got the Big Mac. We got the Big Mick.
We got the big Donald over here. No more McDonald's. Oh my goodness.
But-
so funny.
Yeah, I mean, if there's more content to them,
we do
and
it,
if you folks
And
want
if
us
it-
to do
if it helps,
rewatch.
Well, again, I was not aware that there was even extended versions. So that's intriguing because now I'm wondering, like, what did we miss?
Caro, it did officially go back to HBO Max. They did.
Yeah,
they literally changed
It's
it back.
actually they made a big thing on their splash page when you log into HBO Max saying coming soon. Kind of. HBO Max is coming. Our
Yep,
name's coming
maybe.
back.
Maybe,
you, Katie.
maybe it was like when they like new Coke, they had to have a new formula, so they changed it to Max for a couple of years.
Yeah, who knows?
V with a super chat. Thank you so much for that. This is actually maybe more so
Any
for you.
updates for an official Discord? It's an easy way for streams, video updates, and community to come together. Very easy to set up. Well, we have two things going on. I still have to contact the one person on our Patreon who did some stuff for a setup. And then I do believe there is a current member who set up a non-official Bad Medicine one. I can't remember the member's name right now. But either way, we'll have something official coming soon. Right now, we got our still messing around with the members' website. Not only, I know that sounds like OnlyFans, but we made a Bad Medicine website for right now Patreon users because they got an API to just sign in. We're trying to figure out ways for our YouTube members to come in, and then we'll have a normal page to where you can just see the stuff. But of course, you have to be a member to watch it. But we're also working on our Shopify. We just need to figure out how we're going to model the T-shirts on the pics, and then that can go live, and then we'll worry about a Discord.
There we go.
Thanks, V.
Caro with the super chat. I love y'all because you keep it real and are decent human beings all around. I have been around here long enough to catch the good vibes. Also loved the recent vlog, which would have been the draft. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Love Caro from Philly, and congratulations on your picks. The picks are in.
No, the picks are in.
Hey,
The
Philly,
picks are
yeah,
in.
we'll see you November 10th, I believe, in Green Bay.
Yeah,
We're
maybe it'll
hosting you
get
guys.
maybe the pack
Monday
will
night
get
game.
smoked again.
Yeah.
First round bounce.
Oh, running into that first round buzzsaw. It's either
Yeah, and
that
your
or
quarterback didn't even want to go to your team.
it's
So
either that or losing
who would?
tragically in the championship.
I mean, it's not even an
Fair point.
insult. It's
Yeah,
not even an
Caleb
insult.
Williams came
like,
on, I guess, in
in
a
his book.
He's going to say he didn't want to go to Chicago. He was looking up the opportunity to go to the UFL instead of.
Well, there's a lot more. There's a lot more to it.
Paraphrasing. That's just what the.
There's a lot more to it. He tried. His dad said he didn't want him going there. Caleb had serious doubts, and then when he heard Shane, what a offense coordinator that guy was going to be the offense coordinator, he's like, I don't even like the guy. And then the coaching staff just let Caleb basically train on his own, watching video on his own, not even teaching him. And even just before the draft, eventually Caleb talked himself into, well, maybe I'm the guy that needs to change Chicago. And then that's finally how it kind of came around. But either way,
if he can change,
I mean, now the
Chicago
staff
can change.
Yeah, the staff's around
Answer
now.
change.
we can all change.
Chicago can change.
But again, it's like not even. It's like not even an insult because it's like, true. Well, who the fuck would want to go there? I mean, look at the last 25 years, or you could just say from 85 on. Look what has happened.
Yeah.
Nothing.
It hasn't all been bad.
You made it to a Super
I know
Bowl
we
with
had
Sexy Rexy.
well, that would be. Well, don't. Let's not even get.
He
started.
led you there.
No,
he
it was
put your
not him.
team on his back.
Yeah, the defense and a guy named Thomas Jones got us there.
And a guy named Devin Hester.
Well, and Devin Hester.
He hosts the opening kickoff.
Well,
What about Brian Urlacher?
defense.
That's why he said defense.
He's really good.
was.
Just making him feel
It
better.
was.
Rogoster James with the super chat. Mason Quinn, I know that you love Top Gear and the Grand Tour. Oh, absolutely. Some of the best stuff on TV. But do you watch Clarkson's Farm? If so, are you looking forward to the new season on the 23rd? I have been counting down the days to Clarkson's Farm. Basically, for anybody who's wondering, I get all my information and knowledge about the UK and Europe from Top Gear and the Grand Tour, as well as Clarkson's Farm. All jokes aside, Clarkson's Farm does shine a light on a lot of serious issues that farmers face over in the UK. Almost impossible to do anything on your land without filling out miles of paperwork. But that being said, I am very much looking forward to the 23rd. I think it's going to be awesome. That's some of the best stuff on TV. I love it. And I wasn't crying during the final episode of the Grand Tour. You were all crying, so excited for it. Hopefully one day maybe these guys will get into
We'll
it.
have to.
I've only
Take your
watched
word
it
for
like
it.
twice at your place.
It's because I forced you.
Well, it was a good episode. They had to try and get fish across.
Yeah, the fishermen kept coming out of the aquarium onto James May. Oh, what a challenge for us to do.
Yeah, that's another funny thing. The GM son telling to draft Jaden, and the kid was right. Kid was right.
yeah.
You should have picked Jaden.
Yep.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
that's how it goes sometimes.
Don't worry, they got
How it
Russell
goes.
the muscle.
Opinions vary.
Yeah. Marie Ramgirl with the super chat. Somebody else who shares the enjoyment of Clarkson's Farm and Top Gear. Got a drinking game idea. Take a shot every time Oak mentions Disney on Ice, and poor Quinn had to put up with his arms in his face again. Just like with the AOT intro themes during Oak's Let It Go Frozen reaction. God, Let It Go is such a great song.
I'm going to sing it.
No,
No,
I don't.
no.
That would be bad.
It
but
requires a voice.
I do just like to
Sing it like a
enjoy
lower tone.
the memory of that song, and because you kept waiting for her to just belt out that big note, and then of course we got to see Wicked,
Yep.
so
And so we got to see her sing a little bit. in
yeah,
that
it
as
got
well.
to be spoiled.
We did get spoiled.
You know, Wicked's not part of Disney on
Thanks,
Ice.
Marie.
Well, we know, but
It's not
the
Disney.
actress.
It's not Disney.
But the actress. Just kidding. April J with a super chat. So, when are we getting a reaction to Game of Thrones or Sons of Anarchy or Breaking Bad? Now, Breaking Bad, we've all seen.
Breaking Bad,
Yeah,
we've
we've all
all
seen
seen, so that's not going to happen.
5 out of 5.
The only one that has not seen GOT or SOA is this guy right here. So
Hi.
at some point, hopefully you all join his journey
I'm
because
sorry.
he's
I
going to
had a
do it.
life.
He's going to do it.
You're being lazy.
You're being lazy, yeah.
Did you want to get a Dinah when you were watching Sons of Anarchy at all? Was there any point that you wanted?
Oh, did I want a Harley? Nah, I just
Wanted the
cruisers just
Jax
don't.
Teller bike?
Yeah, cruisers just don't do it.
Thanks,
for
April.
Me.
Those got pretty popular during that period.
Oh,
with
yeah.
with just that little, what do they call it, a headlight fairing or just a
Yeah.
little quarter fairing?
Yeah,
What is
they
that
were
called?
popular.
All right,
Goes over-
Faye, he's in with another
Bat,
super chat.
Face back.
Faye's back.
So I think I saw Oak. You were taking
Oh,
some
didn't
notes.
get to mention it, but your boyfriend is Caesar, and I also saw that I believe I was scrolling up trying to catch him, but my comments that you're engaged.
Oh,
Congratulations on the engagement.
And
Congrats.
also, I had a question about Discord, which Diamond Dave
hit.
just got to. So, yep, the Discord.
Any more
thing,
questions? We will
I
be.
think
certain-
that
oh, yeah,
was.
I added more.
I think that was it. I was scrolling up through.
He
them,
says,
but
yeah, he added more, but we'll keep
yeah,
looking.
those
and
were the
we'll
ones
get
that
them
I.
down.
Those were the ones that I caught. I can only scroll up.
Oh yeah, I can't scroll up much more anymore.
Yeah, I don't allow us
because
so much to scroll
because
up.
because we so whenever like on our phones we have to refresh it and then it usually cuts off to a certain point, especially after ads.
Daria Ukani with the super chat. Thank you for that. Hopefully I got your name right. I'm 1 for 1 or 1 for 2, depending on how you want to look at it on those. React to Marco movie, guys. The best action movie in 2024 in India. Like pure violence, the action, the cinema. Let me say that again. The best action movie in 2024 in India. Like pure violence, the action and cinematography movie is a banger. Love from India. Hey,
Thank you.
Love to you
right
as well.
back. You guys are awesome with that.
The next-
a lot of your movie recommendations are really good. Really fun to watch.
Yep.
Yeah, the next one that's coming up is for this month, and at some point coming to YouTube will be 12th Fail.
Yep, that was highly
Oh,
recommended.
fail. Sounds like. You know what? Never mind.
Well, you could go ahead.
Well,
All right. Mark AJ, thinking about doing therapy, but don't know if it would help. Look, that's something you just have to try out for yourself. Like none of us here or anybody in the chat can tell you, what's going to work for you. That's something you have to find out. And obviously we have to be careful with, things we say from, a legal standpoint, but all that kind of nonsense pushed aside, you got to do what's right for you and, give it a shot. I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with it by any means. And I can't imagine trying it out is going to hurt. So whatever you think is best, or, whatever you talk to some folks, maybe in your family or inner circle, whatever they might think, absolutely.
I think the biggest thing with that is, you hit the nail on the head. It's like if you don't know if it would help, but you really don't know unless it's something that you try. And, we're in a time now where people can say, hey, I'm going to go to therapy, or, I want to talk to somebody, and it's not seen as a sign of weakness, where for so long, but with women, but especially with men, if it's like, well, got some stuff I, would really like to open up about, I think I'm going to go see a therapist. Even in the show we're watching, Ted Lasso, and it's fictional, so I don't want to, go too deep into comparing people's, real life situations with a fictional piece of work, but we see that very much. Or men who are like, therapy, I don't know. But again, it's one of those things where if you don't try, you don't know, and it's certainly looking for help is never a sign of weakness. So
Absolutely.
no, just life isn't the easiest. So whatever you can do to help you get through this crazy world, you got to do. You got to do it to help yourself be healthy and get through life's hardships.
Priscilla Gonzalez with the super chat. Guys, please react to Toy Story and Breaking Bad. Like I said, unfortunately, we've all seen Breaking Bad. It would be fun.
Unfortunately?
No,
Unfortunately,
or
we
not being
have.
able to react.
fortunately we have, but unfortunately to them that they don't get a
No,
first time.
I'm just giving him shit.
Unfortunately, we have seen Breaking Bad, and Will Smith does not have his nebulizer to erase our memories of seeing it. So that one we won't be doing. But the Toy Story series, I know those are in the works for sure. Of course, hugely popular movies.
Yeah, I've seen the first Toy Story and that's it. And I'm obviously Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I've not seen any of the Toy Stories, so those are going to be a lot of fun.
I haven't
I haven't
any
seen
of
them start to finish either. I've seen kind of bits and pieces here, and of course, you'd have to be living under a rock not to know who
yeah.
Woody and Buzz Lightyear are. But as far as watching any of them, like, hey, I'm going to sit down and start to finish.
All right,
Hasn't
Gecko with a super chat. Love that name. gotta suggest My Hero Academia. Since you guys are enjoying Full Metal Alchemist, I think you guys would really get a kick out of MHA.
That is on the list, actually.
Well, thank you so much for that suggestion. Can't wait.
Hopefully, it's got a banger entrance song like Full Metal Alchemist does.
Oh my God, it is pretty good. Mark AJ with another super chat. Told doctor the end at all moments. Don't know if I should have.
Yeah, look, man, that's something that we can't really comment on. That's between you and your doctor or family or therapist or whatever that might be. It's just something none of us are qualified to go into. But all I can say is that wish you the best. Get the help with who you may need or who you may need to speak to on that, and to hope that everything works out in that area.
Yep. Of course. Why not?
Oh, have a little issue there with our
Right there.
Malik Descent with a super chat. Must got to
And you remember.
Oh, he's a member.
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge you for that. Thank you so much. It didn't show up if you wrote something. If you did, just put it down in the chat for us to see. Dutch Daddy Gamer with a super chat. Around 6 a.m. here now. Maybe I should get some sleep. What was y'all's favorite Dutch snack off to bed after this? So catch you next time. For me, it's between the waffles and then these cafe.
Yeah,
bars.
for me it was between the waffles and like the lemon flavored little chocolates.
This thing for sure. This is.
Hey, you've been working on that.
I've had
there.
a lot. Not as bad as our last treat tasting thing.
I was going to say Dutch Daddy. I think
I got a
you're
little
about
aggressive.
90% on this one. You missed on the 2 black licorice.
These are for you, buddy. It's all yours.
Oh no, I got lots of licorice at home. That's okay.
Yeah, just right. He's been talking about.
We got to save that for bad challenges. Loser of challenges. Yeah.
Mason Stephen Quinn with a super chat.
MSQ.
MSQ. Project Almanac 2015 and Journey to the Mysterious Island 2012 for movie suggestions. I know a little bit about the Journey too because that's with our pal Dwayne.
Is that with Dwayne?
That's with Dwayne. He does the chest bump.
Does he? I'm sure he doesn't do the job in there, right?
No, he does. He never does the JLP. Harley M. Harley,
I got him written down. Thank you for the super.
Would you consider a 1-episode challenge where you watch 1 episode of 3 shows and make a choice? I suggest Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, and Hakuyu after Full Metal Alchemist. I like that. I like the idea. I don't know if we would do it per se.
1 episode challenge where you watch 1 episode of 3 and make it.
Does it have to be the first episode?
No, I can't say no, but we, like I said, the members kind of, I don't know if members would enjoy that so much because a lot of them anticipate wanting us to enjoy Demon Slayer, My Hero especially. So hard to say yes to that one, but never say never. But in this case, I don't think they would like it.
Yeah, for me, I've seen a fun concept is where people watch for series they know they're not going to watch the full one. We'll do a first watch and a last watch.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, imagine with some shows, like how that was.
the context.
Frame of reference.
But no context whatsoever.
Yeah, famously, Donald Faison from like Clueless and stuff, he did that with Breaking Bad.
Oh.
He watched the first and last.
Wow, what a show to pick the first and last.
He said he still absolutely loved the final episode. He still said he's like, I didn't need the rest of the show. The last episode was so brilliant. So it's like, Zach's like, but you get no rest.
Oh, see, imagine if we would have done that with Severance. I would have bailed. Bianca Giolio with the super sticker, maybe. Otherwise, it was something that was retracted. But thank you for the super chat on that nonetheless. Of course, we appreciate that. And Lauren Garcia. Thank you for the super. I used to work with Claudia Robinson, who plays Felicia in Severance. She acts next to Christopher Walken in the show. We worked at a theatrical Broadway costume company together for years in New York City.
Oh, that's awesome. Is amazing.
That's
pretty cool.
That
is cool.
Very, very interesting.
Now we'll think of this every time. So
There we go.
thank you for that, Lauren.
So you worked on the theatrical costume company. Okay,
Yeah, that's wild.
That's awesome.
To be, and that's the thing with show business that so many people forget. There's so many layers to it, and so many different jobs that are involved with it. we've been lucky enough to meet some people, who do prosthetics and makeup type work in the industry. And you forget just how talented some people can be at a specific skill. It's fascinating. It blows me away.
Yeah, a guy that I graduated with, he was, for the longest time, he was working for a theatrical company doing their costuming. And so he would have pictures on Facebook of him, and they were working on, was it Jesus and the Magical Dream Technicolor?
Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Yeah.
he getting there.
Yeah, well, it's the whole thing. Oh, sorry.
Jesus.
Oh, sorry. Are those eyes even open? And anyway. And,
Joseph.
Joseph.
well, because there's Jesus in something
He
else. Too.
said fucking Jesus in the
I don't know that one. But anyways, he worked on costumes for that, so.
Happens.
Happens.
that was the part 2. That was the sequel.
That was the sequel.
They started,
right
off
one.
with, they started off with Joseph, and then it did so well they came out with Jesus in the Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Michaela Juarez, thank you for the super chat.
Thanks again, Lauren.
Yeah,
That was
you
an
for
awesome story.
Michaela says, hey, you guys should check out a YouTube musical called Epic the Musical. It's about Odysseus, and different artists have worked together to create it.
Ooh, musical on YouTube. Ooh,
They might-
that might be tough.
Yeah.
That might be, well, all musicals are just tough because music is, in our experience, is the number one thing. That's why you see those, the YouTube cuts for any musical, or we talk over music intentionally because we know that if we don't give it some breakage, that YouTube, bam, blocks it.
Yeah, they
which
don't
is
like
still
it.
Block it. Not only just claim it, but they block it. So
Which is tough because sometimes we do want to actually listen to the music, but
Yep.
obviously that has to do it.
So never say never on that one.
Rajdeep Kang with the super chat. Y'all should watch Adolescence. It's an amazing show. It's only 4 episodes and touches on many important subjects. Each episode is fully one shot.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Interesting.
interesting. Okay,
But
kind of
yeah, we do have that on the list. So
Yep.
it's interesting that's fully one shot.
Yeah, like a.
Good work.
Well, I've seen.
I'm sure they got some-
17, but
Yeah.
very different. Oak, you've been kind of quiet for a while. Why don't you take one? He's
Yeah,
laughing
go
about poor old
Marquez.
answer over
Poor
here.
old Jesus in the Technicolor Dreamcoat. Hey, everyone. I'm dropping in to recommend some of our Brazilian gems. I'm still here. Elite Squad and City of God. Also, make sure to check out Andor.
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 No, Andor is the name now.
It's all
I think you had Dave for a minute there.
it's Star Wars.
Happy New York.
This is Star Wars speak. Love your reactions. Thank you very much, Iago, for the super chat. We got our list man over here writing them all down.
And we've already kind of spoke on the whole Star Wars things about
Yep.
2 times now. So sorry, but just know that there's the whole gambit of Star Wars is coming.
Ryan Hill, give us y'all's playoff predictions for the NFL.
This
2025.
early?
Just early?
Well,
tough.
I will just super early. I
need to
will
go to my
say
mini camps first and see how they do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Well, right now I'll say Patrick Mahomes for AFC, NFC. Just toss up a team almost, and I'll just say Lions for now.
That's fair.
It's just
And this
whoever
is going to
gets hot.
change. Yeah, it's going to change again.
Because the NFC, I think it's whoever just gets hot in the playoffs, and the AFC, you're going to see it's going to be a battle between the Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs.
I would love to see the Ravens re-sign Derrick Henry to a nice contract for 2 years. So I would love to see.
I think they did already, didn't they?
That's why they just signed
what he
him
just
back.
said.
Okay.
I'm just trying to tackle.
I was still
fuck that. I don't want to tackle that guy.
No, that's what I mean. Like
Pass. He's
that guy's
coming
still
out, right?
running over folks.
Coach, look at him. He's just so quick.
It would be great to see the Ravens finally at least reach the Super Bowl with
Get
that
over the
team,
hump.
and so hopefully they can get him another wide receiver.
Because Lamar hasn't won back-to-back playoff games since becoming starter.
I'm thinking Shedeur Sanders is going to lead the Cleveland Browns to the championship. That's my prediction.
Of the AFC.
Who are you trying to sell on that when you were trying to say it? To the
Well, I was debating if I wanted to
Championship.
go. I was debating if I wanted to go just real high in the playoffs. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. He's gonna go all the way.
well, hopefully he gets the starting gig because that'd be kind of fun.
We'll see if he even
Shedeur
gets
will
it.
be the starter by like week 2.
Well, he's got Big Joe Flacco. That would be that would be great to see. Have Sanders start. You got Joe Flacco behind you to help teach you every bit of the way.
Kenny Pickett.
For any little thing that Sanders needs for the NFL way, and who knows what could happen.
Well, what's going to happen when Deshaun comes back? You're paying him all that money. You're not going to.
I'm pretty sure he's going to get cut.
Oak, any predictions?
I would honestly, honestly, I think, and as we know, everything could change. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just
Commanders
a repeat.
Bills is a good one.
If it was just a repeat of this year, honestly, like, hey, it's the Chiefs and the
until
Bills in the
somebody
championship
shows you
again,
something different,
and
yeah.
the Eagles and the Lions. I know that's a vanilla answer, but right now,
Too early to tell.
Tell those Chiefs.
that's exactly it. Because, like, look, who knows what's going to happen with your existing players? Who knows whether any of the draft picks are going to pop off? Some position changes, coaching changes, injuries. You know, hey, I'd like to think that the Packers can get somewhere. We got some speed on the old wide receiver crew now, and some new height. So who knows?
Yep. Nay, with the super chat, any movie you are looking forward to seeing in theaters next? Well, for me, it's F1. Look, I think that's a total theater experience. I don't think we've decided on the channel exactly what we're doing. If we might give that the Maverick treatment, or if we're going to wait. But nonetheless, yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to is F1 with Brad Pitt.
If it could, it would be the next Avengers, Doomsday.
You know, would it be? I wonder, Dave, if we got some floor subs for the studio, so we could just feel the bass. The headphones that we have are pretty good as far as audio quality, and so it's interesting. Like the theater experience, obviously it's a bigger screen, but a big part of the audio is, you know, feeling the audio. And these headphones, they're pretty immersive, but I think two giant floor subs make the ground shake a little.
More.
Would be
No promises on that one, Oak.
will be
You're asking for like, hey, we need hours dedicated to that, which this guy doesn't have.
no, floor subs. Those are
Talk to our accountant on that.
floor
see if
subs.
we
That's
make
easy to
happen.
hook up. It's just a matter of whether the elves and the neighbors of the
It's not-
studio.
I think you're forgetting. We got everything running through here.
Oh, that's
I think you're forgetting a couple things there.
I was
Runner up at Best Buy. Yeah,
Runner-up
we know.
manager of the year. Yeah, we got it.
Runner up at
right.
Best Buy.
theater
Alex,
Thanks,
with the
Nay.
super chat. Thank you, Nay.
Oh, I should say mine too is right now would be Doomsday right now.
Oh,
You can run an HDMI out and do a sound bar. It's that simple, actually.
Alex,
actually,
you
hit him with
assume
the
that we have
actually.
open ports, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like you're not
we're
considering
redlining the thing.
redlining
You
it.
could just run an HDMI splitter out of an HDMI out.
And you're going to complain that it's not getting enough juice. I already know what you're going to do, Dave. It's-
Oh, I know.
Why is there a small fire under the desk? I don't know. Why is this? Turn it up!
Shit's shaking in the room.
Alex with a super chat. Hi guys, I love your reactions. I hope you can react to the movie Anastasia. The music and the animation are gorgeous.
You don't have to write that one down. That one's on the list. It's high on the list on the Rex page too. Thanks, Alex. It'll come this year probably.
Ramiro.
Yeah, they went down. Look at that.
Unplugged.
There it is. Yeah, Ramiro Flores. You guys should react to The Alamo. 10 out of 10 movie.
Never even heard of it. The Alamo I have. The film I have.
What's the Alamo?
well, there's no basement in the Alamo.
I was in the Alamo.
It doesn't have a basement. That's where they're gonna hide Pee Wee's bike.
Well, that's where the Spurs play. Alamo.
Oh, seems a little small, but
It is called the Alamo Dome.
The dome
Was.
that dome designation is they play at the Alamo.
That's
You can't take pictures in the Alamo.
Oh, well, Kai has a super
this
chat
one, yeah.
for us. Would mean a lot if I could get a happy birthday. Just turned 26, and I've been a huge fan the last 2 years. Love from the Mitten.
You came to the right place.
Happy birthday to happy birthday
Do you?
There we go. That's going to be enough, so we don't
okay.
get
There we
so we don't get to
And we acknowledge your birthday.
happy birthday, Kai.
26. It's 2 years. And thank you for being a
Yeah,
huge
thank
fan.
you for your support for over the last
That's
couple of years.
awesome. Appreciate it. TDS on a quest. Member for a month.
Acknowledge me!
FYI, not from South America. I'm from New York. I just used VPN one time and can't get it to switch back to all my super chats. Look for it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Mason Quinn,
look at
it's your
that.
doppelganger.
Look at that. The VPN gotcha.
Yep.
It got you. And it's good to see that
By the
YouTube
way, guys, I live in New York.
That's awesome.
It's fantastic.
Because we're looking at our live chat, our fan funding. You're still up there from your chat
look at
of
that.
4,000 AR.
Whatever that is. Yeah.
That's so fantastic.
It is. It's Argentinian pesos. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
that is-
great. Oh, good to see. Not only you, not only fucks us, but it kind of
Yeah.
can fuck you guys too.
With
Well,
a
think of
tear
all
in
the-
my eye.
But TDS.
Tear in my eye.
TDS, think of all the cool shit from South America you can watch on South American Netflix now. So, I mean,
Boom.
there's that.
There's that.
MSQ back in the chat. Central Intelligence 2016 and Baywatch 2017 featuring Final Boss.
I have seen both.
I have seen both.
Man, they got Afron
same.
ripped
Yeah.
For
for
Baywatch.
that Baywatch film. We're talking like bodybuilding competition ripped. It was wild.
He was a professional swimmer. He was.
He was a professional. Get
Yeah.
ripped or
You seen both Mason Quinn?
Yeah, I've seen both. I was just thinking, I didn't know they had a swimmer put on that much muscle to be a lifeguard. Like, how do you swim when you can't lift your arms above your head?
Zero
Thank you,
flexibility.
Mason Quinn's burner account.
Yes.
MSQ.
Yeah, right. He would never give money. Carl with the super chat. No pressure at all, but would love to know what your day jobs entail, not company specific. I know Oak does a lot of public speaking. I'm curious about everyone else. You feel comfortable talking about it?
Yeah, cybersecurity.
I do social media management for a gentleman named Jay Cutler and a couple of his
The
companies.
bodybuilder.
Yes, not the Chicago Bears player. So I do some social media work for him.
Smoking Jay.
A couple of his companies, Cutler Nutrition, Cutler Athletics, and TRT Kingdom. A lot of work, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, lots of social media stuff. So
Give him the rest
lots
of the resume.
apps. Lots of apps there.
Nobody wants those.
Apps.
Lots of apps.
Yes.
Appetizers?
This is it, folks. It's me and you. That's it. It's me and the rest of the bad metaverse. That's my gig right now. That and any other things that pop up around the house or otherwise.
Run the arcade channel. There you go.
He doesn't run it.
Well, I don't run it. I'm the face of it. I'm the face that runs the place.
There
Y'all
it
don't
is.
want.
OBS disconnected, reconnected. Oh, cool. Maybe we got a little break in action there.
Yeah, we did. Yep. Because mine is.
Well, hopefully things will
Well,
reload.
looks like
here
we're
soon.
back.
We're back.
Are we back?
Just
I-
let us
I
know in
see
the
here.
chat if we're back, because
Chat,
Banani's just said, okay, we'll give it 20 seconds.
Uh-oh, they're glitching out.
Well, yeah, I have us. We're good. I'm live, Dave. Mine. It's
I know, I'm
working.
still
You're just
gonna
double
have-
checking.
Yep, OBS.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, OBS said it disconnected.
And Oak wanted to add a subwoofer. We might want to add.
We're back. All right.
HDMI
Real quick,
splitter.
real quick, it's polls over on the member pages. We do have for some stuff that we pick a little bit too. So it's just kind of in between, but mainly we try to get everyone to get their input on the members pages. And then sometimes the members and YouTube are pretty loud about certain things. So like prime example would be One Piece. Like everybody just came at us left and right. And we had no idea what the hell One Piece was, but a lot of people just bum rushed us on every platform, One Piece. So then we're like, all right, they've made enough noise. I think we should check it out, fellas. So we just threw it in. So
Yeah, and what a win that show.
Yeah, what a
was.
surprise. It was awesome.
all right,
Is your audio
Brandy.
audio still glitching?
Audio's still glitching.
You're coming in and out.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully things will get better.
Well, maybe it might be if you're still behind a little bit. Maybe it might be a
Yeah,
little glitchy.
before we get there. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Brandy Torres. When's the BYOB live chat? Why did answer mess up May's trailer? JK, please react to the summer I turned pretty. We can all drink then. Cheers. Third and last season.
Yeah, so I know you're JK in there. It was me because I underestimated the movement for the green boards. We need that to be a steady shot, so I know that now. So we'll circle back to that one.
Yeah. We kind of have it figured out now, but I had too much movement. I was so graceful.
He's all antsy in his pantsy. He had too much of that syrup.
All right, Mark, AJ, thank you for the super chat. Thank you guys for what you've done. You save lives. Thank you again, Mark. Thank you for opening up and sharing what you shared with us tonight. And just going to kind of reiterate what Mason Quinn said to Mark and to anybody else out there. We try to say as much as we can as far as encouraging words. When the subject matter gets a little bit heavy, I'll just say for us at that point, we have an obligation as people with a platform to recommend that people do speak with professionals for help. There's hotlines, there's phone numbers, there's texting that you can call if you find yourself in a dire situation. So please know that there are resources for you. But again, we love giving words of positivity, but when the messages that we get kind of go to that next level, again, then we have an obligation to say that it's best to seek professional help. But we are always grateful that people feel comfortable and for a word that gets overused quite a bit, safe enough, I guess I could say, with this group to share those things. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Marie Ram Girl, or as I like to say, Marie's Rams Girls. I forgot to say in my super, but please watch, what was that, Danganronpa? In English dub version, as voice acting is great and can focus more on awesome animation too.
I love the English dub. I love it.
Yeah,
favorite thing to hear is English dub.
It was amazing watching, Death Note and now Full Metal in the dub.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But
thank you, Marie.
I have added to the list.
Marie.
Thank you for that.
Alex with the super chat. Thank you so much for that. You should watch the movie The Way, Way Back. It's such an amazing movie with some great actors/actresses.
You don't have to drop another super chat, Alex, and maybe somebody in the chat can help. That's not the movie where Colin Farrell and Ed Harris escaped from the Russian gulag during the war, where they literally walk their way out. I don't think it is, but I'm just not sure. So let me know in the chat, or if it's something totally different.
Yeah,
it's something totally different. It's about a kid growing up in the 70s.
Oh,
80s.
okay, so way different.
Way different.
Yeah,
but the other movie's good too.
I'm assuming from 2013. It has Steve Carell, Sam Rockwell. It has Toni Collette, Nat Fax on.
So winning cast.
Allison Janney, Maya Rudolph. Yeah, so close, Quinn.
All right, Bianca, thank you for the super. Would you guys consider watching From? We answered that a couple times. It is on the list.
Mm-hmm.
So on the list. At some point. Mm-hmm. Ryan Hill, could you do all the seeds 1 through 7? Really interested in y'all's opinion, but I completely understand. Laugh out loud, Texas fan. Well, we're not going to do the 1 through 7 now. Because again, it's just so super duper early in the. I mean, we haven't even made it to OTAs officially for every team yet. So, but hopefully, ask us in September when we start getting a little preseason in and seeing how some things kind of start off. Even though it's not always about the start, but once we're a little closer.
Let's see what CJ Stroud you guys get this year. See if he is more like his rookie self than last year. Right there. Michaela Juarez, you should check out Sinners 2025.
We will absolutely.
We definitely will.
Yes, we do.
I think all four of us are really excited for that one.
We are.
Absolutely.
Priscilla Gonzalez, thank you very much for the super. Please react to the big wedding. Robert De Niro, Diane Keaton, Katherine Heigl, Susan Sarandon, Robin Williams, Amanda Seyfried. Also, It's Complicated, Meryl Streep. Alec Baldwin, Steve Martin, John Krasinski.
Yeah, I know what that one is.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of them.
I have not seen The Big Wedding, but I have seen It's Complicated.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Added them to the list.
Get them on the list. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Nikolai! Turn off slow mode before I rip off my skin. Please. Nope. Not happening, pal.
We have it on.
Not happening, pal, because we still kind of need to look back and forth here, my man. Come on now.
Slow mode.
Slow mode.
We only have it on.
Remember,
for
he's
you
not going to
'cause
listen to you two. You two don't exist in his world.
Well.
So, all right.
Yeah, because in about 12 hours, he's going to give me shit on the game.
Exactly. Angelina S. Hey, guys. Love all of you. If you guys take recommendations, I would love for you guys to watch Pantheon. Love from Canada, eh?
Hey, thank you, Canada.
Hey,
Neighbors up north.
Beautiful
That's
comments.
such a beaut.
Beauty.
Andy, have you guys thought about
Andy
a thought
Dennison.
of
Andy
renting?
Dennison.
Andy Dennison, thank you very much for the super. Have you guys thought of renting out a theater and doing a reaction of newly released movies and then release that reaction when the movie comes to streaming? Seen the normies and Popcorn in Bed do this a few times. We have discussed that in a few lives. We have still yet to maybe figure something out because the first step we would actually like to do, and we almost pulled the trigger on it when we heard in our area that Harry Potter was coming back to the theater. I think it was Deathly Hallows Part 1 and 2, but we never were able to get on the same page with the movie theater on that. They just have an interesting set of rules that we definitely understand why they have them. So it's just a matter of making sure we can pick the right time with their timing. So maybe someday we will do it. But yeah, we've seen Popcorn in Bed do it. I haven't seen the normies do it though, but I have seen Cassie do it.
Yeah, good for them to be able to be able to pull that off. So that'd be so much fun.
That would be kind of cool.
Mark
in
AJ.
IMAX.
Yeah.
Because I have never experienced IMAX yet.
I did once. Mark AJ, Street Fighter 2, the animated movie English dub.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Street Fighter animated movie is probably not the same one, but I saw like back in the mid 90s, and it was the first time I heard a swear word, an F-bomb in an animated movie. I was like, what the hell is this?
What is this stuff?
I didn't expect that to happen.
No one suggesting Street Fighter the live action.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
JCVD. Oh, you gotta go.
It's not moving for me.
No, it's all
There we go.
janky.
Just needs a subwoofer.
Yeah. All right.
Weasel
go.
Thor Pouse, thank you very much for your super. How much bribery, incentivization, coercion, blackmail would it take to get you guys to slog your way through the Jackass films? I'm kidding, but wouldn't blame me if you said no, LOL.
I haven't seen the newest one, but I have seen the
I
others.
saw the first one. And
I think I've seen all of them. Yeah, they're all fun. The 3D
You saw
one.
the latest one?
I think so. Yeah. When did the latest one come out?
just a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
It was
I think
very recent.
Yeah, I think
Those
I've
are
seen
all-
it.
Maybe I'm thinking
The 3D,
something else,
the 3D one in the theater was
I think I've only seen the first one. I mean, I know what
Does
they're all
it-
about. 'Cause I've
well,
seen
Well,
the
yeah,
shows.
we know what's going to happen.
You know,
the 3D one. There's things flying in front of you and stuff.
oh, it's not the one where it was like just dicks everywhere.
No,
I mean,
There's dicks flying in front of you. I
well,
guess.
we can. I mean, YouTube the second grade.
There was adult
level we have to
there
talk
was
at
adult
allows
toys flying. I mean, there was some cool explosions where stuff was flying,
Yeah.
and then one scene where it was it was a bunch of dildos and sex toys and shit just flying through the theater. And look, when you're there as an adult, it's pretty hard not to laugh at that stuff.
When you're there as a kid, it's hard.
Or slow motion, like doing like the wobble, like Lamar's javelin, just all across.
Gailey with the super chat.
Oh, there it is.
What is your favorite football snack or entree? Yay Sports! The Yay Sports meme, the old Yay Sports ball.
Yay sports.
If I don't have to worry about getting dirty, it's going to be just good old bone-in buffalo wings.
Taco dip for me. A taco dip is like it's up there with the Wallaby licorice, where I just I just can't stop myself. I'm like a dog eating food. Like I try to eat as fast as I can so nobody else can get any.
He threw up twice already. He's going back for more.
Oh, taco dip is
I'm
so
with,
good.
I'm with answer wings. Hard to beat wings for a football game.
Yeah, I'm simple. Just pizza. Just give me pizza.
I mean, I get it, but
Certainly not Papa John's pizza.
Motherfucker.
Lauren Garcia.
Lauren's back.
all right.
Would you consider watching competitive reality TV shows like Survivor or even The Amazing Race? Netflix has some good ones as well, like The 100.
Again, it all depends on what
Yeah,
y'all
whatever,
want.
folks.
There has to be a big push for it. So, yeah. Kind of depends on y'all on that one.
I thought The 100. well, I'm probably wrong, but I thought the 100 was like a regular fictional TV show with like the kids landing on a planet.
You know what's a good competitive reality show?
Alone.
Oh, it's yeah, actually, it's really. I was gonna say, you know, every season on Oak Island is a race against time. But Alone is really Alone is really good. That's not what I was even thinking of. But Alone is really good. Waiting on season 12, they're really delaying this next season a lot.
No, darn it.
Somebody probably got eaten by a bear.
We gotta pretend that didn't happen.
The fact that they've gone 12 seasons without having a wild animal attack is shocking.
Yeah, given
Kind of
where
epic.
they are.
Kind of epic.
Yep.
Last one.
Mark AJ, English dub has better music than 1994 live action LOL. Of course, referring to Street Fighter 2.
Street Fighter, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh my God.
Well, again,
We
thank
made it
you
through,
all
folks.
for making this an absolutely fun night. Daddy Dutch
Gamer.
Dutch Daddy Gamer for all the snacks he sent from
Well,
across the pond.
90% of them we liked.
Well, 95% of them we liked, except for like one.
Those two.
These silver gray
That's
garlic
why it was 90.
things.
It was the two black liquors.
Yeah, the garlic. And
Yeah,
the,
okay, so yeah, about 95.
the tiger nudies
Tiger
weren't,
nutties.
you know,
Those are good.
kinda
I like
my
those.
favorite.
Nuggies.
Kinda half.
Oh, Quinn, why
Kinda half
might as
and
well
half.
get that one.
And Marie Ramgirl with the super chat. Thanks, guys, for a great time. It was nice to chat to you all again. And take care. Much love. Enjoy the F1 race this weekend, Quinn. Miss chatting with you about it. Yeah, Imola this weekend. The Italian fans. I don't know if we have anybody from Italy in the chat, but you guys are absolutely insane. I love watching the race from Italy. It's always so much fun and the passion that all the fans have. So it's gonna be a good one. And yep.
So Marie, you got that one?
Yep, that's one.
And then Zoe, night guys, been so much fun. Well, thank you, Zoe, and thank you to all that has joined this, whether it was a heated passion about, some politics or if it was Last of Us, whatever. Thank you for spending your time with us because you guys could easily, okay, you all missed my previous chat, scroll up. 10 of picks. Well, I know we read one because we had actually a discussion on it. Sure.
Well,
Did you send 3? Don't super chat us this, but 10 of picks. Did you send 3 or 2? Because if it's 2,
we'll look for it in the chat.
because now I'm really scrolling up.
Because we have the sub gents I mentioned
right here.
before to choose
Okay.
what series you're
No, yeah, we read this one, yeah.
Oh.
We did.
Yeah.
Done any live movie reactions? No.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
we
this
mentioned
is
about
the one,
the
right?
theater and stuff, I thought.
Yeah,
No,
10
there's a
picks.
different-
Oh, that's right. That was a different. Well, anyways.
Well, this one we did because I said the sub gents.
Is this the one, 10 of picks? Because
Sup, Jen's answer to that one.
I hope 10 of picks. Where you at? Oh, yeah, that's right. We got a 20-second delay. Ha.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't he answering?
Why isn't he answering? That's 2 to the chest. Why is it
Two
still
to the
coming?
chest.
Oh yeah, and Faye, if you want to, add your stuff right now so we can fully get that in for you.
10 picks. I'm going to assume that is it.
Get these a hell waiver.
Stop.
Right, we're gonna scroll back down
Yeah,
because I
because
think
we
2
had-
new ones came in. So 10 of picks. Well, I think we got it because this is technically your second one.
Yeah.
So we did read the
yeah.
first.
Yep. Okay, and then Roll Ostrich's movies I recommend: Dances with Wolves, pretty legendary. Jeremiah Johnson, also legendary. Hook.
Gotcha, 10 of picks.
And shows What We Do in the Shadows, Ghosts, the UK version. Was that the one I was thinking of? Either way, Ghosts, the UK version and the US version. Love y'all. I will write those down
Write it down.
because I've seen Dances with Wolves and Jeremiah Johnson. And what else? Was
You can read that one quick, Oak.
Yeah,
By Faye.
I will write.
Which
I tried to invite my parents to the wedding, but they refused to come. I don't think I'll be able to fix us because, well, I went to my parents' Facebook and they actually removed pictures of me.
Yeah, again, it's just a matter of hoping that that with time, things can change. I mean, things have a funny way of working themselves out sometimes, and maybe again with time and distance and parents being apart and stuff, they'll have an opportunity to think about where you guys are at, and Again, all we can do is hope for the best there, guys. So
Yep. All right, Kyle
Oh, I was
with the
gonna
super
say,
chat.
2 more things.
Did you guys watch The Accountant? It was awesome, and the second just came up and was great too. So we're actually waiting for video on demand, and then we'll do the 2 together.
Yep.
So can't wait for that because I have seen the first Accountant, but I want to see the second one.
I saw the first one.
I haven't seen either.
I haven't
Nice.
seen either, so it's going to be a fun
Also,
trip.
Faye also asked that he would love us to react to Love Victor because it's based on Love Simon, and that would like to try out Fellow Travelers as a gay series. So I thought you guys might like. The last thing was me and my boyfriend actually got hot teased by your thumbnail of your stream with you. Well, that's awesome. All shirtless, which made me and him drool, but we got sad when watching the stream.
And you
all were not shirtless. Just wanted to say you guys are very hot, especially with the thumbnail.
Well,
Well,
that's
AI does amazing things.
power
right?
of AI.
New Superman trailer when? Actually, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, we did it live on the stream for the first time. There is no sound to it because OBS is fun.
And that's probably a good thing.
And it's a good thing because we for
We'd
sure
have
would have got flagged
yeah,
on it
right
at a
off.
minimum.
Mr. Know-It-All with a super chat. Gattaca is an amazing sci-fi film worth a watch.
Gattaca is awesome. I can attest to that. It's got Ethan Hawke, not Ethan Hunt, who I always call him Ethan
like
Hunt.
to say
Ethan
that.
Hawke.
If you're new to that channel, he has done that multiple
Ethan
times,
Hunt.
and it's great. Especially during Moon Knight. You almost said it almost every episode.
I did, I think. It's that
Right.
damn Ethan Hunt.
Thank you guys for being here for the past. So like I said, when you have your squirrel too. You got her!
Who's the man now? One take. That's all you needed.
The up close shield slam.
One. Give it up again, man. Give me another one. All right. Oh, I hope the folks stuck around for this.
All
one.
right, you better have. Hey, this ranks right up there with beating the Helldiver right before we had to roll into a live.
We had to go.
We have a little more
Little bit of
time,
time,
but
but-
still,
This
the
is
one take.
just let's back off for a second. This does not rank up there with the Helldiver.
What happened?
I
What
don't know
happened?
what happened
Oh
there.
man,
Yeah, we had
I
a
saw
little
some interesting comments in the
glitch
chat.
in,
And had no idea what was going
little
on.
glitch in the tech here.
Try blowing on it. That helps sometimes.
Zoe asked with a super chat. Jeez, that was so loud. I jumped out of my skin. No, you were jumping for joy at the Kingslayer.
We'll have to check into that, folks.
Well, that
I mean,
wasn't
this
the
glitch is getting seriously annoying. I mean,
Something with it.
OBS just has a mind of its own sometimes. Maybe it's that AI taking over or whatever it is.
Could be that chat GPT.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Listen, Quinn
Google.
Googling ChatGPT.
So
my epic
weird.
win.
Google chat.
So what happens?
That's called
So weird.
Oh man.
Hey, much love to all of our mods out there. I
Thank you
see,
to all the mods.
I see Mia and Alana, and I think Letha, of
Letha was
course,
in for
was
a
in
while.
there. So again, thank you all for joining us. Thank you to the members. Thank you to everybody jumping in the chat. This was
Thank you
kind
for
of a
your
long
time
one.
tonight.
Yeah.
Again,
Might be
with
morning.
everything that we went through, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Enjoy your Friday, as I always say. Take her easy at work and slide into the weekend. Nobody's
Well, take
watching.
it easy at work
yourself.
and tune into the Bad Medicine Arcade.
Treat
Watch me
yourself.
start Uncharted 3.
Bananas,
who's a
last minute
member-
props for Oak beating TYR in one take. Just saying.
Oh, come on. Baddie for a life with
Thank
a
you,
super
Bananas.
chat. Hi to my 3 favorite guys in the world. Hi, Oak. Hey, Answer, did you see and like my cute little Appa tattoo I got for my birthday?
Oh, it's in the Patreon chat.
Oh,
I'll
it's
show
in
you
the
guys.
Patreon? I got to see that. You got an Appa? That's awesome.
I hope it's the animated version of Appa and not the.
It's the animated.
Oh, my
I
God.
can confirm it's the animated.
All right, there you go, fatties.
Well, this has been so much fun. Thank you all for joining us and being with us. For some of you, you've been with us for 4 hours, 14 minutes. We thank you so much for that. We appreciate, we love each and every one of you. We cannot wait to do this again.
Ahmed, if you're referring to a super chat, we did do all of them according to our stats over here that you see on the screen.
Stats and research.
So, otherwise, I don't know what you mean. I don't know
And
what
once
you mean.
again, yep, like Quinn said, thanks to all the moderators.
Thank you, mods.
And we'll see you soon. But catch me tomorrow at noon for Uncharted 3 on the arcade. So for Appleton Oak, Diamond Dave, that's Mason Quinn. I'm, of course, the answer. Good night.
you